right, hello. Hi, everybody. Brock and Salk Show here on Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com, Seattle Sports app, podcast platforms, and 97.3 HD2 plus YouTube. Lots of folks finding us on video at YouTube, and you can see all of our smiling faces every morning, along with many of our guests, like Joel Klatt, who joined us yesterday. He was on video, got very close to the video camera a couple of times to make his points, to show just how serious he was about those points. Daniel Jeremiah will be on video later this morning, 9:30 for DJ, so we'll talk some football with him. Sports are weird, right? Where, one story is dominant and you're talking about it. It feels like, day after day. And obviously we've been doing that here with the Mariners run for the last couple of weeks. And really it stretches back, months before that as just the top story in town. And it all comes to this, crescendo on Monday night with, the way that game comes to an unfortunate and crashing halt. And the way it happens with the decision-making and the arguments. I mean, that's sports, and sports radio essentially at its core is debating those things. And, I do have some more stuff on it today, some new information that's come out and some new opinions that we heard, and we'll get to those. But maybe the best thing for folks caught in the middle of that is something new to show up. And I will admit, woke up this morning early, of course, and was flipping through my timeline, and I was ready to come in here today and open the show by talking about something I would never open the show with, and that is the highlight reel of Victor Wembanyama last night. It's like, oh my God, have you watched the highlight reel of what he did last night? It's insane. And he really does look like, Lyle, what's that meme of the guy in stilts and like a scream mask scaring all those kids in the basketball court? Have you seen that? The kids all run away. That's what he looks like. He looks like a guy on stilts. He is the freakiest looking dude I've ever seen. He looks like a spider. And he is just, I don't know how anybody stops him when he actually, is healthy and starts moving. And, oh my God, the passing, the shooting, the dribbling, the dunking, it's insane. So I'm like, wait, am I really going to come in here and start the show with Victor Wembanyama? There's no way. That's not something I would do. That's not the Brock and Salk show that you know and love. Well, don't worry. I'm not going to, because just moments later, I came across what's really going on in the NBA today, and it is crazy.
Yes.
Oh, my gosh. Let me also start, before I even tell you what the story is, by saying this surprises me zero. The names maybe, but not the story. I am surprised zero by this story. Here's the ABC News tweet on it, but it's everywhere. Portland Trailblazers head coach Chauncey Billups has been charged in an illegal poker operation tied to the mafia, law enforcement sources have told ABC News. Real mob ties. Miami Heat guard Terry Rozier was arrested in a separate but related betting case. Whoa. So Chauncey Billups, illegal poker operation tied to the mob, and Miami Heat guard Terry Rozier arrested in a separate but related betting case. There's going to be an FBI press conference coming up here in a little under an hour. So we're going to learn a whole lot more, maybe even before then, but certainly then, as we hear a lot more about what's actually going on. Terry Rozier's, I think, made $160 million in his career, 150 plus anyway. Chauncey Billups made more than 100 in his playing career. By the way, he's a NBA Hall of Famer for his time as a player, and then obviously everything he's done since then, now as a coach. So you're not talking about nobodies on the very fringe. The NBA had the worst betting scandal since the Black Sox. And it was barely talked about. You guys have heard me say this before. Yeah, people talked about Donaghy a little bit, but not enough. There was a referee, an active referee, who was part of a betting scandal where he was throwing and fixing games in the NBA not even that long ago. And people were like, yeah, that was rough. Okay, anyway, on to the next thing. And I never felt like that was something that should be just on to the next thing. It seemed like a huge deal to me. I essentially haven't really watched the NBA since then. I was already fading on my NBA interest, but when I saw that, I was like, all right, I'm out. Like, I'm not going to watch wrestling, and if you're going to call it real sports, if it's fixed, if the referee already controls too much of the game in the NBA, if the referee is deciding who should win, who should lose in order to appease a bettor, a gambler, or even more so, a part of organized crime, yeah, I'm out. I don't want to watch that. That's not interesting to me. I can watch a sports movie. I can watch, Monday Night Nitro or whatever's going on these days. No thanks. I'm out. And since then, we haven't heard a lot from the NBA in terms of betting and this and that. But it is the easiest sport to fix. By far. Baseball probably comes close. And by the way, there is a little baseball scandal going on this year as well. And I'm not trying to overlook that or say that this one is worse. But the people involved in this one, and then when you hear mafia ties and the FBI involved, we haven't gotten that far with the baseball one yet. So I'm not saying I won't come back and talk about the baseball one, because that could be crazy as well. We'll see. We just don't have enough information yet. But you got the FBI coming out this morning and arresting 2 prominent members of the NBA community, essentially, 2 days after the league debuts its season? Crazy.
I will say, I was listening to Unsportsmanlike, the show before us on the way in, and it sounds like in Rozier's case, it's similar to what Michael Porter got caught doing, where they're having people bet on their playing time. It said there was like a large number of bets placed in 46 minutes on his playing time that night.
Jeez.
So I don't know if it's so much you have to worry about it affecting the game, but it seems like some of these players have some gambling problems that they are using to personally.
Yeah, that's a real slippery slope. I get it. You're right. And we saw this. Yeah.
I mean, it could be broader, but that's so far what I heard this morning.
It's not Michael Porter, it's his brother, right? Isn't it his brother?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Brother?
Yes.
Yeah, just to be. I think it was his brother.
Jonte.
Jonte Porter, who had the betting thing. But yeah. Okay, fine. Let's see what the rest of this is, though. Those are just the first 2 names. By all accounts, this thing is all going to be, kind of linked together. So we'll wait and find out. I'm not going to start.
It says this case stems from the betting scandal involving former Toronto Raptors center
Oh,
Jonte
really?
Porter
Oh, so
in
it got
the ESPN article.
Okay, so it got even deeper from there. All right, information is coming out over the course of the morning. All I'll say is I am not surprised. None of this surprises me. The details might, but like in general, to find out that the NBA has this kind of a problem, not surprised at all. Like zero. And I really do hope that we find out this is contained only to the NBA and that this does not extend into other sports, because it would be such a bummer. All of the gambling
as gambling broadens and with you being able to bet on silly little things that they might know more than us, like playing time, I have a hard time believing that it's not going to.
Yeah, and then if you start getting yourself in trouble with playing time type of things, what happens next, right? Like, where does it go from there? Okay, I'm only betting on the playing time. Well, but now I'm going to start missing a shot here and there, and now I'm going to start, saying take the under, now I'm going to say take the over, and this guy's going to go off for this many points. Like, you've seen the documentaries on this in college. You know how this thing goes. It doesn't get better. It gets worse. And I already have a sense that it's a whole lot worse than any of us really think or certainly know. So details to come. We'll see what happens. About 45 minutes to an hour. There will be a press conference from the FBI. We'll see what they're able to come up with. And, yeah, I don't know. Text message. You guys don't think this has happened in the NFL also? I don't think so. I don't think it is. But I don't know. I mean, I'm not naive. I don't want to sit here and say, no, it's not. Of course, like anything is possible. Of course, it could be happening in the NFL. We've seen a couple of guys over the years have gambling suspensions, but never anything quite like this. Never anything quite like this. Yeah, I mean, this stuff seems like the NBA just seems tailor-made for it with the way the game is played. And the fact that so many of the regular season games are essentially meaningless. Like, you could care how your team does and still throw a regular season game or two, because who cares? Yeah, this could be a huge story. We'll see where it goes. I don't want to go, too far too early, But, man, this will I'm curious to see how the NBA plays this one. My guess is the public just moves on. And that's sort of where I started the show this morning, being like, yeah, whatever it is you're upset about, give it a couple days and everybody will just move on to the next crazy story, the next scandal, the next bit of insanity that shows up. And no one will bother to, continue to be upset about the one from, oh, yeah, wasn't there something? Oh, a Hall of Famer was betting? Yeah. Oh, there was something where guys were throwing games. Wasn't a referee involved? Yeah. Yeah, referee was fixing games. Yeah. Anyway, on to the next thing. We'll be right back. We'll be on to everything you need to know next. I'm Brock and Salk.
Get inside the huddle.
The handoff inside. He's He's going to go. Touchdown, Seahawks.
Taking you inside the VMAC every week. Thursdays, noon to 2.
Our guys show up to play.
Player interviews.
It's obviously been paying off. Just going to continue to do that.
Previewing this week's matchup.
We'll say they come out and just run the ball down the Niners' throats.
And everything Seahawks.
If anybody had a doubt, don't.
The Huddle. Every Thursday at noon. Exclusively on the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
If you use carpool or toll lanes along SR 167, some things have changed, and some things haven't. Using those lanes without a good-to-go account means you'll receive a bill in the mail. That is a change. You'll always pay the lowest toll rate with good-to-go. No change. Carpoolers now need a Flex Pass set to HOV mode to ride free. That's a change. Does a good-to-go pass still save you $2 on every toll? Definitely not a change. Learn more at goodtogo167.com. Free Flex Passes while supplies last.
This Breast Cancer Awareness Month, choose care that puts you first. At Snoqualmie Valley Health, you won't wait weeks for a mammogram. Appointments are available now, just 30 minutes east of Seattle. Experience the difference with advanced 3D mammography and our new Breast Health Suite, designed for accuracy, comfort, and peace of mind. If you're 40 and older, yearly screenings are recommended, and no referral is needed if you haven't had a mammogram in the past year. Don't wait. Detect early. Schedule today at snoqualmievalleyhealth.org.
Golf carts are fun and easy to drive. They can zip along up to 15 miles per hour in the sunshine, warm air, with your foot firmly on the dashboard. Now that's living. Pacific Power Batteries has some sweet 2021 club car Tempos for sale at about half the price of a brand new one. We offer a 2 or 4 seat model with capacity rated batteries and a 30-day, no hassle, money back satisfaction guarantee. Have a look online at pacificpowerbatteries.com.
You ever wake up with a sore throat, feeling a little off, and you know you're getting sick? Well, getting sick and going on the IL isn't an option, especially for me when I'm traveling for work. You can try to see a doctor, well, good luck there, or go sit for hours in an urgent care. Nope. That's why you need a medical emergency kit. This isn't some cheap first aid kit, okay? Your medical emergency kit comes packed with doctor-prescribed meds. It's like having an urgent care and a pharmacy right there in your home. If you're coming down with the flu, bam, here's your Z-Pack. You've got gastrointestinal issues, here's your Bactrim. From Z-Pack to ivermectin, amoxicillin, and doxycycline to treat strep, pneumonia, sinus infections, UTIs, COVID, and more. It's all right there in your kit. Just match your symptoms to the guide or talk with their telehealth doc. No doctor waiting rooms, no pharmacy lines. Order online in minutes and get $50 off with code SPORTS at urgentcarekit.com/sports. Get yours now at urgentcarekit.com/sports, promo code SPORTS.
The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Touchdown, Seahawks! Ken Walker III.
Get everything Seahawks at seattlesports.com.
The LJ way is you look at stuff like this and it's like, I don't want to come into an industry and work on a place that is going to compromise how I feel about myself. I get to go to work every day with good people, and I get to enjoy what I do because I'm out there just trying to do right by people I care about, which is our community. We're going to see them at the grocery store. I'm going to see them at the sports tournaments. 2 friends of our daughters came in last night just on the lot, didn't know I was there. And it was cool because you got to take them through, and they're going to buy a car for their first driver and a car for their kid going to school soon. These are the people that you're going to work with. And so you better make sure that your laundry's clean. I don't think Lee Johnson specifically, right, Speedway Chevrolet, where I'm at, I don't think they've ever had a problem with the community of being able to stand up and look them in the eye and know that they did their job well.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
I had pain, I had numbness in my feet. That pain and that numbness just got worse and worse and worse as time went on.
This is Greg describing life with neuropathy.
I went to 5 podiatrists, tried different treatments, tried different orthotics, tried different shoes, had cortisone shots in the tops and the bottoms of my feet. Saw a neurologist. All my medical doctors said, can't help you. Live with the pain. You're not going to be able to sleep. This is your life. And then I just gave up until I found Sound Pain Solutions.
I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. Our neuropathy treatments can rehabilitate damaged nerves. We use FDA-cleared, non-surgical, drug and pain-free procedures that help neuropathy sufferers like Greg find relief.
I feel better. I mean, just feeling better is huge.
If you experience numbness, shooting or burning pains, or loss of balance, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
All right, I'm sorry I'm late. We were arguing about the 7th inning in the other room. It happens. Sometimes you just get caught up in this thing. Oh, man, not going to be a full end.
We weren't arguing, we were agreeing.
That's true. We were actually all agreeing and just getting more and more frustrated by the way it all went down. Not going to be a full end of season press conference this year. Jerry, Justin, Dan are going to meet with the media at 10 a.m. today to offer some final thoughts on the season, the way it ended, what to expect now moving forward. Biggest question for me, I think it's the health of the pitching staff. And honestly, I think I'd really like to hear that a few of those guys are dealing with issues that could be cleaned up in this offseason. It would, I think, help explain some of their ineffectiveness that we saw in October. We know what Brian Woo's been dealing with. We know what Bryce Miller has had. Is something going on with Logan Gilbert? Even Luis or George, I would love to find out that some of the ineffectiveness was due to some injuries that are, something that can be changed and cleaned up here in the offseason. I would also imagine there's going to be some time spent celebrating the season, as there should be. It was a remarkable season. Hopefully it sets them up for even more to come, and that is what happens next. Everyone in Seattle seems pretty unified in one thought, and that is start by re-signing Josh Naylor. Angie Menting said so yesterday.
I saw this team evolve over the course of the season, and I don't want to put more pressure on the Mariners front office than there's already there to sign Josh Naylor. But I saw him as really when this team took off. I mean, yes, Gino was there and the two of them made an impact, but I have never seen one person have a bigger impact on the way a team plays.
Yeah, I would agree with every sentence of that from Angie and a whole lot more as well. So what do you do, and what does this offseason look like, and where are you at window-wise? John Morosi with Wyman and Bob.
I saw this team.
That's Angie again. Hold on. Let me get back to Morosi.
Now, the pitching side of things, they've got plenty of pitching for next year. You expect Hancock to take a step. You expect Evans to take a step. They believe that Emerson can maybe make an impact on the team next year. The team's in a really good position. This is not, oh my gosh, the window is closed and we're going to weep now for the entire winter. That's not it. But they've got some work to do to just get back to being as good as they were in Game 7, which obviously, as we know, wasn't quite good enough.
Yeah, I think that's really well said. That's a good way of looking at it. This window is far from closed. In fact, there's a world in which it is really just opening, but it takes work to get there. It's not automatic. You've got some guys on your team that are going to be free agents, and you've got some holes that you've got to determine how you want to fill. It's going to take effort. It's going to take work in order for this team to continue on an upwards trajectory, but they're perfectly capable of doing that work. And if they do it the right way, yeah, 2025 can absolutely be more of the prelude than it is the final chapter of what this all means. Meanwhile, World Series Game 1 will be tomorrow. They will start in Toronto.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
NFL world these days seems to be essentially split in two. Those who understand and see what the Seahawks are building, and those who essentially have not noticed at all. And I suppose some of that is due to the clear parity in the league this year. There's a lot of it. And maybe some of it is because everyone always sleeps in the Northwest until it's too late. But somehow caught in the middle of all of this is Sam Darnold, who somehow manages to be both an MVP candidate and playing in relative anonymity essentially at the same time. It's nice to see a few people noticing. This was Evan Cohen. Actually, here's Chris Canty this morning on the show that precedes us on Sportsmanlike.
To win MVP, you've got to be top 2 in your respective conference, and you obviously have to win your division. Do we think the Seattle Seahawks can do those things? I absolutely do, especially when you consider that the Seahawks are in the most competitive division in all of football. So if they check the box in all 3 of those qualifiers, then Sam Darnold can absolutely win MVP. Again, Seattle can have a top 2 record in the NFC. If Seattle can win their division, then Sam Darnold can absolutely win the MVP.
He can, but he's going to need a couple of signature moments, and he's going to need to do a little bit better in these final drives than 1 and 2 with a couple of turnovers. So I think I love the way Chris Canty looks at that. I think he's right. Like, it's absolutely possible, but also up to him. How do you handle? We're still a long ways off. Only 7 games with 10 left to play. Yeah, I like that he's put himself into that conversation. What happens next will probably go a whole lot farther to determining how that conversation ends.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Yeah, crazy story out of the NBA this morning. Heat guard Terry Rozier, Blazers coach and Hall of Famer Chauncey Billups, both been taken into custody by the FBI related to multiple investigations into sports gambling with some ties to the mafia. Evan Cohen was on Sportsmanlike right before us, explains what and why Terry Rozier's involved.
Miami Heat guard Terry Rozier was arrested early Thursday morning as part of an FBI sports betting investigation, sources told ESPN Shams Charania. The Eastern District of New York and FBI Director Kash Patel will hold a news conference at 10 a.m. Eastern to announce arrest from the investigation. Rozier was arrested Thursday morning at a hotel in Orlando, Florida. The Heat lost to the Magic on Wednesday. Rozier did not play due to a coach's decision. Sportsbooks in multiple states flagged suspicious betting interest on Rozier's statistics ahead of a Charlotte Hornets-New Orleans Pelicans game on March 23rd, 2023. An unexpected surge of bets, including 30 wagers in 46 minutes from a professional bettor totaling $13,759, came in on the under on Rozier's points, rebounds, and assists, causing sportsbooks to halt betting on the veteran guard. Rozier, then with the Hornets, played just 10 minutes before leaving the game, citing a foot injury.
Yeah, that doesn't sound good at all.
So it wasn't just playing time, but he's impacting it by leaving the game.
Yeah, that's not right. Kraken back at it tonight, trying to end their road trip on a high note, and a 2-game skid as well, in which they've played really non-competitive hockey. They'll be in Winnipeg, and they got their work cut out for them there. They're dealing with a whole bunch of injuries that make them, well, like half the roster looks like an AHL team. So, all right, that's everything you need to know. 1:15 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. I will also mention high school football live tonight for the final Seattle Sports Game of the Week, presented by STSPN. Mount Lake Terrace Hawks hosting the Edmonds Woodway Warriors live from Mount Lake Terrace High School. Watch the game tonight, live, 7:30 p.m., exclusively in the Seattle Sports app, seattlesports.com, and the Seattle Sports YouTube page. For the full matchup list, go to seattlesports.com/high school. All right, Joel Klatt was awfully complimentary of Sam Darnold, who's going to be a big focus of the show today. Plus, he had some shots at a former fan favorite. Stick around. You'll hear it next on Brock and Salk.
It's the Hawks Player Spotlight.
Tight end A.J. Barner's with us. How are you, man?
Doing well. It's good to be on here.
Brought to you by Three Tree Roofing.
The rookie on this O-line, Gray Zabel, is with us.
Sam is an elite quarterback.
Going deep with a different Hawks player every day at 3:30 with Wyman and Bob on Seattle Sports.
Every time he walks into the huddle, we know we got a chance for a big play.
Nick Emanwari is with us.
I felt good physically going into the game.
Catch up on every Hawks Spotlight on Seattle Sports on YouTube and the Seattle Sports app.
Maybe even getting to retire one day. You can't just start now. So if you need help thinking about retirement and getting ready to make sure you do it on time, start with Trajan Wealth. If you have an old 401k with a previous employer, did you know that could create a higher investment cost? Yeah, if you got an old 401k and you're not sure what to do with it, that's a great first step to call Trajan Wealth and discuss how to optimize those funds and get that money working for you. Again, 206-466-3300 is the phone number, 206-466-3300. Trajan Wealth, the core philosophies include low expenses, manager tenure, tax efficiency, just a couple key qualities that differentiate a Trajan Wealth portfolio from all the competitors. Call them today and schedule a free complimentary introductory meeting and just learn more. 206-466-3300. That's 206-466-3300 or go to TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 in monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Coach Saban here. On the field or on your walls, coverage matters. That's why I go with Behr Marquee Interior Paint and Primer from the Home Depot.
Exceptional hide, advanced stain blocking, and over 1,000 colors to choose from. Behr Marquee delivers one-coat coverage that stands up to real life. One-coat coverage, no overtime. Behr Marquee, only at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Valid only when tinted to colors from the Behr Marquee Interior One-Coat Hide Collection.
They say a full marathon is the ultimate test. For me, it's more than a race. It's a milestone I once thought impossible. Michelle Smallman here, and I'm running my very first marathon in New York City with the support of Gainbridge and Gainbridge Assists powered by Parity. Together, we're empowering girls and women through sports and education with grants to 32 organizations in 21 states. Every step I take is for the finish line and for the next generation chasing their dreams. Here's to 26.2 miles and a future with no limits.
It's game time, and Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota Renton are lining up with a roster that's built to dominate the field. The gas-powered RAV4, built to power through every drive, rain or shine. Or switch up the play with the hybrid RAV4, versatile, efficient, and always moving the chains. The Tacoma, tough, dependable, and clutch when it counts. And now, taking the field, the all-new 2026 Toyota Tundra, redesigned, powerful, and built for the big moments. Whether you're in the north or the south, Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton have your winning ride. Visit ToyotaofKirkland.com and ToyotaofRenton.com.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
When it comes to the security of your business, doubts can creep in about who you're trusting to protect it. Are they a reliable service? How will I know if something happens? Are they keeping everyone safe? At Bay Alarm, we got you. For nearly 80 years, we've been putting our customers' minds at ease with our advanced technology and personalized support. Feeling insecure about your current security service? Visit bayalarm.com today to talk to a local security expert.
Need a break from everything? Escape to a place where anything is possible and the fun never stops.
stops. At Silver Reef Casino Resort, you'll discover world-class dining, championship caliber golf, a full sports book and bar, over 1,000 top-rated slots and table games, and so much more. Come join the fun and see why we've been consistently rated one of the region's top destinations. Visit silverreefcasino.com to book your stay and discover all the exciting events and promotions we have in store for you. Silver Reef Casino Resort, located off I-5, exit 260.
For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto Repair has been the one locals trust for honest pricing, expert service, and guaranteed repairs. This dedication has earned them a Carfax Preferred designation. At Bucky's, every customer gets detailed Carfax updates, timely service reminders, and a full service history, all at your fingertips. With 16 family-owned locations, no appointment needed, and easy financing, Bucky's makes auto care simple. Visit Bucky's.com today and drive with confidence. Bucky's.com.
2 years ago, my office launched a major media campaign to identify a key witness to our client's bicycle accident, which we later settled for $10 million. Because when we accept a case, we don't rest until we do everything possible to improve our client's chance of recovery. We're one of only a few firms in the state with an in-house investigation team building our clients' cases. So when you hire Davis Law Group, you don't just get a dedicated and award-winning legal team. You get our commitment to better service and even better results. Request a free consultation today at 206-888-8888.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, Angie Mentink in an hour, and trash takes. You got a trash take for me today, Brock?
I might.
Okay, good.
I'm working on it.
All right. Are you going to go back to your well?
I think a trash take I just witnessed as you were walking into the room. I just witnessed a trash take.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Joel asked Lyle, "Oh, how are you doing?" And Lyle's like, "Yeah, we're good. We're good."
Well, that's not true. Lyle's not good at all.
That's a trash take, Lyle.
Lyle's the biggest Mariner fan we know. He barely is functioning. He yesterday, I thought somebody had passed away in his life, Joel.
Yep.
So I guess we'll start there. Let's ask you.
Sorry, Lyle.
Yeah.
Yes.
He needs more than a few sorries. Let's. What is the worst?
Most
gut
devastating,
punch, devastating
most
loss.
devastating loss of your life.
You've either felt as a fan or player, or witnessed as a broadcaster,
or like when you were 12, like.
Yeah. Oh gosh, unfortunately there's too many to mention. There was all right quickly. So we went to Texas A&M, lost in overtime, and we had played really well offensively. And it's in Kyle Field, environment's great, and we score to take the lead. Our defense gives up a field goal, they tie it. They go out on offense first. We hold them to a field goal, and we're like, touchdown wins it. And our really, really good back, who never fumbles, gets the ball punched out, and it's just like over. But fumble, recovery, and that was a tough locker room. We got beat 70-3. In the Big 12 championship game against Texas before they went
to a different kind of loss.
To win.
Yeah.
They won the national championship that year. That was Vince Young's year. But thankfully I wasn't in the locker room. I was in the hospital at the end of that game. So that was a tough one. As a fan, I mean, growing up a Bronco fan, like those 3 Super Bowls that they lost were pretty crushing. And then also the one that really was the worst, the year before they went on their 2 Super Bowl run, they were the #1 seed and lost the divisional round to the Jacksonville Jaguars.
I remember that.
Do you remember that? The Mark Brunell Jaguar team. And Elway was getting late in his career. And that one was like, oh, this is never going to happen. You know? And so as a Bronco fan, that was the most crushing defeat, because it felt like Broncos are never going to win a Super Bowl.
That actually led to the Patriots getting to the Super Bowl, so it made an 18-year-old Mike Salk pretty happy. So I'm sorry for your challenge there, but that's a good example, because the team ends up winning the Super Bowl not just the next year but the next 2, and that's sort of what we're hoping this is. We're hoping this is the 2003 Red Sox, the 2012 Seahawks, teams that suffered these devastating last-second losses, but then found a way the next year to really kind of start their run. What does it take? What does it take to get over the trauma of the, defeat snatched from the jaws of victory and win the next year?
I think you have to lean into it personally. And by the way, every sport is littered with this, by the way. littered with this. Remember, like even in the NBA, remember the Pistons couldn't beat the Celtics until they did, and then they won a few championships. The Bulls couldn't beat the Pistons, and then they did, and they won all those championships. Like that happens all the time. Even like the Cowboys and 49ers were going back and forth, and those losses motivate and drive you forward. The 0-3 Red Sox lose in Game 7 in the ALCS to the Yankees on Boone's home run. They come back from 0-3 and win the World Series the next year. So it's definitely something that you can lean into, even in college football. Think about, Michigan couldn't beat Ohio State. Then they finally beat Ohio State, but they lose to TCU. That drives them towards their championship. It happened with Florida and Alabama. I mean, the sports are littered with these examples. And so that's what I think the Mariners are obviously in their fan base. You guys are all hoping happens, because that was devastating, in particular after what happened in Game 5 and just the euphoria of what Game 5 was with Eugenio with his just flowing. Like, how does he not have a Head and Shoulders deal? My goodness. Yeah. Like the hair is incredible.
It's really remarkable.
Like vintage 95 Vinny Castilla from growing up in Colorado, watching those Rocky teams.
Mora thinks he's had a Brazilian blowout. I don't know what that is, but that's what Mora has suggested.
Well, because as a curly,
I don't know what that
curly
means.
hair. In the past, his hair has looked curly, and it's so straight. Even after the champagne shower when they won, I think he's had
You've never had a Brazilian
treatment.
blowout? You never had that, Saul?
I have not.
No.
I plan to. Now
I haven't either.
Yeah, but
I do use. I've been thrown.
Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, if you ever have a Nebraska game, Matt Rule's wife owns some blowout, centers there in Lincoln, where you go in and get your hair done, and she's like a stylist of that nature. So just put that in your back pocket. Yeah.
Matt owns a blowout last week at Minnesota, so that's fun.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. So let's shift gears a little bit. I texted you about an hour ago. Obviously, we're talking a ton of Seahawks. We'll get to Damon Williams and what you saw in person in Ann Arbor. But once again, man, I don't know if you were up late watching Sam. I said this to you last week that, man, I think you and I and DJ will all appreciate Sam because he plays a position we all played in the way we all used to play it, from the pocket, try to be on time and on target. Not his best game, statistically speaking, and a sack fumble in the end zone and everything else. But, he's looking 5-2, going into a bye week, top the division. How much of a role does Sam Darnold play in that, in your opinion?
Well, I mean, listen, you don't win the style of games that they're winning without your quarterback playing well. I do think, listen, is Sam ever going to be the guy that takes your team above the X's and O's? I'm not sure about that. I don't want to throw like cold water on it, Brock, but he is a guy that can make up for and erase some mistakes through his efficiency. And that's something that I think is valuable. And I think Mike McDonald feels like that's valuable. And they're probably, in their eyes, building a roster that they feel like is a really solid complementary roster, where they maybe don't need that guy to go above the X's and O's and be the pinnacle player, for a win every single week. And they're going to go rely on a lot of different facets of their game. Go ahead.
Let me stop you there. How many guys in today's NFL, of the 32 starters, Joe Burrow's out, Lamar's out, how many guys today are going above the X's and O's?
2 for sure, Josh and Patrick, and maybe Herbert at times, and I might be leaving one out, but that's probably it. Stafford, I think Stafford can go above. Yep. That's probably it. Brock, would you add another one? With Lamar out and with Joe Burrow out, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't. I think Jalen Hurts is a very similar guy to Sam. Now, he had his breakout game and threw it really well down the field, but he's by and large, hey, man, I'm an X's and O's guy, and if I play in rhythm with that, with the rest of the guys, can be one of the better quarterbacks in the league. I mean, isn't that the bucket Sam can be in?
100%. And by the way, I think it's more valuable to have a guy that will make sure to play the efficient foundational style of football And then it's a plus if he goes over and beyond. This is the problem with the Bears and Caleb Williams, is that he wants to play in that plus above and beyond all the time, but doesn't take care of the foundational principles. To me, it is algebra 1 before algebra 2. Like, you've got to master that. And if you can do that, then your team can be successful and go to the playoffs and maybe make a run, depending on the structure of the team and how foundationally well it's built and the complementary style with which you can play. But that's why listen, this is not something to scoff at when we say, like, oh, foundational or system quarterback. There's all these bad connotations as if you're trying to knock these guys. I'm not. In fact, to me, it's a lot more valuable than a guy that has all the skill but won't do those things. Like, if you're drafting between Sam Darnold and Caleb Williams right now, it's not a close pick. You take Sam Darnold every day of the week.
Yeah, so then what can you do in the NFL with, let's call it a solid quarterback, the quarterback you just described, a smart head coach who doesn't make a lot of dumb mistakes during games, and a defense that is playing at a top 5 level right now? Certainly up front, they're about as good as you're going to find in the NFL. What can a team with those 3 qualities accomplish?
Well, I mean, Brock Purdy went to a Super Bowl, and played for a Super Bowl. Jalen Hurts, we just put into that category. And obviously he can do a little bit more with his legs and maybe earn you a couple of first downs that maybe Sam wouldn't, but they won the Super Bowl. We saw a Denver team in Super Bowl 50 that, even though he had a Manning on his back, he was a shell of his former self and ended up winning a Super Bowl. You guys in Seattle won a Super Bowl with a guy that can't even beat out Jackson Dart, so it's like that. You can go play at the top end. You can. That's not meant to be a shot. It's just, I guess
it's a little bit of a shot.
I mean,
it's a little bit,
but it's true. I mean, shots are, if it's true, I don't know what to tell you.
What do you think of him and Sean Payton's little beef yesterday?
Yeah, I didn't. Like, Sean's got to know better than that. That seemed a little personal. But that relationship was like oil and water, and the style with which Sean wants you to play and the style that Russ wants to play was never the right mixture. And,
I'll tell you this.
Unfortunately for Russ, is like, Sean's not wrong, by the way. Sean's not wrong.
He's not. It was also the most endearing thing, and I've seen Russ do in 6-7 years. It was the first open, honest, real, authentic thing I've seen Russell do. Like, hey, screw you, man. Like, I loved it. It wasn't like, well, he has his opinion, and I'm just going to name the 12 different people on my offensive line. Like, he actually was real, a real human being who had an emotional response to something that was said to him, and it wasn't an automaton, pre-written, phony, here's my, legacy, and this is how I want to be perceived. It was, I'm mad. I loved it. I thought it was honestly the most I felt for Russ in how long has he been gone? 4 years plus another 1 or 2 before that? Probably 5 or 6 years.
I don't disagree with that. Mm-hmm. I mean, standing up for himself. He did win a Super Bowl, went to another. It was unfortunately the reason they lost that one, but yeah.
Wow. I'll tell you what, though, Joel, in those years, you're talking about.
What do you want from me, Salk?
No, I love it. It's a take.
That
I
is
love
the
case.
In those
it's
years,
not a take. That's the truth.
He's the reason they lost?
He threw it right into Malcolm Butler's stomach.
We're not going there.
We're not going to relitigate this.
After
we have
Monday
trouble.
night, we are not going
what
there.
Happened in the
We're
inning.
not going there.
We can't go there today. We just can't. Hey, DJ said something to us last week that I wanted your opinion on because I really liked it.
He's so smart. Whatever he said, I agree with.
I think you will. I think you're going to love this one. He essentially said that a defense can be great when bigs run and littles tackle. When the guys in the back end are willing to stick their nose in and the guys up front are willing to run.
Isn't that so simple but so good?
Yes, it's so good. It's so good. We were talking about, as a crew last week, getting ready for the Michigan-Washington game, about, what Michigan didn't do against USC and so on and so forth. And I just kept coming back to all the meetings I used to have with Jim Harbaugh. Jim Harbaugh's beauty as a coach is his simplicity. That it didn't matter what was going on. He would say, we got to sustain blocks, destroy blocks, and tackle well. And that's another version of what you're exactly, that's another way to say exactly what DJ said. If your bigs play big and your littles tackle well in space, it's going to be really difficult for anybody to sustain offensive success, because part of what you're relying on as an offense, at least I've always felt like, is that you're relying on your system to put your players in a position where they can defeat someone in a matchup. So if the defense, if your littles are winning that matchup, or if your bigs are winning that matchup, if you're getting your bigs into a position where they can own the football game, then you're going to win. This game, as complicated as we try to make it, is still about simplicity. By the way, baseball's still about simplicity. Pound the strike zone, be on time for the fastball when it arrives. Like, all of these things, foundations are so important. We just talked about foundational quarterback play and how it has to be there before we go above and beyond. And what DJ was saying, bigs play well, littles tackle. It's simple and profound and true, and it's the equation in order to go have success in the sport at any level.
Joel, are you sure he said sustain and not strain? Because I think I heard Jim Harbaugh say strain 100,052 times in our production meeting. Strain or sustain? What do you think?
Strain was one of those. There's no doubt. In fact, last week in our meeting with Sharon Moore, he busted out his Harbaugh impression. He was like, I talked to Jim after last week, and he said, hey, we just got to be better. Got to be, find a way to, one play better than them, grind the meat. And I was like, yes, that's exactly the case, which is also I have coach crushes. I'm sure you did as well, Brock, when you meet with him and you're just like, I love what this guy is about, the way he talks about his players. Mm-hmm. I felt like that about Mike McDonald when I was with, and covering Mike when he was at Michigan. And what I loved most about Mike is that everything he talked about as a defensive coordinator, and this is obviously the college level back in 2021, everything he talked about was in complement to the rest of the things that was going on the team. And he and Jesse Minter used to talk about this idea or philosophy or theory where we're going to rely on ourselves and our foundation and our blocking and our tackling, and we're going to be in a close game in the third quarter. It's going to happen, whether we're, scoring to tie it or scoring to take a one possession lead. And then they would both say, and then that was our time, like poker, to shove the chips in the middle of the table and maybe create something and get aggressive, versus trying to create something and get aggressive at all points in the game. And then maybe you're giving up something free or you're giving up something cheap to the opponent that puts you at a disadvantage. And that's something that I always used to love about Mike. And I still talk with Mike to this day just because I loved our conversations.
We'll make this a little Washington Wednesday here, since you had the team on Saturday. Not just what did you see, but specifically with Damon Williams. I know he had a tough second half especially, but how far does he need to go to get to where he can be and where the team needs him to be?
He's closer than you would expect. You think that that's some sort of, travesty performance, but really it was two things. One is, okay, so on the first interception, not to get too technical, I did not love the play design. If you're going to run a slant, which is a quick throw into the short side of the field, in particular in college with the wide hash marks, you really don't want to force the quarterback to have to read windows. Now, a slant to the field is different because the walkout player is always going to be there, and you have to occupy that walkout player, the support player, with something, whether it's, like a lookie or an inside slant or a swing route with the back. And so the quarterback kind of understands that field or wide side slant throw is going to be something where I'm going to have to sit on my third step and just pause for a beat. Am I giving it to him right away based on structure, or am I going to have to wait a beat for that second window? And the first interception, what happened is that they put the back offset into the short side, and then he did not check release. He just released right away. It's called a scat release. At least that's the way that we used to say it. So he scat released to the boundary, but what that did is it drugged the linebacker directly into the slant window. So he either was misaligned or that's just a poor design, because into the boundary, that has to be a quick throw. And so DeMond Williams throws it quick right away, and Cole Sullivan, the linebacker, was just dragged into the window right away. And he didn't even realize what he was doing. He wasn't even defending the slant.
Joel,
I don't think he was even reading the eyes of the quarterback.
You can't give that full explanation not more than 5 minutes after blaming Russell Wilson for the Super Bowl. You can't. You cannot do both of those things within 5 minutes of each other. Russell has is throwing to Ricardo Lockett, his 8th best wide receiver. He's got the other Jermaine Kearse getting blown up rather than taking out Brandon Browner on the play. Like, you can't give all of that and then stare into the camera and say Russ threw the pick, it's all on him. You can't do that. That's not right.
Russ threw the pick at the goal line, and that's all on him. And here's why. Let me explain why. Is because you have the ability as a quarterback at the NFL level to audible. You have the keys to the car more so at that level than you do at the opposite level. And I don't care what was called. Who was it? Schottenheimer?
It was Darryl.
The OC? Bevel, sorry. I don't care what was called. That ball goes to Marshawn. Like, we all know that.
No.
We all know that. And, I mean, there were times, like, for instance.
We're not talking about this play.
We can't do this now.
So we're not doing this.
It's my fault. That's my fault.
Don't do that.
It's Washington
Let's
Wednesday.
go back to DeMond
Brought to you
Williams.
by Star Rentals.
And then the second pick that he throws in that fourth quarter, the other one, the tip ball and everything, that is what it is. You're trying to take a shot, come back. That's just quarterback play. But then the other one, and I'm not trying to give DeMond all the excuses, but it's zone coverage. And he's got a stick route to the tight end. A stick route, Salk, just so you know, is 5 yards and out. But it's not just an automatic breakout because it's an interior route. And so the tight end has always got to understand that he's man zone rules. And against zone, it's more of like a hook and settle. And you're giving your numbers to the quarterback right there. And he's just throwing opposite number of where the defender is behind him. Well, his tight end breaks out as if he's in straight man coverage and just runs out of his stick route. So he throws it at a spot. And then it's behind the tight end, and everyone's like, "Oh, DeMond, what a terrible throw!" And it's like, I would be over there just sitting next to the tight end, with something in front of my face, and I would be like, "Are you serious? Like, do you want me to put that pick on your stat sheet? Like that?" And it would be a healthy conversation over there. So, how close is DeMond Williams? Close. I mean, those are small mistakes. And if they don't make them, they're right in the game. It's 7-7 at the time of that first interception. And they're playing hard and they're playing pretty well. I was more concerned that they weren't able to stop the run. And Michigan got back to first principles and ran the football effectively. And when Michigan was able to run the football effectively, what it allowed them to do is put Bryce Underwood in a position where he didn't have to drop back and pass. Almost everything was outside of the pocket, play action style, you putting defenders in conflict. And so Michigan had this identity back on the offensive side, which made it really difficult on Washington to come back and win that game. And then the other part of this is Wink Martindale, the defensive coordinator for Michigan, against his own nature, decided to not blitz. And if you're going to play DeMond Williams, I think you rush 3 or 4, and now the blueprint is out. You put more people in coverage. Yeah. You force him, not a heavy rush, but you force him to stay in the pocket, and that's where I would say he needs to grow and become better.
Well, there you go. That was Joel Klatt taking some time with us as he does every week. And we're going to come back to some of that conversation around Sam Darnold and the way he plays quarterback at 8:30 because there's a lot there. And this is a guy who's now starting to get some consideration for MVP. And I know it's super early. We're not even at the halfway point of the season. But you start having these conversations about, all right, is this it? Like, are you ready to get engaged to Sam Darnold? He got engaged in his personal life. Are you ready to commit long-term to Sam Darnold as the long-term quarterback solution for the Seahawks? You're not looking. You're signing him for a long-term deal, and you're saying, okay, we're building around Sam Darnold. You feel comfortable with that after 7 games? I think there's an argument both ways, and we're going to end up having some of that conversation at 8:30 this morning. Brock's coming in next. We got a lot of baseball to talk today as well, and this story in the NBA is explosive and has a chance to get a whole lot bigger. That's all coming up on Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Wyman and Bob.
It's going to take a bit for this team, I think, to get past this moment.
Every afternoon at 2.
To be that close. You were just steps away, and you came up short. Some of them sat in that dugout and watched the Jays out there celebrating, and they're going to use that as fuel.
You're never going to be happy unless you win the last game, right?
Yeah, but somebody's always going home disappointed, and hopefully it's the Blue Jays.
Yeah, that'll be easy to root for the Dodgers.
Plus, they've got my favorite non-Mariner, Mookie
Betts.
Betts.
Right, Mookie.
Love Mookie.
Only on Seattle Sports and Seattle Sports on YouTube.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
This is Holly Robinson Pete for Eggland's Best. Eggs are a staple in our diet, and there's only one egg with more delicious, farm-fresh taste plus superior nutrition. Eggland's Best. With more vitamins, including 6 times more vitamin D and 10 times more vitamin E, plus 25% less saturated fat than ordinary eggs. Available in so many delicious varieties, classic, cage-free, and organic. Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
At O'Neill Plumbing, we've been exclusively plumbers for over 100 years. No corny mascots, no out-of-town owners. Just clean, fast, and professional plumbers out to your home fast. All rooter and all trenchless. O'Neill Plumbing.
The birth of the American supercar is roaring into LeMay, America's Car Museum, starting October 25th. Curated by racing icon Steve Saleen, this electrifying exhibition showcases the evolution of American speed, style, and engineering, featuring icons like Hennessy, Shelby, Zinger, and more. From raw horsepower to groundbreaking design, this is the ultimate tribute to performance. Don't miss the birth of the American supercar, opening October 25th at LeMay, America's Car Museum. Visit americascarmuseum.org to learn more.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off, because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Help DEA keep our communities safe and healthy by participating in National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, Saturday, October 25th. Take action right in your own home by cleaning out your medicine cabinet of unneeded medications. Keep them safe, clean them out, take them back. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent prescription drug misuse before it starts. That's DEATakeback.com.
At Cressy Door, we have the perfect garage door for you. Come visit our brand new garage door and fireplace showroom and let our experts help you find the perfect garage door. Cressy Door.
Paying extra for tire care is BS.
You know, bad service. So at Midas, we're rolling out our BS-free tire guarantee, included with paid installation and tax on every purchase. You'll pay nothing for flat replacements, nada for flat repairs, and zilch for tire rotations every 5,000 miles. That's $0 for all that. So with this limited lifetime tire guarantee, you'll pay a whole lot of nothing compared to what the other guys charge for tire care. That's the BS-free tire guarantee, only at Midas.
Remember when they used to ask, what do you want to be when you grow up? At Bank of America, we ask every day, what would you like the power to do? When you work here, you help build businesses, inspire communities, and forge legacies. And now we've raised our U.S. minimum wage to $25 an hour. So the opportunity to do more also comes with competitive pay. Learn more at bankofamerica.com/25. Bank of America, proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get in the freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to accuse you of manager.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Hello! Morning, Brock.
I heard that guy, Sherm, on the reset, by the way. Did you see that? He was on the reset.
I knew he was on the reset, yeah. I was a
yeah.
little bummed that G didn't invite me to come join him that day. But, yeah, I saw he was on the reset.
Yeah, some good stuff on there.
Was there?
Actually, you know what? He knows his football, man. And one thing about him, he's obviously a wild man, but he knows the information and the formation, as Mike McDonald would like to say, and he was pretty good. He's pretty entertaining.
Do you think does he ever have an agenda though when he talks about some of those things?
Probably, Michael. He probably does.
You think so?
Yes,
It doesn't strike me as something you would get from Sherm, an actual agenda about the reason he's saying the things.
How you feeling 3 days later? How you feel? Has it been 3 days? How many days has it been? 4 days? 3 days? How are we feeling?
It is one of these moments, Brock. Much like 11 years later, we got suckered into talking about the Seahawks Super Bowl loss.
Yeah, thanks, Joel.
It is one of those conversations where each time it comes up and each time you hear something new, it's really hard to avoid jumping right back into it. So, I mean, like, this was the new one yesterday.
Yeah, it was 2 years later, right? When Bill and Patricia did that whole, documentary 2 years later on all the planning that went into it and how they knew it was coming and blah, blah, blah.
Well, you don't have to wait 2 years on that because you get it from John Schneider, Blue Jays manager now.
No one else I'd rather have up than George in October in that moment. I honestly thought I thought Dan was bringing in Spire to make me force a pinch hit at Lukey, knowing that he had Vladdy behind him. But I was a little surprised it was Bazardo. As soon as Bazardo came in out of the pen, I said, okay, he's pitching to Georgie. And I said, game on. I said, Georgie's got the upper hand no matter what. It's a guy that has shown that has been in those situations and navigates them better than anybody in the game, basically, in our time right now. Against a guy that has great stuff. I see his numbers, 160 average versus righties, 12 strikeouts, 1 walk, whatever it was. I mean, on paper, baseball, it makes sense. We had the upper hand as soon as that happened, man.
Spire? Why was he thinking Spire was going in?
I don't know. Spire would have made sense to start that inning, potentially, right? If you would use Spire for 7, 8, 9. Right, there would have been some sense to that. Barger's a lefty, right? Like there's something that makes sense there to bring in Spire for his pocket in 7, 8, 9.
To start the inning, but not to come in.
No,
there.
that doesn't make any sense.
What?
But I'm not sure John Schneider's any great genius either. So I mean, like what he was thinking in the moment, I don't know. But
Spire.
I do think
Spire to face George and Vladdy?
Right.
Spire?
Let's go to our lefty to face their two big right-handed hitters. Like, I didn't see that one either. Yeah, that was odd.
Uh-huh.
Munoz, yeah. Spire, no. But whatever. The big concern here is we've got to turn around Lucas. What? What are you talking about, John Schneider?
It kind of delegitimizes the rest of it. If that was what you were thinking?
A little bit. But, his confidence in George once he saw Bazardo. And, look, he's not the only one kind of weighing in. I got sound for days here. It just keeps coming in and more and more and more and more. This one, I thought from John Morosi, probably, I don't know. I think this sort of explains it with a little bit more context, right? Here you go.
Bazardo said, I threw that same pitch to Springer the previous day, and it was a ground ball, and I got out of it. And that's true. It was basically the same pitch. But this, again, is the peril in going to the same relievers against the same hitters. To some degree, it's unavoidable. But the point was that happened in a game with someone that you trusted enough to pitch in Game 7. You had him in a minus game in Game 6. Why? And that to me was the question. So
it goes on from there, but I don't need to go on and on and on and on. Yeah, it's just this. I think what you get from it, and with all of the questions being asked, right? Here's another one. Here's Jordan Schusterman.
If you're using Brian Wu like that, you are saying this is a different game. This is not a regular game. And so then to go to Bazardo and then afterwards explain it as saying, like, we've gone to him in that spot all year, that's what's a little bit difficult. And I think that what is hard is because Bazardo has been so good the whole season, has had these moments in the postseason. It's not that Bazardo is necessarily a terrible option. It's that in this moment, in this unique time, he is not your best one. And I think that is why people are rightfully upset.
So, there's 3 more cuts, Brock, and I could probably play them for you all day. I'm not going to keep going, but I think what I'm hearing from all of them, when you mix all of them together, is just sort of a lack of a coherent plan. The various pieces of the plan don't all fit together.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I know that that's your take. I don't know if I totally agree with that. I think it was just the trusting. I think it comes back to, honestly, a conviction. It'll be interesting because they all speak today, right? We were wondering about that, whether we'd hear from Justin and Jerry and Dan, and they're going to have a media gathering today, and we'll get some of this information. And we can agree to disagree on this, but I think this comes down to the conviction that Dan had through 172 games. I'm going to believe in the people that are doing the job for me. And he fully believed.
But I think Schusterman would say, well, then why is Brian Wu in the game?
Well, Brian Wu was their best pitcher all year.
Well, Bryce Miller's one of your best pitchers, too. Why isn't he in the game? Andres Munoz one of your best pitchers.
Because he's not on rest. Because he's not on rest. And Mooney, we've talked about Mooney.
He's on
over
rest
the course
enough
of
to
the
give
year.
you one inning. Sure he is.
We've talked about Mooney being the guy that is the closer and found great comfort in that this year, had a career year because he was your finisher. That was what he was equipped and built to do, and that's what they believed. I'm just saying that's what you're going to hear from Dan. So when you say they don't have a plan, I would disagree with that. I think they did have a plan.
I didn't say any plan, more of a coherent plan, one that makes sense through each of these different scenarios. If those things you just said are true, why is, and I'll just go back to what Morosi asked, then why is Bazardo in the game the day before down 4 or 5?
That's a tougher one. Honestly, that's a tougher one to answer.
But that's the point I'm trying to make, Brock, is it's not that any one decision is wrong. You can make a case that any one of these decisions is right. I can understand why Bazardo was in the game in Game 6, but I don't understand why he's then also in the game in Game 7. I could make you a case for why Bazardo should be there in Game 7, but then it doesn't explain why he's also in there in Game 6. It's just not a lot of maybe coherent's not the right word. Consistent is probably a better word. I'm sorry. Let me rephrase. A consistent plan that kind of makes sense throughout, that this is how we want to handle these types of situations. Maybe that's a better word for it, and I'm sorry for misspeaking.
It may be even adaptable because I think the plan was why go to Wu so he could get 6, 7, 8, 9 out. Right? Like that's the bottom of it. So he wouldn't have a leadoff walk and then a chump single. And here goes the plan. It's out the window now because the plan was for Wu to pitch that inning and for Mooney to finish 8, 9. And it would have been a genius, right? Like, wow, that was awesome.
Any plan that is asking Brian Wu coming off of what apparently was a pretty major deal with his pec, who's only pitched once in the last month, to get that many outs?
He was at 30 pitches. I mean, it was not – the lad was a stressful at bat.
Again, I understand if you want to send him back out there for it, but you got to be prepared for the fact that could unravel at any point because he's by his own admission, hasn't gone deep. Look, we can keep arguing about all of the details over and over again. I know Lyle's actually ready to talk today. He laughed at something yesterday. Yes, good news.
Are you serious?
Lyle's come back around.
The pacifier is out of the mouth?
Yes.
Are you serious?
He's removed the little binky. Lyle, what did you want to say?
Sort of. It's sort of removed. I don't know, man. In Game 7 of an ALCS, that stuff has to get all thrown out the window. I don't care if Andres Munoz has been stuck to the 9th inning all year. Your season's on the line. You got to adapt.
Yeah. You know, the other bummer, too, that I was thinking about yesterday, and doggone Joel Klatt for digging this up, and why this was different, Salk, than the Super Bowl, was because when that play happened, it was over.
Mm-hmm.
There was a gasp in that house in Carnation from 40 people that the game was over. There was an immediate call from Bob Stelton because the game was over. What happened? Why? This game wasn't over then.
No.
You still had 6 more outs.
Well, and also the Russell one ended it was a split second from yay to oh my God. This was sort of a slow burn, slow motion of like, oh no, there's a walk. No, there's a hit. No, there's the sacrifice. Oh no, they're bringing in this guy. Oh no, there it goes. Like it was one thing after another after another. I think that's why I compared it more to, again, the 2012 Seahawks, where it was like, oh no, there's 31 seconds. Oh, there's a pass. Oh my God, he can. Oh my God, they still have a timeout.
There's a corner route to win over Trufant. Say, come on, Trufant, drop. Oh, come on, Winston guy. Come on, Winston guy. Come on, Winston guy. Please cover right. Oh no.
In 2003 Red Sox, Grady Little is sort of the same thing. So
I was going to say in 2012, how about the fact that Matt Bryant actually missed the first attempt, but they called the timeout. And Pete tried to say, oh, no, I didn't call it, but he called it.
No. It's not a timeout. All right, let's take a timeout ourselves. We'll come back. We'll give you guys everything you need to know, or maybe we won't. Maybe we'll call a second timeout. Who knows what we'll do coming up. And then I do want to talk, Brock, about the future for the Mariners. We got some great sound in on what they need to do next. The future is in front of them. This can be the beginning much more so than the end. And there's still work to be done. Both those things are true at the same time. It makes the offseason incredibly exciting, and I think we can start to really talk through that coming up here in 20. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
4 Down Territory. Michael Bumpus answers the top 4 football questions of the day.
What have the first 7 games of the season shown you about the Seahawks?
They're low-key deep. I mean, you got Ty Okada out there making plays.
Breakup.
You have Drake Thomas starting now. You got Josh Jobe, who was starting tackles yesterday. Nick Imawari, who's finding himself. Because guys have been hurt, guys have been able to play.
Catch every 4 Down Territory on the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, it's Bob Stelton here, and let me tell you about one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life. That's when I went to K2 Vision for RLE. That's Refractive Lens Exchange. Now, Dr. Kopstein started K2 Vision with Dr. King from King LASIK, the most experienced LASIK surgeon in the Northwest. King LASIK plus K2 Vision equals freedom vision for every stage of life. No glasses, no contacts, readers, or cataracts. Now, if you're somebody that struggles with distance vision and now you always need a pair of reading glasses, K2 Vision RLE could be your perfect permanent solution to spending your good active years not needing reading glasses. And here's the cherry on top: you never develop a cataract. Now, if you're somebody like me that had a pair of readers in every room of the home, in your car, you had to bring them into the restaurant with you. Otherwise, like me, you couldn't read the menu. That has all been rectified thanks to RLE. So whether it's LASIK, EVO ICL, or RLE, trust the most experienced team of doctors to recommend what's best for you. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at K2VisionRLE.com. That's K2VisionRLE.com.
Northwest homeowners, when it comes to your roof, you need a name you can trust. Techline Roofing has proudly served the Seattle area for years, delivering exceptional results and lasting security. Choose Techline Roofing. Your trust is our foundation. Trust Techline.
Dave Wyman here, and after 20 years of living in our home, our window seals started breaking. That's when I called Harley Exteriors. They're huge fans of our teams and regular listeners at the station, but what really sold me was their Olympic Series windows, built right here in Washington, designed for Pacific Northwest homes and climate. That means cooler in the summer, warmer in the winter. They're beautiful windows that last up to 60 years, and they'll help with noise, too. Harley Exteriors knows you've been spending a ton on playoff tickets, so they have a special deal for Seattle sports listeners. No interest and no payments for an entire year. Also, buy one window and get the second one 40% off, and take another $200 off your entire project. They're the friendliest team and so easy to work with. You call the number and the person on the other line asks, "How can I make you smile today?" Just give them a ring and tell them you heard our ad. Call 833-HARLEY. That's 833-HARLEY, or go to HarleyExteriors.com.
Tired of uneven heating, noisy systems, and high energy bills? The Quilt Ductless Heat Pump from Home Comfort Alliance gives you room-by-room control and serious savings with every system, and every system qualifies for max tax credits. Call the Comfort People at HomeComfortAlliance.com.
This is for all you guys on Viagra. ED pills are no longer needed. The
The brutal side effects like 4-hour headaches, blurred vision, and that flush feeling can all be put behind you with our treatment. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. Guys, let me be clear. Pills will never fix your problem. Our equipment is the latest technology, and our medical staff is the best in the industry. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today. It's not just about better health, it's about a better life.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
This is the home of the Seahawks. Going to let one fly deep. Got a man out there. Ball is caught down at the 10-yard line, and it's JSN Seattle Sports.
Eric Johnson here. I spent the past 30 years working to help make our community better informed, better protected when it comes to consumer issues, and better equipped to take on whatever life throws at us. That's why I love the free Washington Accident book series from Davis Law Group. These books keep us better informed about the law, better able to protect ourselves on and off the road, and better off when all is said and done after an accident. Chris Davis didn't have to write these books. He did it because he saw a need. People who were in accidents or other legal situations didn't know what to do, what pictures to take, documents to request. Only a tiny fraction of the people who get these free books will ever become clients of Davis Law Group, but that's not the point. Chris wrote them because it was the right thing to do. The free Washington Accident book series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the road might throw at them. Get yours at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
For over 50 years, they've redefined rock. The spirit lives on. Lifeson celebrate 50 years of Rush 50-something tour, Saturday, October 10th. Climate Pledge Arena. Buy pre-sale tickets for City Card members Friday at 12 p.m. through Sunday at 11:59 p.m. Before the general public on sale Friday, October 31st at 12 p.m. Get tickets at rush.com.
University Reprographics reminds parents 460,000 children are reported missing in our country every year. Please plan with your kids a safe, visible route to and from activities with at least one friend. Coach your kids to stay alert and be aware of their surroundings, and caution your children to never accept gifts or rides from strangers. Best wishes to all our kids from the entire team at University Reprographics. Family owned since 1973. Online at universityrepro.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Yeah, you mentioned it, Brock. Not a full press conference today for the end of the season, but Jerry, Justin, and Dan all going to meet with the media in individual scrums 10 a.m. right after our show is done. And they'll offer some final thoughts on the season, the way it ended, what to expect now, certainly moving forward. The biggest thing I want to hear today is about the health of the pitching staff. And honestly, I am really almost hoping to hear that there are some injuries, small things that can be taken care of, because I think that explains what happened in the postseason, where, frankly, the starting pitching was not what you would have expected it to be.
Gosh, and how much different that postseason could have been if you had a healthy Brian Wu.
Yeah.
Who was your best pitcher? He would have been your game one starter. He'd have, matched up in all of these critical moments. It would have set the table a little bit easier for the rest to fall into line. It could have put Bryce in that bullpen. And what would these that's the real, and it's baseball, and everybody's got injuries, so that's just the reality of it. But it does.
No, it's brutal. I mean,
it's a bit of a reminder of how unbelievably dominant that guy was this season.
And don't you want to find out that, Logan was not 100%, which explains why he wasn't as great as he could be in this season and in the postseason. Jordan Schusterman on with Bump and Stacy yesterday kind of got into that.
But the pitching is a big part of it, too. I mean, that's the part of the window that we're really talking about. And that's the part of the window, especially when we talked about last season feeling like a missed opportunity. That's where it starts to get a little bit more dicey from a health standpoint. But in terms of the position player core and a lot of what they have in place and what they have coming, and they do have more pitching coming, I feel like this is going to be a longer runway. But it is a little bit delicate in that sense. I definitely understand.
I would hope also today we get a little time spent celebrating the season, and for a lot of good reasons. Everything that Cal did, everything that Julio did in the second half, the additions that were made, the way the team came together. There's a lot of positive that should not be, forgotten about just because of the way things ended. And then starting to look forward of what else you're going to do. Angie, I thought, gave a really wonderful view of what this team is capable of and a really positive look at where they're at, as did Jeff Passan. Just to present the other side of it, this was Trevor Plouffe.
I assess that they're going to take a step backwards next year. They're losing some main pieces here that they brought over that really helped their team. Josh Naylor, Eugenio Suarez, guys they went out and got. Those guys are free agents. I think you're going to have to fill a 60-homer, 125 RBI season from Cal Raleigh. It's very hard to duplicate something like that. Look, I know he's a great player, but you have to imagine the numbers are going to come down to earth a little bit. Do you believe in that? Because I do. There's a lot of things they're going to have to figure out, man. I don't see them as a team on an upward trajectory. Do you?
The only thing I would agree with there is that they do have a lot to figure out, but I don't see them on a downward trajectory at all. I would say that there's still a lot of runway for them to continue to grow and get better. But that it's not simple. They don't just roll back out everything the same and everything's fine. I think they've got decisions to make, but I think that they're in actually pretty good shape to make them.
Yeah, and I think a Passan and A&G and those closer to it know what else is brimming. And, the level of prospects that they have, the amount of war they have of players 25 and younger, this pitching. I think that's I get it. I mean, that's an opinion, and Cal to hit 60 home runs again, probably.
There's some truth in it.
Probably difficult.
But I think it's sort of not giving them enough credit for what they're capable of doing here in the offseason.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
All right, Brock, everyone in the NFL seems to be either really into the Seahawks or haven't noticed them yet at all. It seems to be split down the middle. And I'm sure some of that is due to the parity in the league this year. Some of it is, the people just sleep on the Northwest as always. But Sam Darnold is, depending on who you talk to, either playing in relative anonymity here or he's an MVP candidate. Evan Cohen and Chris Canty were talking about that this morning on Unsportsmanlike.
Overreaction or no, Sam Darnold is in the MVP conversation, top 10 in most metrics.
No, I don't think that's an overreaction. I don't believe he's going to win it, but when you're a quarterback of a 5-2 team that's known as a defensive team, and yet you're leading the offense, Jackson Smith and Jigba has been unbelievable at the wide receiver position. Someone has to throw him the ball. Also, does it help him, even though I'm not writing this guy off forever as a competent quarterback, does it help him how bad Geno's been for the Raiders? And wow, look at this decision making. They made a great move, John Schneider and company there in Seattle. I think he's in the MVP conversation for sure.
MVP conversation really is Jackson Smith and Jigba. Put his name in that pot as well. Right, if Saquon Barkley could be in that conversation a year ago for the extraordinary numbers he put up there and how much different they were than the rest of the pack at running back, which ASN is doing a wide receiver. Come on now. Almost 200 yards more than number 2 in the league, on pace for nearly 2,000 yards. He stays on this and stays available. You know who's going to be in the MVP conversation? The greatest in the world.
Crazy.
JSN.
Can you imagine bringing G in after that?
No, actually, no.
I think that might be the end of G appearing on this show. JSN wins the MVP.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Our biggest story in sports this morning, Brock, has nothing to do with any of this. This is what's going on in the NBA, and it could be super ugly. I think the press conference, I don't know if it started or not yet, but the FBI is holding a press conference this morning to discuss multiple arrests, which are all connected to both sports gambling and the mob. Actual
mob ties?
Yes,
this has mob ties.
It does.
Are you serious? Like mob ties?
Chauncey Billups, Terry Rozier, and others all arrested in multiple different issues. Here is Shams on ESPN.
As of last night, I was told the NBA did not have knowledge of these specific arrests. This has been led by the FBI. The FBI made their arrests early this morning. But the NBA has been investigating Terry Rozier, Malik Beasley. Terry Rozier was cleared by the NBA investigators over the last couple years. That's why he's been playing in games. Malik Beasley, a free agent, has not been cleared by the NBA's investigation. That's been ongoing. As of about 15, 20 minutes ago, I was told Malik Beasley was not taken into custody today as part of these gambling investigations and arrests today.
So wait, the NBA cleared Rozier and then the FBI arrested him? That's not a good sign. Right?
And Chauncey's, I think, tied to poker.
Yeah, big poker game. He's an NBA Hall of Famer and a head coach of the Portland Trailblazers. So
the head coach last night for the Blazers.
Well, right, has been. I don't know if he still is. We'll see where that goes.
Do you think this is the tip of the iceberg with all of the gambling going on? Right, these players walk into NBA arenas. It's everywhere. The Clippers arena, I think you can do it from your seat. Like, do we want to believe that these are the only guys that maybe...
Well, I think you know that I don't believe that. And, I don't know whether... I don't know whether I think that it's because of the ease of gambling and how close it is to the players. But I do think that there are a lot of sketchy characters who have an ability to get their hands onto players like that. And if they can blackmail them or whatever the case may be because of things that have happened earlier in their life or on the youth circuit or high school circuit or whatever, none of that surprises me. Kraken back at it tonight. They are in Winnipeg, and that is everything you need to know. 15:15 every hour here on the Brock.
I mean, Shohei didn't know anything that was going on with his interview.
I actually am willing to believe that one. I'm not I'm willing to. I'm not going to argue it. I'm not going to sit here and be like, no way did he know. But I'm willing to believe it.
All right.
I don't know whether I'm, as I said, I'm not betting on it. If you know what I mean. All right.
Whoa.
All right. That's inappropriate. Ticket mouse. All right. Let's take a quick break.
Inappropriate. So
I'm
inappropriate.
going to come right back here and talk about what happens next because the Mariners brass will meet with the media today. And then it's kind of game on for, again, what is now the biggest offseason in team history. It's next on Brock and Salk.
Hawks Live. Touchdown! Presented by the Dining District at the Bellevue Collection. Thursday nights from 7 to 9 p.m. Live from Bellevue Square Center Court. Come on by and join hosts Michael Bumpus and Paul Moyer and a different Seahawks player every week.
This should be fun.
Hawks Live. Thursday nights from 7 to 9 p.m. Exclusively on the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, it's Dr. Coogan with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic, and it's time to make the final push to the end of the year. Do you want to lose weight, improve your health, and have more energy? We have a proven system and a team of health coaches that have helped over 4,000 people in Washington lose up to 10 to 20% of their body weight in just 8 weeks without expensive injections or uncomfortable side effects. No gimmicks, no tricks, no drugs, just teaching you how to become a fat-burning machine and keep it off long-term. Visit eastsideweightlossclinic.com now to schedule your free consultation.
Yeah, it's Mike Salk here. And just like writing that essay back in high school or maybe in college, starting, that can be the hardest part. Well, Eastside Weight Loss Clinic makes it as easy as possible. They helped me lose 35 pounds in just 60 days. A no-pressure, free 15-minute phone consultation. See if it's right for you. And if it is, you got nothing to lose but the weight itself.
Many clients lose 20 to 30 pounds in a month or two, and you can do our program remotely from anywhere you live. Schedule your free consultation at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. That's eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary. At O'Neill Plumbing, we don't just promise to get the job done, we back it up. No travel charge, no show-up fee, no overinflated pricing, and no out-of-town owners. Just clean, fast, and professional each and every day. O'Neill Plumbing.
It's game time, and Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton are lining up with a roster that's built to dominate the field. The gas-powered RAV4, built to power through every drive, rain or shine. Or switch up the play with the hybrid RAV4, versatile, efficient, and always moving the chains. The Tacoma, tough, dependable, and clutch when it counts. And now, taking the field, the all-new 2026 Toyota Tundra, redesigned, powerful, and built for the big moments. Whether you're in the north or the south, Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton have your winning ride. Visit toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
Carpoolers using the SR 167 Express toll lanes now need a Flex Pass set to HOV mode to ride free. That's a change. Having good to go always costs less than pay by mail. That is not a change. Learn more at goodtogo167.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Front Row Card Show is returning to Tacoma. Join them at the Greater Tacoma Convention Center October 25th and 26th. Baseball, football, basketball, and hockey cards, plus collectibles such as Pokemon, Marvel, Star Wars, and comic books. Beckett, CGC, and JSA will be there, so bring your cards, comics, and autographs to sell, trade, or get them graded. More than 400 tables, thousands of dollars in free prizes. Front Row Card Show, Greater Tacoma Convention Center, Saturday and Sunday, October 25th and 26th, 11 to 5. For more info, go to frontrowcardshow.com.
Get rid of stubborn fat and address areas of loose skin with ProSculpt, the simple one-day permanent fat reduction and skin tightening treatment. Book your free consultation at prosculpt.com.
Hey, it's Tim Hunter, former Seattle radio goofball here with 2 words that aren't funny. Prostate cancer. Get your annual checkup. Keep an eye on that PSA number. And if you hear those 2 words like I did, talk to the folks at Swedish Cyberknife. 5 treatments, minimally invasive and technologically advanced over the other options. If you were a friend, and I consider you one, I'd highly recommend Swedish Cyberknife. We are so lucky to have them right here in town. Do your research, but definitely visit swedish.org/cyberknife prostate.
Dave Wyman here, and we've been fortunate to hear from 2 Swedish Cyberknife patients this year, Andy Ryder and Tim Hunter. Both heard about Cyberknife from our radio ads and completed successful treatment, raving about their experiences. Tim was impressed that treatment only took 5 days. Andy hosted a large international delegation the week after his treatment. If you, a friend, or a family member is diagnosed with prostate cancer, consider treatment with Swedish Cyberknife here in Seattle. Go to swedish.org/cyberknife prostate.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, what comes next, Brock, for these Mariners? I think there's a lot of great questions to be asked, and ultimately, I think they are in great shape. Ultimately, I do believe in what Jeff Passan said, that this is more of a beginning than it is an ending, but I also will say very clearly that they can't just run it back just because of the way free agency works. And it's not just like, okay, we're all ready. Let's just get going for next year with this same group. You got major decisions to make with Polanco, who's going to be a free agent, with Naylor and Gino, who are both free agents. And then you've got other questions about young players and who you want to, believe in right away and who you think maybe still needs more season. Like, there's some real questions that need to be asked. Yep. And I think that they've got a lot of good potential answers to those questions. So I'm not saying question like, they're in trouble because they don't know, like, they just have decisions to make.
It is fairly remarkable how seemingly every year, if people want like a freezing cold take from us, like every year, this is the biggest offseason. Oh, it's a big offseason.
Yeah,
this is a big offseason. Oh, this is a big offseason, like every offseason. But I do think that there's a little more meat on the bones, what Ryan Divish was saying yesterday on Foul Territory about, now it's time to get uncomfortable. And he had been saying that. I think a lot of people have been saying that for some years.
Mm-hmm.
But when you are maybe one swing away from a World Series, right? It's kind of like the trade deadline. Like, hey, man, this team has shown you, right, that they're there, that they just need a little more wind in the sails, and they add the wind to the sails and have done that when the time has come. I'm kind of curious if in totality of this season now, revenue created from this season, right, profit sharing from the playoffs in consideration, like the things that now give you an opportunity to put even more wind into the sails, that being the budget this offseason as well.
Well, the major decisions I think we know about, Brock. We know that they've got to make some decisions. Josh Naylor would be number one, but let's just all assume they sign him just for the sake of this conversation, because otherwise we'll just spend all day talking about how they need to sign Josh Naylor again and again and again. We all agree. That's number one.
Yep.
But then you have, all right, what do you want to do at second base? You believe in Cole Young? Is that
so? You don't think Jorge is going to pick up his $8 million player option? You think?
I don't think so. I think after the season he had, I think Jorge might want to explore what else is available to him.
All right, just want to clarify.
Do you want to re-sign Jorge at $15 million a year for the next 3 years? I think that's going to be a really tough sell. Right? Like,
is your DH?
Maybe. I think I gotta be real careful though on whether or not I want the next 3 seasons of Jorge Polanco. I'm not saying no, but at that price,
a switch hitting DH that's a bat to ball guy, one of the better ones in your lineup, one of your most clutch hitters. Yeah, I think you the struggles you've had at DH and filling that role over the last few years, I would not hate that. I would not hate that.
There's another fun DH name out there. I don't know if they do it, but man, it would be fun.
Pete Alonso?
Kyle Schwarber. I mean, you're talking about a guy who's probably going to finish second in MVP voting. He is going to be a DH, and I don't know if the Mariners would decide to give all that money to a guy who's only going to be a DH, but man, he'd be fun.
I mean, that's the thing about the Polanco decision, Brock, is if you want to talk about getting uncomfortable and, like, within reason, would you rather spend $15 a year for the next 3 years of Jorge Polanco, or would you rather try to go truly all in and bring in Kyle Schwarber? And then you say, all right, we're going to save money at second base with Cole Young. We're going to save money at third base with Williamson. We're going to not do anything major in right field, but we're going to have Kyle Schwarber and Josh Naylor in the middle of this lineup, like to go with Cal and Julio and Randy. I mean, like, there's a lot of different ways to do it. Here is Robert Flores and Cliff Floyd talking through what they think the Mariners could do.
I'm going to say they need to add more contact.
That's fair.
They were so reliant on the home run throughout the season, and I think we saw that kind of come back to bite them a little bit in the postseason. I think it's very difficult. I mean, home runs are the currency of the postseason, but look at what the Blue Jays are doing and what the Blue Jays did to them.
Yeah, well, I like that. I like manufacturing, but when you watch the game and you see a slug everywhere, you're like, well, maybe you buy into what you see. Yeah, I don't think you can give up what you have from a rotation standpoint and that window closed without adding infield slug or infield some version of giving you what Naylor's bring or giving you what Suarez can bring you. So you have to upgrade there. If it's Josh Naylor, then you have to find a slugger or, that's qualified to play third.
There are, you bring up one name, Lyle. There's probably 4 huge names, maybe I'm missing one, that would be available potentially this offseason in free agency. Talking about Alex Bregman at third base, your guy, Kyle Tucker in right field. You mentioned Schwarber, who's at this point more of a DH, and Pete Alonso at first base /DH. Those are really the big 4. Am I missing anybody that you would put into that same category as being like an enormous potential free agent? You go big and splurge, and that's what you want to do?
Do you count Bo Bichette?
Yeah, I would count Bo Bichette. I'm pretty interested in Bo Bichette because I think shortstop is another one of these conversations. I think that's one of, it might not be top of mind because JP's held it down for so long, but he's entering the last year of his deal. Could Colt Emerson at that point become a third baseman or second, or does Bo Bichette end up as a second baseman or third baseman?
That's more what I think.
All right.
Bichette, just because his shortstop defense is not great.
Right. Okay. But I think that's a very real conversation. Don't you?
I'd be intrigued.
I don't know why you wouldn't be. Now, I don't know how much money he's going to get with the injuries and this and that. We'll see what he does. He's going to play in the World Series. Yeah. All right. So those 5. Brock, if I could tell you could have one of those 5 guys, who would it be?
Probably Tucker. the right field thing and the outfield thing. Randy's kind of boom or bust for me, and it's always felt that way. And it was unfortunately not a lot there of contributions and big moments down the stretch. So if I could, solidify, and there's a bunch of young infield pieces, right? And I think you may have a young future DH in Laz if he can cut down some of those strikeouts. But yeah, I think a Kyle Tucker playing right field for you with his defense.
What do you think, Lyle?
That's a great answer, Brock. I got to tell you, that is a great answer.
You're welcome.
Look how happy Lyle is.
Well, you get me on the right topic, I can perk up. Yeah, what would my choice be? It's really tough to say.
I would also say that, maybe in years past, truly, and this kind of circles back to the start of this conversation of maybe get a little uncomfortable. You also, I think, are way more attractive to free agents now than you have ever been. The success that you had, that stadium you had, the narrative out there, the exposure that you've had, the vibes that Josh Naylor felt of how much he loved this place, how much he loves actually hitting in T-Mobile. I think where maybe a Tucker or a Bregman or some of these guys were just and you had Intel Salk 3, 4, 5 years ago. Like, guys ain't coming here. It's too far. It's a tough place to hit. I don't know. Did Cal hit 60 freaking home runs and a ton of them in this park?
It may change some of that narrative.
I think is it an instantaneous flip the switch and all of a sudden you become the place to be? No, Seattle's a long ways. And the weather here is still difficult, and the stadium effects are still real.
Yep.
But as far as at least kneecapping some of that perception, I would hope this run would help.
You guys are probably right on Kyle Tucker as being you're right, Brock, on all that. You guys are probably right on Kyle Tucker. If I have my choice of those 5, he's probably the guy just because of the age, the varied skill set, everything he can do. He's just the best player on
I know
list.
You'd love the piss and vinegar at the corner of Bregman and Naylor.
I really would.
At the corner of Royal Brougham and Edgar Martinez, like at the corner of Naylor and Bregman?
Yeah. Yeah, I'd really like Alex Bregman. You say you want contact. Bregman brings some of that. He brings championship experience. He brings the exact same kind of attitude that Naylor does. Man,
he just strikes me as really wound tight.
Yeah,
in every way, which is
I'm
great.
In.
But physically too, hasn't he had some issues the last
He's had some injuries.
Years?
There's no doubt. But does that keep the price at a reasonable level? You're not going to have to pay as much for Alex Bregman as you do for Kyle Tucker. And I would assume that the market for him is not nearly as strong. For whatever reason, I'd be surprised if Kyle Tucker comes here. That doesn't make any sense to me. Maybe it does. That'd be awesome. But I'm not going to sit here and pine for something that does not feel likely in any way. I know Bregman's, there's a lot of reasons to think that's unlikely as well. It's a Boris client, but
Is Farmello your only top 10 outfield prospect? Aren't most of them Arroyo? I know technically Laz plays right field, but he's going to be in a major league DH. Emerson, your pitchers, right? I think he's your only, am I wrong on that? I think he's your only real bona fide Ty Pete. I don't know where he's playing now and where he is.
He's a ways off, though. Anyway.
He's a ways off, yes.
Let's not put him in that same category yet. Yes. And Farmello, unfortunately, just had the injuries, which kind of derailed the early part of the career.
But he's coming.
They don't have nearly the same amount of outfield as they do infield. No, you're right. Yes. That's a part of it as well, and that's a feather in the Kyle Tucker cap, if that's a direction you want to go.
Tell you what else too, man, and a high
about
priority
that personality, man.
And Divish has made this comment. I think when he joined Bump and Stacy the day after, he talked about it. And as much as we talk about Woo, and there's all of these, right? I mean, this is when you're this close to getting there, and it is just a whisker, right? All of these things come into play. What if you had gotten Durant at the trade deadline?
Yep.
Right? I mean, how much different would that postseason and these leverage moments have looked if you could have? And, is that going to be a focal point of this offseason? That, man, when you are that close, you do realize how important
and you've got two pitchers coming, Brock. You got a couple of young guys in Saintcha and Sloan and who am I missing? Kate Anderson. that maybe you are in a position now to start thinking about how you want to handle your pitching staff and whether or not there's room to move on from one of those guys in order to bring something back to solve a problem somewhere else.
I can appreciate a differing opinion like Trevor Floof, but it's you just peel. Did I say that right?
That'd be Ploof.
Ploof? What did I say? Floof?
It's not
Fluff?
Floof. No.
Floof?
It's not.
Ploof? I get Ploof? Is it Ploof? What is it? I want to get the man's name right.
It's Ploof with a P.
Is it Matt, Mark, Mike?
Right.
Mike Salk, yes. So Ploof, I can appreciate a differing and contrarian opinion. I've worked with a guy that's had a lot of them through a lot of years, but I don't know if he was engaging in this conversation and realizing like, I didn't know they had that coming. I didn't know they had that coming.
I'm sure he doesn't.
I didn't know they had those kind of flexibilities and some,
but there are you've got to determine whether or not you're willing to go with those guys. Like, it's great to say you've got Cole Young coming and you've got Ben Williamson. Like, do you trust them to hand them a job and say, no, we're not going to go out and get Bo Bichette because we truly believe that Cole Young and Williamson or Emerson are going to be ready?
That's going to be a big question too. Young and Williamson, versus Polanco and Suarez. I think Polanco especially is, maybe the most difficult one to kind of figure out. Whereas Naylor, I think you see the fit. Either they will find a way to make it work or not. Suarez and Polanco, it's a little bit easier to see them moving on based on what they have coming.
That's Jordan Schusterman, who was on yesterday with Bump and Stacy. And, those are the ones that are always a little interesting to me because you hear from so many people, well, don't be cheap. So if you go with Cole Young, are you being cheap? When the Blue Jays go with
game, right?
Right, or when the Blue Jays go with Addison Barger, are they being cheap? Or are they trusting one of their young players? Mm-hmm. So, to me, you've got to find a way to have a combination. I do think you've got to bring in some more from the outside, especially if Polanco ends up walking. And if Gino ends up walking, both things would not surprise me. Yeah, I do think there should be a conversation about all 5 of those free agents we just mentioned, because I could write you a script in which every one of them ends up fitting very well on this Mariner team. Mm-hmm. But you also have to understand that there's a reason you built this farm system, and you do need to find ways to
got to give them runway.
You got to give them some opportunities for it. So very curious to see how all of that works. This conversation is just starting. It is going to be a heck of an off season. Right now, some Blue 88.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88, powered by Xfinity.
We're going to go red, right, tight, close, sprint left, G, U corner, halfback, flat, on one. Ready?
Brock Heward tackles 3 football questions as only he can.
Blue 88.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, we sort of touched on it yesterday, Brock, but can you bring a little bit more understanding and context to this Russell Wilson, Sean Payton back and forth that happened?
Yeah, as you would imagine, it's kind of a big topic in the Denver market because Russell Wilson tweeted out Sean Payton after the game, at the podium after the game against the Giants, told a little anecdote about how, I started with the Giants and Tish and Mara family, and I told Mara that it'd be really neat if, you would have started Jackson later in the season than against us. And obviously, Russell felt like that was a direct shot at him. And for the first time in Russell Wilson's lifetime in the NFL, he decided to, I'm going to forget the address to the high road, and I'm going to go at the jugular. Mm-hmm. And he went right at the jugular of Sean Payton, and 43 million views later.
And what did Russ say?
He said classless, but not surprised. Didn't realize you're still bounty hunting 15 plus years later through the media. Hashtag let's ride.
Wow.
Yeah, these two genuinely can't stand each other. And what's amazing is when Russ tried to run Pete out of Seattle, who did he want to be the head coach of the Seahawks?
As we said before, Russ, not a great judge of talent.
Complicated figure, this Russell Wilson. Complicated figure. So that's been the back and forth. Sean Payton got to the podium yesterday, and obviously the first question he was asked was about it, and he was like, I didn't even think about Russell. It was a compliment to Jackson. I guess I could see where Russell took it that way, but trust me, I didn't even think about Russell. It was all about Jackson Dart. Just a beautiful beef back and forth. So my mind goes here, Salk. I don't know where your mind goes amidst all of it. My mind goes to why. Why did Russ break such character? Mm-hmm. Why did Russ, after 15 years in the league, why did he feel the need to do that? And I think it's because he wants to be in the Hall of Fame. And I think he finally said enough. Enough of everybody mocking me, enough of everybody making fun of me, enough of everybody, calling out some of my insanity. You know what? When I get a shot to finally fire back, I'm going to fire back. And, Sean Payton, to a lot of people, is a questionable character guy. And I think to Russell, and when he absolutely undressed him on national TV on Thanksgiving weekend, I'm not going to let him do that again. And I'm going to start fighting for myself, fighting for my brand, fighting for what I did accomplish in this league that for a decade, sorry, Joel, he was really good for a decade here in Seattle.
Well, that's disappointing to hear. I was finally going to be like, hey, way to go, Russ. Good for you.
That's my perception. I don't know why do you think he finally flushed down the address to the high road?
Because in his view, the other guy went there first. I think. I don't know. Or maybe he just lost his composure. I don't know. I actually listened to the Peyton comments, and I kind of agreed with what Sean said. I was not convinced that he was even talking about Russ to begin with, honestly. Right. And I know I'm usually the more skeptical one, Brock. I don't know. I'll play it for you. I didn't. Well, no, that's the later comments. Hold on. Do we have the original comments, Maura?
They're buried deep somewhere.
Yeah, we have a lot of sound in
All right,
there.
hold on. Let me see if I have this here. I know I have the new comments from Peyton.
You don't think...
Here you go. Here are the original ones.
I have a ton of respect for that organization. I spent 4 of my early years there coordinating Super Bowl, first game in this stadium before 9/11, close with the Mayor Tisch family. And, they found a little spark with that quarterback. I was talking to John Mayer not too long ago, and I said we were hoping that change would have happened long after our game.
I don't know. I really don't hear that as a shot. I really don't. Really? The kid
have
just
you
beat
met
him.
Sean Payton?
Or nearly beat
Sean
him.
Payton
Do
before?
you know of Sean Payton's
I know.
You have to take his history. I mean, Joel Klatt yesterday was like, he knew what he was
Do you know that he looked over at the other sidelines for 3 hours? Do you know that he was disgusted in warm-ups looking at Russell Wilson? Do you not think he was in his mind as he goes there?
All right, you're right.
1,000%.
All right. You convinced me.
Thanks.
You convinced me. Question number 2. Mostly convinced me. Give me a couple of, biggest case studies by the Seahawks staff, Brock, as they go into self-scouting mode this week. What are they looking at?
Yeah, I think it is digging into, first and foremost, their run game.
I hope
that has been choppy, to say the least. I think that week 2 preseason game against the Chiefs was a little bit of a reminder to all of us that next preseason, if they have a 200-yard rushing day, maybe to slow our roll, because the preseason is not the regular season and not even close, and it's not predictive. And we wanted to believe, oh my gosh, look at the machine that is the Seahawk run game, and they're just going to mow people down. And it's really hard to run the ball in the NFL. That's the other thing. Go look at Salk any given weekend, 10, 12 games now with teams that have bye. Go look at those. And how many of those 26 teams that play don't get close to 100 yards? It's hard to run the ball consistently. But they've got to figure out why, and what their best practice is. Is it their outside zone? Is it some of their inside zone? Is it some of their trap and power? What are we doing best? What are these numbers as we spit it out and really look at it? And then ultimately, what have been the culprits? And I think, unfortunately, right guard is still a fairly significant culprit in a lot of things they do. Bradford is the one guy on there that doesn't move quite like the other 4. And, I don't expect change, but I also hear that Christian Haynes is coming back after this bye as well, that he and Oots will both start practicing, and we'll just kind of have to keep an eye on that one. And the other one is tied directly to that, because when you don't run it consistently, you don't get real manageable third downs. In the last 2 weeks, the third downs, that's not sustainable football, man. 1 of 11, 2 of 15. You're not going to win a lot of games consistently, and certainly big games in the NFL with that kind of efficiency. So I think digging into those 2 things offensively will be a fairly deep and really important case study.
All right, question number 3. Brock, who's going to be the next Seahawk in the Hall of Fame?
Yeah, let's talk about this.
Okay.
Let's talk about
What are
this.
the options?
So Marshawn made the list. They cut down from 136 to 52 guys. So he makes that list as he did a year ago, right? Earl Thomas is on the list for the first time. Do you want to get Earl on? He'll make the case for himself. Should we try to reach out to his people?
I'm okay at the moment. I'm okay at the moment.
It'd be kind of fun to get Earl on. I hear he's built back a lot of bridges.
Okay.
Done some amazing stuff here. So, Earl's first timer not going to happen. Cam's on there. Marshawn is on there. He makes the list down to the 52. Who's going to be the first? I think Bobby Wagner is going to be the first one of that whole LOB era. I understand that. So he's still 5 years away. I don't see Marshawn getting in. Frank Gore now is on the list as a running back as well. I think Gore's going to get on before Marshawn. Right, wrong, and different. The numbers are unbelievably compelling.
Right.
In the longevity of doing so. It's hard for safeties. It's hard for corners.
Yeah.
I would think Richard would be also, I'd probably say Richard. But corner's not easy to do. Safety's not easy to do. Right?
Where's Richard
running
on the
back?
list?
Not easy to do.
Shouldn't he be on the list of options by now?
Yes. Isn't he 5 years out of the league?
I would think.
5 years out of the league?
It seems like he would be.
You think so?
I don't know, man. I would have no problems voting for Marshawn Lynch. My criteria for Hall of Fame is always going to be, were you one of the best players at your position at that time? That's the extent of my Hall of Fame criteria. Marshawn Lynch, the Hall of Famer. To me, he was one of the best running backs in the game during that time. I don't care what the numbers say. Don't care. Frank Gore was too. It's not a shot at Frank Gore. He's a really good player also, but Marshawn Lynch, the Hall of Famer. The day he's eligible for it, I'd be voting for Marshawn Lynch. Premier running back during his time, won a Super Bowl, it's not even just what he did on the field, just the whole Marshawn Lynch experience. To me, is Hall of Fame worthy. He would be my first vote of anybody eligible for that team.
Also fear, and I understand that. I do also fear that the way he treated a lot of the media,
maybe
plays a role in some of that.
Yeah, and
whether
maybe
you like it or not, they're human beings with their
own
own biases. That's right.
Yep,
that's right.
For whatever reason, people seem to be pretty willing to forgive Marshawn, though. That is today's Blue 88, 7:45 every day here on the Brock and
A
Salk
lot of
Show.
confusion with Need to Know and
I know.
88
I'm
lately.
sorry.
You okay?
I get it. It's muscle memory, Brock. It's just a muscle memory thing, which is why I'll get out of the way. We'll just let the people.
You're going to make me do that on Monday, by the way? You're going to make me have to fly the ship on Monday? Is
Not
that right?
making you do anything. I'm taking a day off for the first time in 3 months. Yeah. What are you doing tomorrow?
I got a snowstorm I got to deal with tonight, buddy. I got a Thursday Night Valor football game across the mountains.
The bitty snow.
Well, we get to here's the thing, so you can shut up, please.
You're the one who distracted me. It's next on Brock and Salk.
Sean Payton is a bully.
Bump and Stacy.
He went out, tried to bully Russell Wilson on the low.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
I don't care how you feel about Russell Wilson. I think that Sean Payton, he saw an opportunity to take shots at a guy that he felt like wasn't going to say anything back to him. I've heard that he's a decent guy, but in that moment, that was some bully activity right there. Russell, I'm proud of you. Clap back at him and called out some facts, too. So I'm proud of Russell in that moment.
Only on Seattle Sports on 710. Seattle Sports on YouTube and the Seattle Sports app.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
The birth of the American supercar is roaring into LeMay, America's Car Museum, October 25th. Curated by racing legend Steve Saleen, this high-octane exhibition features icons like Hennessy, Shelby, Zinger, and more. Don't miss it. Visit americascarmuseum.org.
For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto Repair has been the one locals trust for fast, friendly service with guaranteed repairs. With 16 family-owned locations and a Carfax preferred badge, Bucky's makes it easy with same-day service and available financing. Visit buckys.com.
This Breast Cancer Awareness Month, choose care that puts you first. At Snoqualmie Valley Health, you won't wait weeks for a mammogram. Appointments are available now, just 30 minutes east of Seattle. Experience the difference with advanced 3D mammography and our new Breast Health Suite, designed for accuracy, comfort, and peace of mind. If you're 40 and older, yearly screenings are recommended, and no referral is needed if you haven't had a mammogram in the past year. Don't wait. Detect early. Schedule today at snoqualmievalleyhealth.org.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Every time I turn around, my friends at Pure Talk give me one more reason to feel good about switching. This month, for instance, they're supporting Canines for Warriors, a terrific organization that trains rescue dogs and then pairs them up with combat veterans struggling with PTSD. The result? They're saving lives on both ends of the leash. This is why I switched to Pure Talk. I like being in business with an American wireless company who shares my values. Yeah, I appreciate unlimited talk, text, and plenty of 5G data for just $25 a month, and I bet you will too. But I think you'll really appreciate doing business with a company who gives back to the men and women who volunteered to defend our country. Just dial pound 250, say micro. With Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team, you can switch in as little as 10 minutes. Again, dial pound 250, say micro, to switch to an American wireless company who actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get his freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Let's see, Daniel Jeremiah coming up at 9:30 this morning. We get into some real football conversation with him. Every Thursday at 8 o'clock, though, we like to see what you guys have been saying on our app. We use a little button on there where you can leave us a voice message, and we call it Here's the Thing.
Brock Heward doesn't just hate one kid.
I am so disappointed in Michael Salk.
You don't know what you're talking about. You're mindless. Love you, bye.
It's time for Brock and Salk's Here's the Thing.
Okay, here's the thing.
All right, Brock, let's see what the people have for us today. We'll start with Spencer.
Here's the thing. You have to give Salk credit for being consistent with the Salk doctrine. You can't run the ball if you don't run the ball.
It's true.
After all, a run in a football game is called a rush attempt. And the doctrine goes that you can't expect to succeed at your rush goal without lots of attempts. And look at Salk applying that to his own life. He has his own rush goal. And he's attempted to buy tickets early and often. Because after all, you can't expect to see rush if you don't attempt to see rush a lot. That's true. It's just the Salk doctrine at work.
Yep. Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate that.
How's that pursuit going?
So far, so good. I got some thoughts.
Does Heather know about this?
Yeah. She supports it.
She knows you bought tickets in every venue?
Just 2. Just 2 venues. Here's Russell.
on, What a heck of a-
What was that, more? What?
Come on, you're trying for Seattle, though, still.
Well, no, that'll be a third, but then I'll sell Chicago.
What a heck of a year. This feels a lot like the Houston Astros of about a decade ago. We are about to go on a serious run, and I couldn't be more excited.
Oh, that's nice. Russell, appreciate that one. Here's Taylor.
All right, new segment, Lyle Unleashed. Let him cook. We need to hear the voice of the people. My boy Lyle. Let's go. Give him a mic, baby. Let's hear it.
Lyle, do you need to be unleashed?
I mean, it doesn't take much.
Wouldn't your mom think of all those wet clothes of you standing in the shower? And what
Does
did
your
you
mom
with
do your
those?
laundry for you?
No.
Lyle?
What do you mean? Why are you shaking your head at me? Does she fold your laundry
No.
for you?
Also,
Okay, I'm
no.
just checking. Was she happy about the wet clothes in the shower?
I don't know.
Unleashed. What do you mean, Lyle Unleashed? You can't get more than 2 words out of him these days.
Do you like that? Do you like that, Taylor? That sound good to you? That sound like a good news
That's
segment?
Lyle Unleashed. It's like Jim Tom Sula. Here's Patrick.
So many emotions coming through right now. I just want the team to know that as a lifelong Mariner fan, I am so proud and cannot wait for next season. I love the Mariners.
Great. I think there's a lot of that out there, Brock, and for good reason. It was an awesome season. And I think there's going to be a lot of opportunity to recognize a lot of the fun things. I got some conversations, I think, to start probably more next week, both in terms of looking back at the season that was, but also kind of starting to think forward about the next season as well. It's not always going to be 7th inning, 7th inning, 7th inning.
Oh, no, it won't.
No, but you got a couple days
take a lot of
of
sick
talking
days.
through how the whole thing ended,
Yeah,
and
a
then
lot
you
of
move
sick
forward to
days
the
for that.
future. Here's Adam.
Here's the thing. Hi, my name's Joel Jerkface Klatt. And Seattle, I know you all just had your collective hearts ripped out of your tailpipe, but remember the time the Seahawks lost the Super Bowl by throwing a pick at the 1-yard line? Remember? Good God, jeez.
Joel takes a lot of grief.
Was that a Napoleon Dynamite? Eat the ham, Tina.
Here's Shay.
Hey guys, it's Shay from Los Angeles, and it's the morning after. It's tough. But I will put a positive spin on it. One of the gifts that the Mariners waited to give me over my long life was to reconnect with all my friends, my family that are Mariner fans. And me being down in Los Angeles, it's been tough. And a couple of us have moved down from Seattle. And for the 6-10 of us all to get on a group chat and just start spouting off about whatever's going on during the game, but also like connecting on other things, the Mariners gave us that. The Mariners gave us hope, and the Mariners made me a diehard again. So you know what? Next year, might as well go win the whole freaking thing.
Yeah, that was sort of part of what I was saying, I think, yesterday, Brock, that there was an element of just bringing some people back. I think maybe I used the word fun and you didn't agree necessarily, but maybe just that recommitment.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep. That's a great message. From
Reinvestment.
That's really cool. Yep. And it does, man. Baseball brings you together. So many conversations, and you have time during games, right? And the agony of it, and the stress of it, and the angst of it all. It's not basketball back and forth and a play clock. I know there's a pitch clock now, but it does. It gives you the opportunity, as Shay said, to really build community. And cool that he rebuilt his with a bunch of his old buddies.
Here's Mike.
So at the trade deadline, just missing out on the relief pitcher that went to Philadelphia, Haran. How big does that loom now on these? I think if we would have had him, it would have just set the series off for an extra arm to go to, and we'd probably be playing in the World Series. Thank you, Mike.
Thanks, Mike.
Thanks for leaving the name at the end. Can't argue.
Nope.
Can't
I
argue.
thought they had that deal done.
Yeah, they wanted it.
Truly, Jeff Passan back at the trade deadline, a guy that takes a lot of pride in breaking stories and doing everything, was that blindsided him because he thought the deal was done.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the people inside the Mariner organization thought it was too. And What are you going to do? Sometimes a team chooses another package instead of the one that you're offering. Here is TP.
Don't hang your heads, boys. Remember Los Marineros. Queremos los Marineros. Los Marineros. Queremos los Marineros. We will see you in the spring. Back to blue. Mariners.
I like it.
Yeah, I like it too.
He's trying to play my La Bamba heartstrings.
Yeah, that's like the big Cuban song, right?
Guantanamera.
Guantanamera. Yeah.
I like the Wyclef version.
The Wyclef version of it is awesome, by the way. Yes, it's really good.
Not my Richie.
You're obsessed with that. Here's Ben Hamim.
Here's the thing. I am a deeply saddened, mourning member of the Mariner fan base, like so many out there, and I'm going through the stages of grief. But there is one tiny glimmer of relief in the middle of all that, and that is because the run's over, I feel like I can finally say what's been on my mind so much of this time, and that is Mr. Rager is a terrible
song.
Team anthem for a stadium during a playoff run.
Totally.
Slow, lack of dynamic, difficult to sing in a group setting.
Yep.
We can do better next year. I believe in us. Thanks.
I'm kind of blaming JP for how it all went down.
That is really well said, Benjamin.
Yeah. Thank you, Benjamin. I appreciate the guts to go out and say that. I mean, it would have been gutsier if you'd done it earlier.
Yeah, but you don't want to offend the players. It's their thing. Go for it. But after the fact, that was a really ugly
According
dress.
to Mike McDonald, I don't have a problem with that at all.
Do you like my dress? No. Yeah, it's beautiful. Don't ever wear it again.
Next. Finish up with Kevin.
This is a question for Miss Mora Pringle Fingers Dooley. In the spirit of Halloween rapidly approaching, if Brock, Salk, and Lyle were all in a saw trap and you had to choose one to save to be your co-host, who would it be? Bonus points if you could think of a trap that would send the other two to their demise.
Wow, that's dark.
Very. I've never seen a Saw movie, so I'm not sure I really know what
I actually
all that
haven't
means.
either. Like, I know what they are about, but I don't want to.
Answer the question.
Who are you going to save, Maura? Who do you
Answer the
want?
question.
If you're going to take over the show, who are you going to
I
save
want any
to
of you
be?
to die.
Maura, answer the question.
Maura, who are you going to save?
This show starts really early, and Salk sometimes brings me coffee.
Yep.
So.
It's Salk.
That's my
We all know it. Lyle and I know it. When I got to lead the show, it's misery for you. You hate it. I ask
No,
you for
it's
things over and over and over again.
Salvation!
Yep. Lyle,
Salvation!
you and I are goners, buddy.
Why don't you write an article about that, Jim Moore? We'll be right back with everything you need to know next.
Wyman and Bob.
It's going to take a bit for this team, I think, to get past this moment.
Every afternoon at 2.
To be that close. You were just steps away, and you came up short. Some of them sat in that dugout and watched the Jays out there celebrating, and they're going to use that as fuel.
You're never going to be happy unless you win the last game, right?
Yeah,
but
somebody's always going home disappointed, and hopefully it's the Blue Jays.
Yeah, that'll be easy to root for the Dodgers.
Plus, they've got my favorite non-Mariner, Mookie
That's
Betts.
right, Mookie.
Love Mookie.
Only on Seattle Sports and Seattle Sports on YouTube.
The fall is a great time. For some, it's pumpkin spice. For some, it's baseball playoffs. For some, it's football. And for some, it's, even a better time to reset your workouts on new stuff. And Top Fitness got some great deals going on right now. I've told you all for decades that working out in your own home gym, especially as the weather turns in the Northwest, when it's dark and it's rainy and it's damp, working out in your own home gym is the best. And from flooring to everything that goes in that gym, treadmills, elliptical, strength training systems, my friends at Top Fitness, they've got it all. They represent the best brands available too, like Washington's own Precor, the company that created the elliptical, and Inspire Fitness, the leader in strength training machines, along with many others. Here's the deal. You give Top Fitness your room dimensions, whatever they are, and they'll do a complete fitness room design. And you'll get 0% interest financing, and mention you heard it from me, and they'll take an additional $100 off any new treadmill or home gym. No secret why everyone from personal trainers to pro athletes love Top Fitness. Locations in Tukwila, Linwood, and Bellevue, or visit topfitness.com for more info. That's Top Fitness, your best place for home fitness equipment.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Stacey Rost here from Seattle Sports. Ladies and gentlemen, this is for you too. Stubborn fat is really hard to get rid of. And then there's all those gimmicky lasers, fat freezing methods, prescriptions. But imagine a simple solution that takes just one day and provides immediate, noticeable results. Introducing ProSculpt. ProSculpt uses air-assisted technology that's safe and gentle, yet powerful, delivering instant fat-reducing and skin-tightening results. Performed by board-certified plastic surgeons while fully awake, ProSculpt contours your body with minimal downtime. It's designed to target problem areas: waistline, face, neck, arms, thighs. ProSculpt gently removes unwanted fat and tightens loose skin with FDA-cleared plasma technology, all in a simple, guaranteed one-day procedure. ProSculpt is one and done. For your free consultation and $250 off, visit ProSculpt.com for powerful permanent fat removal and skin tightening that works for ladies and you men. It's ProSculpt.com.
Ward C. Moeller and Associates remind listeners we lose an average of 37 people every day to alcohol-related crashes and many more to distracted driving. Make an agreement with your loved ones to never drive under the influence of alcohol or drugs, text behind the wheel, or ride with a driver who is. Always designate a sober driver or take a ride share for a safe ride home. Here's to a sober and text-free commute from the entire team at Ward C. Moeller and Associates. Family-owned since 1955, providing top-quality services for all your land surveying needs.
Want more Seahawks content? Join me, G. Scott, on The Reset. New episodes of the podcast every Monday and Thursday on YouTube or on the Seattle Sports app.
New siding doesn't have to break the bank. We offer affordable options that add value and protection to your home. This is Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. And while we're at it, ask about our roofing, windows, decking, and gutter services for even more savings. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule your free siding inspection. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
State Roofing, the last roof you'll ever need.
As a quarterback, you cannot run a winning play with a messy playbook. And most companies' data, well, it's a mess. AI is changing the game, but if your data is scattered, you're stuck on the sidelines. Brock Heward here, and this is where my friends at Marquee Data come in. They get your data in shape, clean, connected, ready to perform, so you can finally put AI to work for your business. Whether sales, finance, or operations, every smart move starts with the right data. So head to mydataqb.com to draw up your game-winning data play today. That's Marquee Data or mydataqb.com.
You're losing your hair, and you simply need a solution that works. You want the best. Modern technology, top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need world-class Dr. Perungo and his team at Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair has completely redefined hair restoration, from the experience itself to their unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair, maybe all three like I had. Get your hair back with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment that begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. And get this, Advanced Hair is once again the winner of the 425 Business of the Year. For your free consultation, call 425-449-8185. Right now, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with the team that redefined hair restoration. That's 425-449-8185. Or for the before and afters, visit advancedhair.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know.
A
first.
All right, no big end of the season press conference, but Jerry and Justin and Dan are going to meet with the media today, 10 o'clock right after the show ends, and they'll offer some final thoughts on the season, Brock, and the way it ended. I've said a few times, I really would like to hear about what's going on with some of the arms and whether or not there were some injuries. Angie kind of made reference to it yesterday without getting into specifics. Hopefully there is some of that and explain some of the challenges that they had in the rotation down the stretch and especially in the postseason. Starting to look forward as well. What comes next? And number one, according to every one of us, and throw Angie on that list as well, re-sign Josh Naylor.
I saw this team evolve over the course of the season, and I don't want to put more pressure on the Mariners front office than there's already there to sign Josh Naylor. But I saw him as really when this team took off. I mean, yes, Gino was there, and the two of them made an impact. But I have never seen one person have a bigger impact on the way a team plays.
Cosign. I think all of us on this show unit would absolutely want to see that deal get done. You see also a little news here, Salky. 3 Mariners finalists for Silver Slugger Awards.
Yep.
Should not be a surprise. Julio is on that list. Probably not going to win that. I think Aaron Judge probably going to win it. Jorge Polanco was on that list.
Or is it center field?
Outfield.
It's just outfield? Okay,
it's just
never
outfielders. Mind. Yeah, probably not. Not going to happen.
It feels like Judge
Jorge.
On that one.
Jorge on there. He is on there with Jazz Chisholm and Brandon Lowe.
Yep.
Lowe. And then, Cal Raleigh's going to win that one.
You think so?
I would think Shea Langoliers and Salvador Perez would both say, yeah, Cal, I think you probably got this one.
They're also up for AL Team of the Year, which I didn't know was a thing. But, I mean, certainly have to be right there in the running, you would think.
What's that even mean?
I don't know. I've never heard that before.
That sounds very silly.
I kind of like it. They're going to be the AL Team of the Year. It feels more like an ESPY.
Did you win the pennant? Did not win the pennant.
We're the AL.
The team that won the pennant, are they the AL Team of the Year? Maybe. They are not the AL Team of the Year.
Who's the AL Team of the Year?
We like you more.
I don't know what that means. It does feel a little ESPY-ish, but whatever. Like, hey, you know what? It was a cool season, and if there's more awards to come, I'm down for all of them.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
We're going to talk about this in a lot more detail, Brock, in a few minutes, but just a good old-fashioned quarterback conversation regarding Sam Darnold and kind of what the future holds for him and the Mariners. Played you this from Seahawks, Evan Cohen earlier, saying that he could be an MVP, and then his partner, Chris Canty, agreed.
To win MVP, you've got to be top 2 in your respective conference, and you obviously have to win your division. Do we think the Seattle Seahawks can do those things? I absolutely do, especially when you consider that the Seahawks are in the most competitive division in all of football. So if they check the box in all 3 of those qualifiers, then Sam Darnold can absolutely win MVP. Again, Seattle can have a top 2 record in the NFC. If Seattle can win their division, then Sam Darnold can absolutely win the MVP.
Yeah, and there's some parallel paths here, Salk, with actually, I think, the Heisman Trophy this year.
Mm-hmm.
There's no clear-cut favorite for the Heisman Trophy at all. At all. Like, it is going to be as wide open a race. And when you're talking MVP, there's no Lamar Jackson this year. He's banged up. There's no Joe Burrow this year. He's banged up. Josh Allen is there and doing some prolific stuff on the AFC side.
Mm-hmm.
But even they've got a couple losses. They're a team with some warts. I mean, it's Baker Mayfield. Absolutely, he's in that conversation. Dak Prescott, what he's doing offensively now, but is that team equipped like your team is going to be equipped? Like, this is a year that's got, I think, that door cracked open a little bit more than other seasons.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
So we've been following the story all morning of what's going on in the NBA with this betting scandal, and it is gigantic. FBI had their big press conference an hour ago, along with representatives from the U.S. Attorney's Office. We know that Chauncey Billups has been arrested, Heat guard Terry Rozier, a couple others as well. Moore was just explaining. So, Brock, it really is a crazy story. So the Chauncey Billups one, we heard that it was connected to a poker game. It's like, okay, well, just an illegal poker game? No, it turns out to be a whole lot more than that. Maura, can you explain what you were telling me earlier about the poker game that Chauncey Billups was a part of?
Yeah, maybe I should just play the sound for you.
Okay, yeah, do that.
It's kind of detailed, but I have it here.
Defendants in this case orchestrated a scheme to use wireless cheating technology to run rigged poker games across the United States, including in the Hamptons, Las Vegas, Miami, and Manhattan. The scheme targeted victims known as, quote, fish, who were often lured to participate in these rigged games by the chance to play alongside former professional athletes who were known as, quote, face cards. The so-called face cards included the defendant, Chauncey Billups, who at the time of the scheme was a former NBA player and is currently the head coach of the Portland Trail Blazers, and also Damon Jones, a former NBA player and coach. What the victims, the fish, didn't know is that everybody else at the poker game, from the dealer to the players, including the face cards, were in on the scam.
They said they used really advanced technology, like a deck shuffling machine that could read cards. They had glasses and contacts that could help read cards. It's pretty big.
Infrared, just a remarkable story that I'm sure is going to continue to grow as we get more information on it. That's everything you need to know. 1:15 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show.
Mm-hmm.
What do you make of that? I don't want to get too deep. You know what?
Yeah, it's greed. It's gross. So
it's got to be. It's more than greed, though. I mean, like, it's also like it does make me wonder how many guys get. I don't know whether blackmail is the right word, but get caught up in one small thing, and then it gets leveraged into something of this size. Like, I don't know. It's hard for me to believe. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm being naive. That Chauncey Billups wanted to be a part of a scam like that. It's hard for me to believe. I'm not saying it's not true, but it's like, my brain doesn't
so
immediately
to settle bets
comprehend
or settle money owed or whatever.
Yeah, hey, it's much easier for me to believe that a professional athlete like Chauncey Billups is a degenerate gambler and gets himself into some significant trouble where he's bet more than he can cover and then gets roped into doing some really disgusting things.
Well, they
like
did
this.
say in the separate investigation with Terry Rozier, you know, Jonte Porter was arrested previously. They said he was threatened at some point because of his existing gambling addiction.
That's
and
much
issues.
easier for me to believe.
He was threatened into doing some things.
Much easier for me to believe. And again, I don't know all the details yet. I barely had time to read it. This has all been going on while we're on the air. So that's just my gut reaction upon hearing it. I don't know. Is Chauncey Billups a guy who made $100 million? Is it just greed that causes him to be a part of this? That story is harder for me to write in my head, Brock, than he's made a lot of mistakes due to, something else, and it's eventually led to this. But we'll see. I'm not like declaring that the case. I'm just saying where my mind goes. So. All right, let's take a quick break, as I said, and we're going to go old school, Brock. How old school? Way back. We're going way back. Way back. Next on Brock and Salk.
Get inside the huddle.
The handoff inside. He's He's going to go. Touchdown, Seahawks.
Taking you inside the VMAC every week. Thursdays, noon to 2.
Our guys show up to play.
Player interviews.
It's obviously been paying off. Just going to continue to do that.
Previewing this week's matchup.
We'll say they come out and just run the ball down the Niners' throats.
And everything Seahawks.
If anybody had a doubt, don't.
The Huddle. Every Thursday at noon. Exclusively on the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports.
Has arrived at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. It's Mike Salk here. You can book now for an unforgettable experience. Let's talk about Hawks Peak. It is the place to be for game days this football season. With over 66 TVs, indoor-outdoor concept, the deck is covered and it's heated as well. And the food, oh man, it was excellent. All with breathtaking views of the Cascades and the Snoqualmie Valley. Yep, you can go to snocasino.com. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
At Washington Energy Services, we take the time to get to know you and your home. We have the passion and commitment to see each project through and to treat our work as more than just a job. For over 65 years, we've offered award-winning home services, from heating and cooling, plumbing and electrical, to windows and doors. Complete home improvement handled from start to comfort. For peace of mind when you need it most, count on Washington Energy Services, bringing good energy to your home.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
Eric Johnson here. I covered a lot of accidents over the past 30 years or so, but I never got to say much about what to do after a crash. Be honest, do you know what evidence to collect, what pictures to take, what documents to request, or what you shouldn't say to your insurance company? The Washington Accident Book Series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the roads throw at them. Know your rights and how to avoid common mistakes after an accident by getting your free copy at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Your time is money. So why are you wasting it stuck in I-5 gridlock, TSA slowdowns, and SeaTac crowds? Isn't it time to travel smarter? Seaport Airlines offers high-frequency commuter shuttle service from Seattle's Boeing Field to Portland. Park for free next to our terminals. Check in 20 minutes before your departure. Get there faster without the hassles. Seaport Airlines. It's about time. Book today at flyseaportair.com.
Cancer impacts so many families, including mine. Former Washington Husky Mario Bailey here. My mother was treated for cancer at UW Medicine. As devastating as cancer is, there is hope because the Cancer Vaccine Institute is developing vaccines to treat and prevent the deadliest cancers. Patients who received vaccines over 20 years ago are still alive today. Please join me and make a donation to the Cancer Vaccine Institute at local Safeway stores. Learn more at uwcvi.org.
The birth of the American supercar is roaring into LeMay, America's Car Museum, starting October 25th. Curated by racing icon Steve Saleen, this electrifying exhibition showcases the evolution of American speed, style, and engineering, featuring icons like Hennessy, Shelby, Zinger, and more. From raw horsepower to groundbreaking design, this is the ultimate tribute to performance. Don't miss the birth of the American supercar, opening October 25th at LeMay, America's Car Museum. Visit americascarmuseum.org to learn more.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 Cars for Kids.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
This hour is brought to you by Trajan Wealth Management.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Oh, man. Old school, Brock. You want to go old school? Old school Brock and Salk.
Like old school?
Old school, yes.
Like you, my boy, Blue?
I don't know about that old school. That might be too old school. This show has always been built on conversations around the quarterback position, and I don't think we've ever apologized for that. People love talking about quarterbacks, and everyone's got an opinion on it because everyone sees it right in front of them. It's the focal point of every play in a football field. How good is Sam Darnold? That's essentially the beginning of the question here on October 23rd. How good is Sam Darnold? And I know you got some numbers, Brock, and I want to give you a chance to dig into those. But ultimately, I think the question comes down to not just how good he is, but are you ready to commit? Are you ready to jump into a long-term relationship with Sam Darnold today?
Mm-hmm. The no buts. The no buts that DJ brought up last week, and he offered a couple buts this last game, with a sack fumble in the end zone, and you do see when the pocket breaks down a little bit of, I don't know if you do that. I kind of can do that every once in a while on my couch, but on the other side of it, you see an immense amount of production. And remember, we built the Brock and Salk show. We built the Brock and Salk show on quarterbacks.
Yes, we did. That. My God,
that or not?
My God, stop doing that.
Who sang that song originally, Salk, and where was it
It was
from?
Starship, and keep moving.
San Francisco.
We built this city on Brock and
Stop. We built Brock and Salk.
It's too much.
We built Brock and
play
Salk
into
on
this for him.
quarterbacks.
How dare you?
Sam
Do you know
Darnold.
how many times you've played music when I've begged you to stop?
How many? Seems impossible.
More, fire that one more time for me. It just gives me good vibes as we dig into this conversation. You can fire that all you want for me. Sam Darnold. Yes, he did build this show. He built the fucking Salk show on quarterbacks.
All right.
Sam Darnold in the NFL as we sit here today. He's 5-2. There are some that you're going to find out there that will put him in an MVP conversation. There are some that don't even know he's the quarterback for the Seahawks, man on the streets. But when it comes to where he stands amongst his peers, Salk, he is, after last week's game, only 11th in quarterback completion percentage. He was well into the 70s before Monday night, but he's 11th at 68%. That's his lowest marker. He is 8th when it comes to touchdowns with 12. But that, remember what Vegas had the line of Sam Darnold's over-under of touchdowns this year? I believe it was 15.5. So he looks like he's well on his way to destroy that. He's at 12 touchdowns to 4 interceptions. He is 7th in the league when it comes to yards. We can have different feelings about yards, but with the struggle in the run game, yards are very, very important. And he's got 1,754 of those puppies. And now we start to get to some of the good stuff. And that is, he is 6th in the league in QBR. He is 5th in pass efficiency rating at 109.2, and he is 1st in yards per attempt at 9.1. He is pushing the ball down the field and doing so at a really high level. I just kicked my hold on one second.
Oh, jeez, Brock.
Yeah,
you got too excited.
That's what happens when you play Jefferson Starship for me. So spit all those numbers out. How can he not be considered a top 5 quarterback right now on a 5-2 team? He has to be in that conversation.
Has to be in the conversation.
Production-wise, of a top 5, there's certainly no world he lives in.
You're maneuvering, I think, a little.
There's no
bit
world
here, right?
he lives in where you could, in any way, shape, or form, with his current play through 7 weeks of this NFL season, there is no world we live in where he is outside the top 10 of quarterbacks in the league.
So let me just understand when you're saying top 5, top 10. Are you saying this year, or are you saying
yes?
overall?
This body of work of 7 games this season. This is it.
So
this
you're
is
putting him ahead of
2025.
Lamar because Lamar is not playing right now.
Lamar is not available.
Okay.
And if you're not available,
all
you
right.
can't
Well, I
be
just
in
want to
this
make sure I understand
conversation.
the context of what we're
Yes.
ranking, because if you're ranking overall, I'm still going to put Lamar there, right?
Yep. I'm not looking at 2024. I'm not
All
looking
right.
at the
All right.
career. I'm looking right now
Just
at the lens
at
we
this
have,
snapshot
which
in
is
time.
the fall of 2025.
Okay. So who else is going to be in that conversation with him? Drake May. His team is 5-2. He's just had a more accurate passing game than Tom Brady even ever had as a Patriot. I think you got to put Drake May in there, right?
He's off to an unbelievable start. I would. Yep.
Josh Allen.
Yep.
All right. Something tells me that no one from the Dolphins or Jets are going to be there. Are you going to put Aaron Rodgers in there? Probably not. Bengals, Browns, Ravens. No. Daniel Jones is 6-1.
Yep, Daniel Jones is on that list. He's 9th in QB rating as well at 105.9. I sent you the list of the top 10 guys in QB rating. That's just one metric of it. But yeah, there's no question that Daniel Jones is leading, by the way, the highest point differential team in the NFL.
Right, so that's 3 guys we're going to put in this category. Jaguars, Texans, Titans, no. Broncos, are you going to put Bo Nix there? Okay. Chargers, are you going to put your guy Herbert in there?
I think he's in the top 10.
All right.
He's having to carry a team that has just absolutely been dismantled by injury.
And then Patrick Mahomes, I'm sure you're still going to put into the top 5. I mean, like, you have to at least recognize what he's still doing. So there's okay.
Even though his numbers, by the way, are not at that level. But
how about Geno Smith? Are you going to put Geno in there? Do you want to debate? Don't look at me like that. Are you putting Geno Smith into your top 5?
No.
Are you putting him into your top 10?
No.
Are you putting him into your top 15?
Top 20, top 25.
Are you putting him in your top 32? I think that's really the question.
Him and Cam Ward at the very bottom, efficiency-wise, and 7 touchdowns and 10 picks will do that.
All right, Eagles 5-2. You going to put Jalen Hurts there? You have to. Don't tell me no on Jalen Hurts, Brock. Yes, you're going to put him in there.
He's nowhere near these numbers, Salk, in any way.
He
was leading before last week.
His quarterback rating was a fraction behind Sam Darnold, and he also adds a tremendous amount of rushing yards as well. You can't tell me you're not going to include the guy who just won the Super Bowl. No, stop. He's in there. He's in that conversation. I'm not saying he's definitive, but you can't tell me he's not in the conversation. He is. How about Dak? Isn't Dak having like one of the best years of his career?
He's the number 1 offense in the league, carrying the whole team.
Jaden Daniels, it's been a step back, I guess, so far, and he can't stay healthy. I mean, the Giants are 2-5, and Jackson Dart hasn't played that much, but you're not going to put Jackson there yet?
No.
All right, just checking. How about Jordan Love?
Yeah, I think Jordan Love's on there. He's 7th in QB rating. Jared Goff is on there. He's 3rd in QB rating. Both those guys kind of lead their franchises. A little more help in Green Bay, but yes, Goff and him are both on there.
Hasn't gone well in Chicago or Minnesota, but Tampa, I would assume you've got Baker on there. He might be the favorite right now for MVP. No one in Carolina. Penix not yet. The Saints are a disaster. The Niners don't even really know who their quarterback is. It's all over the place, but you're probably going to put Stafford in this conversation, right?
Yes.
So just so you know, just making a mark on each of those
10 or
players.
11? What are we at?
That was 11.
Yep.
So I think what it's and I'm not saying that Darnold isn't ahead of a bunch of those guys. He might be. But you got to say that clearly he's in the top 12 in terms of the way people are playing right now. That's an automatic. He is in there with those 11 guys. How many of them do you put him ahead of? I think trying to make that decision after 7 games is probably still too early.
I think that's justifiable. Sure. Yeah, you don't. This isn't a 7-game season, not a 10-game season. It's a 17-game season. And what you're going to do in November and December and into January is where you make your hay. I mean, that's where your legacy is going to be built. But there is no world that he is in that he is not in the top 10, because out of those 11 guys you checked off, he is playing better and more efficiently and taking care of the ball and pushing the ball down the field and doing it without a run game that's, been very consistent and not getting sacked and not negative plays and not hurting his football team. So
you're ready to commit. You want to get married? You want to get married? Do you want to get married to Sam Darnold as your quarterback for the next 5 years?
When I knocked on that Theta house wearing my boots and my denim, that first date, I was ready to commit to Molly. Let's do this thing. Let's get married now. It's better to marry than die in lust. Let's just get married now. Go to the courthouse, get this thing done.
Are you ready to take on a second marriage, Brock, now with Sam Darnold? He's engaged. You've been married for a very long time.
Put that Bone Thugs and Harmony on.
I know, so sweet.
I'll meet you at the crossroads going down I-5 after the driving range in Linwood.
At least it wasn't first of the month. Brock, are you ready to get engaged to Sam Darnold?
What does that mean, Saul? What do you mean? What do you mean by that?
Are you ready to take no other to stop looking around? You're willing to stop looking?
Commit. He's your franchisor.
Yeah. Are you willing to commit? Are you willing to say, I will take I will look at no others.
And
I only have eyes for you, beautiful Sam.
Great? Sam's got he's not materialistic. He doesn't need a lot. He's not needy. He's not high maintenance. He's a great partner. Got him on a great deal for the next couple years as well.
Yeah.
Honestly. I mean, add that consideration, Salk, into so much of this and so many of these organizations that are tethered to terrible deals. And you've got him on a return of investment this season and the following season and the following season. So, yeah, I'm not into prenups. I'm not into any of that. But the contract is there, and I can't help but love that contract and jump into it. Yeah, super, super excited. Super excited. And, oh, by the way, he's 28. And, oh, by the way, he's healthy. And, oh, by the way, it's not like he's got to run around and use his legs to do all of these things that, it's
so
substantial.
Funny. We do see the world pretty differently. I spent some time thinking about this last night. And to answer my question to you, my answer is no. I'm not ready to do that yet. I'm not opposed to it happening down the road, and I'd sure like to keep going out on dates, and I'd like to see what Sam has to offer, maybe meet his parents at some point. I hear his dad's a plumber. I'd like to kind of get involved in that business and see whether we could sell to private equity. I'd like I got a lot of conversations to have down there. What is his mom like? What does she do? What is her role in all this? Brothers, sisters, family. I'd like to know even more about what I'm getting involved in.
That far from the tree. I think we've realized that in life.
Those are all very real conversations that I'd still like to have, or at least metaphorical ones, because I think that I've seen a lot. If these first 7 dates, Brock, hey man, I'm pretty intrigued. I'd like to see more. I'd like to keep going out. Let's find out and really get to know each other. But I'm not ready to commit.
Because remember, the first date, your first date was a disaster.
First date didn't go that great, but sometimes
the first date, you're already looking over there at Jalen.
Hey, first date with Heather was the two of us so drunk we could barely function. So, look, these things happen, Brock. It doesn't always start off the way you want. Sometimes it takes some time to go from where you were to where you're going to be. I think a couple numbers, and it's really, I got 3 numbers that stick out to me that are going to make it hard for me to commit right now. 1, 41. 41 yards rushing. I know you say he doesn't need to use his legs. I appreciate that. I'd like a quarterback who does. I want my quarterback to have a little bit more ability. That's 3 first downs in 7 games. It's one of the reasons I like guys like Jalen Hurts or Jaden Daniels, and there's a few other guys on this list. I do like that ability to beat another team with his legs. Now, what he has shown is an ability to move and throw on the run and play action. So I'm not holding this against him as it's not a red flag. Absolutely not. But I'd love that number to be about 141 through 7 games, to be honest with you.
Okay.
2, and I've brought this one up a couple times, is 1 and 2. He's 1 and 2 in late game situations, and I'm going to be monitoring that. It's not the only thing I look at, because obviously Geno did pretty well in a lot of those, and it still wasn't enough to make me buy into Geno because of some of the other problems, leadership-wise, personality-wise, interception-wise. So it's not the only stat, but it is an important one. And in the 2 games in which he, did not come through, both of them were turnovers, and one of them, honestly, it went from a tie game to giving them a chance, the win. Those are tough. Those are really, really tough for me, Brock. And I got to see a little bit more evidence that the last 2 minutes go better than they have. Because other than that, he's been damn near perfect. He's been awesome. Those 2 things are going to be, I think you got to get over those for eventually. And also, I do want to see if it lasts the whole season, because the end of last year wasn't ideal. But do I want to keep having dates? Yes. I said 3 numbers. I'll give you the last one. And that is just that little exercise we went through. We had 11 guys that were at least in the same range. I think you can say that by next year, there's going to be 3 others that crawl back into that category in, obviously, Lamar and Joe Burrow. And I think I'm probably going to put Jaden Daniels back into that category. But even that would be a little iffy. We'll see. But that means that you're talking about, 14 guys. That's good. I definitely want to be, that's top half of the league, but it's not necessarily long term. Can you stay in the top 5? So again, I'm not saying no to it. I'm not saying he can't do that. I'm just not quite willing to commit to it right now today.
Yep. And there's going to be some of those guys like Stafford and others are just going to age out as well.
True.
There's probably going to be a rookie that pops, and there's some intriguing talent, although it's real choppy on the college level with a lot of guys that we talked about in the preseason that it has not worked out, consistently for them over the course of the season. That's the nature of playing quarterback. I'll add, one thing again to go back to the whole dating deal is – and Kyle Shanahan and McVay had some good sound, and we could play some of this, and because I enjoyed it. And Joel yesterday was great with us, and we'll dig into this with DJ. And it's so simple, Salk, but you know what I like about Sam? He's a normal dude. Like, all the money, all the attention doesn't change him. Like Dak Prescott, like Baker, like Lamar, like Josh, like Mahomes even.
You're saying that all those guys, you're putting all of them in the same category.
In the same
as
category.
Normal dudes.
Of just being a normal dude, of being a good teammate, of being a selfless guy, of not like it's all about me and look at me and look at the attention.
Wasn't that true of most of the guys we just mentioned of being in that top 10 or 11? I think most of those guys, you would say that's true.
I think so. Yeah. I think, and that might be a distinguishing characteristic too.
Very much so. And I will also say in the pro Sam category, because I feel like I just went a little negative, probably more than I mean to, because as I said, I really like a lot of what he's done. I'm not like not negative about what he's done. I just want to see more. I'm starting to kind of move away from the allure of the rookie, the allure of what else is out there, because so many of these guys have needed a couple of years of being groomed in the NFL before they're really ready to take on any sort of competition.
Mm-hmm. Oh, because it's a totally different game, as Joel Klatt was saying.
Yep.
The speed and space that they grew up playing the game in high school and even into college, where you're running around and you're creating, where this game still has got to be played between the tackles. And this was a cool little, give me cut number 10 here. This is talking about arm strength, and then we'll play the other one. This was Shanahan and McVay with our guy Peter Schrager, just talking about evaluating quarterbacks in the NFL. Here was Kyle on arm strength.
Different variants of that. Like, you can have the strongest arm in the world, but guys who have the strongest arm usually don't throw with anticipation because they never had to. But how strong is it? Elway didn't throw with as good of an anticipation as some people, but he had one of the strongest arms ever, so he didn't need to. He could just sit and wait till it got in. My biggest thing with guys is, can you play in that pocket and keep your eyes down the field? And that's really hard for a lot of guys who've been running around their whole life.
Can you play in the pocket with your eyes down the field?
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to know why it is so hard to project quarterbacks from the college game to the NFL game, Salk? Because how much of the college game, even into the high school game, is about playing in the pocket with your eyes down the field versus RPO, put in his belly, read one guy, throw off of him.
Mm-hmm.
Movement, play pass, run here, just movement here. Like, it's just how much of the game in college, just because, again, of the speed and space element that it's become with tempo and RPO and all of it, how much is really played between the tackles, where I've got hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of snaps to evaluate that, yeah, man, this guy's got a feel. He's got a great feel. And look at him stare down the barrel when that contact's coming and he doesn't flinch. And look at his eyes and his feet tied together, and he can read and he can react.
Yeah, but can't you have all those things and still have some of that running ability? I mean, I think that's sort of what we spent a lot of time talking about with Russ all those years. Of like, getting yourself out of trouble, to me, is just so important. And yeah, they did sort of debate some of that running quarterback versus the old school Peyton Brady stand in the pocket guy.
I played quarterback my whole life until my freshman year in high school. And when I played quarterback, and I'm not the best athlete, but on my Pop Warner teams, I feel like I was one of the better ones. And when I got back on a pass, I was running around out of that pocket, trying to turn it into an off-schedule play like most people I saw. And then you get people like Peyton Manning, probably Tom Brady. I could be wrong, but I don't feel like they ever ran around. I just like they sat in that pocket at every age and learned how to get rid of it and make plays and just dissect people. And so they have that advantage. And then you got people who've never played that way because they haven't had to, because they're good athletes, who could run around and win Heisman's over it. And in the NFL, you can do it also. But you got to learn the other part too and how you balance that off.
It's a little bit like people in TV and radio. So, and I'm a firm believer, and I've told so many young broadcasters this that want to be game analysts. I said, go on radio. Go to radio. Go talk. Go make your points. Try to be coherent. Try to be concise. Try to really be curious and listen, and have the ability to listen to your partner and listen to the other people on the show, and not just be sitting there and non-engaged and making your point. And if you can do that, guess what you can do? Television. But if you do television, and we see this all the time with breaking news on television, and you're locked into your teleprompter and everything is written and the script is there and your partner talks and it's your time to talk and there's really no engagement, there's really no curiosity because of haze in the barn, it's really hard sometimes to then transition to go do live radio.
Yeah, it's sort of like the TV guys, Brock, right? Who, like, they can do what they do with the teleprompter, but the moment they get off the teleprompter, there's not much they can do after that. Right? Isn't that what you're saying?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
I just want to make sure we're all
and it doesn't
on the
mean
same
you can't
page.
learn it. And Caleb Williams, by the way, is going through that metamorphosis right now. He was one of the greatest athletes in high school and college and Heisman Trophy winner, and I watched him a ton, and oh my gosh, he can run, he can throw, he can do it all. But you know what he's learning? I got to first do this. And if I can master this and play in the pocket, then I can be like Lamar. And then I can pick my 5 or 6 spots a game, Salk, where my legs are unbelievably electric. But I can't do that first and rely on that first until I take care of it.
I think that's very well said. And look, people have been trying to figure this out really since Mike Vick, probably since even before that. But he, I think, was sort of the seminal, like, okay, what do you want these guys who can really run to do? Should they be in the pocket or should they be running around? And maybe Steve Young had some of that as well. Like, I don't mean Vic was the only one, but I felt like his running was so spectacular that it really was like, okay, now what are you going to do? And that's like 25 years ago. I mean, 30 years ago. Like now I think we're at a point where they're starting to really understand how to utilize these quarterbacks who have all of the talents. And Lamar Jackson might be the best example of it.
But you know what Sam and Baker had to learn? They ran around all over the place in college.
Yeah.
And thought maybe I'd go to the league and start running around all over the place. And actually, I can't do that. I got to do this thing first.
I'd like to see Sam do it just like a little more. I'd like to see like a little more of that. Anyway, final analysis from me. I'm not ready, but I'm very open to the possibility that this could be a long-term relationship between the Seahawks and Sam Darnold. And I think that's pretty cool, pretty exciting.
It's the Hawks Player Spotlight. Tight end A.J. Barner is with us. How are you, man?
Doing well. It's good to be on here.
Brought to you by Three Tree Roofing.
The rookie on this O-line, Gray Zabel, is with us. Sam is an elite quarterback.
Going deep with a different Hawks player every day at 3:30 with Wyman and Bob on Seattle Sports.
Every time he walks into the huddle, we know we got a chance for a big play. Nick Eamon-Wari is with us. I felt good physically going into the game.
Catch up on every Hawks Spotlight on Seattle Sports on YouTube and the Seattle Sports app.
As a quarterback, you cannot run a winning play with a messy playbook. And most companies' data, well, it's a mess. AI is changing the game, but if your data is scattered, you're stuck on the sidelines. Brock Heward here, and this is where my friends at Marquee Data come in. They get your data in shape, clean, connected, ready to perform, so you can finally put AI to work for your business. Whether sales, finance, or operations, every smart move starts with the right data. So head to mydataqb.com to draw up your game-winning data play today. That's Marquee Data or mydataqb.com.
When it comes to the security of your business, doubts can creep in about who you're trusting to protect it. At Bail Arm, we got you. For nearly 80 years, we've been putting our customers' minds at ease with our advanced technology and personalized support. Feeling insecure about your current security service? Visit bailarm.com today.
Stacy here. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, and when they resell it, they share half their profit with you. That's right. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, Isuzu, and Auburn. They'll pay you today for your car, and once they resell it, they'll share half their profit with you. WayscarFord.com.
Matt Coker here with West Coast Men's Health. In the past 5 years, we've seen thousands of men at our clinics. Most guys tell us the same story, that in their early 50s, it's not that they couldn't function, they just needed help. They started taking Viagra, and it worked great at first. But after a few years, it stopped working. The problem is that their arteries had become more restricted since they started taking it, because Viagra does not unclog arteries. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we use acoustic wave therapy to target the real problem. We break down plaque and clear up the arteries so blood can flow like it did in your 20s. This restores function. And guys, listen to this. You won't have to take a pill anymore. So if this sounds like you, give West Coast Men's Health a call today and see how we can help.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Lowe's knows pros want more. Join My Lowe's Pro Rewards for free to get $20 off your first qualifying purchase of $100 or more just for signing up. Plus, enjoy free standard shipping and more ways to save on your next job. Lowe's, we help, you save. Offer valid for new members only. Not valid with any other discount. Free standard shipping not available in Alaska and Hawaii. Exclusions and more terms apply. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/pro-loyalty for details. Subject to change.
This is Chris Davis with the Davis Law Group. Every year we see a spike in serious accidents involving motor vehicles, bicycles, and pedestrians occurring in the few days after daylight saving time. If you are injured in an accident, protect your legal rights with an experienced team of lawyers who know how to get results. Call Davis Law Group at 206-888-8888 to request a free legal consultation or get my free book on car accident law at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
The stock market's on fire. AI stocks are performing at all-time levels. We hope you, like many of our investors, have taken advantage of it. A famous man once said, buy low, sell high. There's also $8 trillion of cash sitting on the sidelines. Investors are either scared or they don't know where to go. Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. Legacy Group Capital develops local real estate, lends money, and shares profit with our investors. We've been doing it for 19 years, averaging double-digit returns with zero investor losses. Diversify with Legacy Group Capital and invest in our family of funds. From a 3-year investment with double-digit returns to only a 90-day commitment returning 7%. We also accept IRAs. Find out why 1,300 local investors have invested over $350 million.
Legacy Group Capital at LegacyG.com. This is not investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. Details at LegacyG.com.
You ever wake up with a sore throat, feeling a little off, and you know you're getting sick? Well, getting sick and going on the IL isn't an option, especially for me when I'm traveling for work. You can try to see a doctor, well, good luck there, or go sit for hours in an urgent care. Nope. That's why you need a medical emergency kit. This isn't some cheap first aid kit, okay? Your medical emergency kit comes packed with doctor-prescribed meds. It's like having an urgent care and a pharmacy right there in your home. If you're coming down with the flu, bam, here's your Z-Pack. You've got gastrointestinal issues, here's your Bactrim. From Z-Pack to ivermectin, amoxicillin, and doxycycline to treat strep, pneumonia, sinus infections, UTIs, COVID, and more. It's all right there in your kit. Just match your symptoms to the guide or talk with their telehealth doc. No doctor waiting rooms, no pharmacy lines. Order online in minutes and get $50 off with code SPORTS at urgentcarekit.com/sports. Get yours now at urgentcarekit.com/sports, promo code SPORTS.
Let's go!
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
That's a good one. Man, we get some great texts that come into this show on a day-to-day basis. We're going to go around the NFL here in just a moment, and then, further football talk with Daniel Jeremiah, who will join us at 9:30, as he joins us every week. But I did like this one from 206. Another moronic Salk take. Why can't Sam run like Lamar? Geez, dude, just admit Darnold is the guy. I don't think I'm looking for Sam to run like Lamar. I recognize that's probably not in the cards, but do I think he could run a little bit more? Yeah, I like a quarterback that can run. I'm not saying Sam needs to be able to do all the things Lamar does. I'm saying I like a quarterback that can do a lot of those things. And so before I commit to Sam long term, yeah, I want to at least make sure the things he does so well that it is, overrides the running that is not quite in that same category. So let's go around the NFL.
You all right?
I just love that.
Why do you have to make that sound so creepy?
It just sounds so good.
But you made it sound creepy.
I'm sorry.
All right.
A little bit. All right. We will start with our old friend, Pete Carroll. The Raiders are 2-5 and coming off of an embarrassing 31-0 loss to the Chiefs, where they only mustered 95 yards of offense and allowed 434.
Ew.
Geno Smith was pulled for Kenny Pickett in the fourth quarter. Pete Carroll seemed shocked by his team's performance after the game.
This was a game that Ned didn't see coming. We had prepared really well. We were tuned into it. I couldn't imagine that the guys that weren't able to play in this game would make that much of a factor. I just didn't feel that in our preparation. But they're a terrific team. They did everything like they do, and they played really well in all phases and kept us totally at bay. We couldn't make a first down and couldn't get off the field, and they just did like they do. And so when we have a lot of work to do, and we have a lot of catching up to do, and we got to get our guys back. The key guys that missed the game are key guys on our football team.
Remember those moments, Salk, when we all would see it and Pete would never see it?
Mm-hmm.
And it was endearing, yet it was equally troubling.
Yeah,
Like,
although
Pete,
sometimes he would end up being right.
He would. Pete, he had 3 first downs. Kansas City was kneeling on the ball before the 2-minute warning.
Yeah,
They
it's
felt
not
that
good.
bad for you.
It's
They
not
felt
good.
that bad. I just didn't see it coming. I thought my backups were going to be good. They're not good, Pete. I don't know what to tell you.
What is he supposed to say?
My
My backups stink? I mean, like, that's not Pete Carroll. Pete's going to come out and say, I love my guys.
He is, but it truly is like, and I wish I had more of that perspective sometimes, because he truly believes the very, very best. And
Right.
like, they're going to be great.
And that's what makes Pete great. But as you know,
is.
there's trade-offs to all of those things. Honestly, like, that is a
They're
big
bad.
part of what's going on. They're bad, but
They're
then the
bad.
Geno thing is not helping. You put it all
So what
together.
happens? What happens if they go 4-13? Is he going to be in this thing for the long haul? Are he and the GM Spy Tech going to do like?
I
what do you
can't
do?
imagine Pete walking away, but whether or not they decide that that's a road they want to keep going down, I don't know. That remains to be seen.
The Dolphins are somehow even worse. They sit at 1-6
Much
after
worse.
a 31-6 loss to the Browns, where Tua Tagovailoa was 12 for 23 for 100 yards and 3 interceptions. Mike McDaniel, sorry, I don't think is instilling much confidence it's going to get better in his postgame.
There's a lot of guys that will have an important work week because we're not. I mean, if you are negatively affecting the football team routinely, I don't have a choice but to, assess a different player, and I have to coach a lot better as well. So we need. We're going to find out who and what we're made of.
Can you stop that, please? I can't keep listening to that.
Oh my gosh, that is one of 32
Who hired
men
Lyle to coach the Dolphins?
That is one of 32 men on the planet
You
Earth
gotta
leading an
project
NFL franchise.
some level of confidence. That's horrendous. It's horrendous. I can't handle. Do not ever play that again, Mara. That is on the list. Ban that like Russ and
There's a lot
talking
of
to.
guys that-
Stop it. That is enough.
Nolan
Enough.
Naraki.
I can't handle that. That
I think
makes
it's
me
Russ
physically
and
uncomfortable.
Russ and Nolan Naraki.
Yeah.
And now Mike McDaniel.
That makes me physically uncomfortable to listen to.
It's bad.
I don't know how that guy has a job. Didn't I text you guys during the game on Sunday and say I think Mike McDaniel's getting fired this week?
Yes.
He still has a job. What are we doing?
We got a deal.
Ugh, stop it. Stop it. This is worse. This made me more uncomfortable than
Oh,
Ross.
I don't know about that.
Yes.
I love you, baby girl.
Stop it.
Love you, baby.
There's no reason for you to keep going. That's Gus Johnson.
Well, let's continue with this pretty bad too.
I love you, baby girl.
Jets owner Woody Johnson was asked about his confidence level in head coach Aaron Glenn at the NFL fall meetings, and he fully threw quarterback Justin Fields under the bus.
No, that's good.
Well, it looks like he's turning around parts of it. You know, it's hard when you have a quarterback with, with a rating that we got. You know, I mean, he has the ability, but something just is not jiving. But if you look at any head coach with a quarterback like that, you're going to see similar results if you go across the league. You have to play consistently with, at that position, and that's what we're going to try to do for the remainder of the season.
So what gives you hope then? You said you have hope.
I just think defense, special teams are doing better. Defense is pretty good. If we can just complete a pass, it would look good. You got to complete some passes. You got to convince them that you can do something.
Ouch.
Hey, Woody, you might be part of the problem. I don't know what to tell you, buddy. You might be part of the problem there in New York.
What a soap opera the NFL is. Do you want to know why? Because there's not enough competent owners nor head coaches. And if you don't have those two things in alignment, right? We talk about alignment all the time, owner, president, GM, head coach, quarterback. Like, You really don't have a chance. Mayock's right. So many of these places have no chance. NC, like on many of my grade sheets.
Yeah.
That's an NC. What's an NC? No chance. Not with your athleticism. No chance.
Not with Woody Johnson as the owner. No chance.
Well,
Zero.
and then
Zip zilch.
Aaron Glenn was asked by a reporter about it seeming like Woody Johnson doesn't like Justin Fields. That was how that went. This was how that went.
We know how he feels about Justin. Clearly, he does not want to play. But does that impact your...
What made you say, did he say that?
Well, he was very critical of him. So
What did he say?
He said he couldn't complete a pass.
Did that say he doesn't like the quarterback? Did that say does quarterback's not playing?
No. But
No, he said...
How that his opinion impact your decision when your owner is basically stating that he doesn't think Justin Fields is getting the job.
Well, I said before that Woody puts that in my hand as far as who plays. And I don't see that changing.
Dude, that's a weak question. I'm sorry. That's a lousy question to ask. I'm with Aaron Glenn on that. That's not... You should... He's saying, well, he basically said that he doesn't like him. What is Aaron Glenn supposed to say to that? Well, no, did he say I don't like him? Well, no, but you got to at least bring the quote if you're going to ask him about it. That's not right. What else is Aaron Glenn supposed to do there? That's not right.
Fair.
Sorry. That's a gotcha question. And all he does is put Glenn on the defensive because what he's supposed to say, yeah, my boss is an idiot.
What is the movie? Is it Agent Orange? I've never really watched it. Where
Clockwork
they
Orange?
pry the eyes open.
It's a Clockwork Orange. Yes.
I would love to put you in an orange jumpsuit. I'd love to just prop your eyes open, tape you against the wall, and make you listen to Russell Wilson and Sierra and Mike McDaniel.
You should read that book, Brock. It's a pretty good book.
Well, we will see what happens this week because now Tyrod Taylor is dealing with an injury, so they may have to start Justin Fields.
Agent Orange.
Can you play a little Russell and Sierra and see how long Russell?
No.
I can't go out of the cut sheet that I have open.
No. Don't be ridiculous.
There are reports out of Baltimore this week that ping pong tables and other games have been removed from the Ravens locker room in the midst of their 4-game losing streak.
Get them out!
John Harbaugh said it was a decision made by veteran players, saying, quote, I was informed of it after it was gone by the equipment guy. Veteran players got together and decided they wanted to take that stuff out. Meanwhile, veteran safety Kyle Hamilton was asked about it and apparently not aware.
I don't know. It wasn't my decision. I don't really know what. I didn't even realize they were gone, to be honest. But I guess it's kind of a big thing now. But I wasn't really in tune with the whole thing going on. But I don't think it's that big a deal whether it was players, coaches, whether in the locker room, out of the locker room. I don't know if that's really affecting us on the field that much. But, you know, if we felt like we needed to do that as a team, then I'm all for it.
The NFL, man. We could play cuts from every city. We could play Peyton.
This could be a 32 different. Yeah.
Yes, the NFL.
All right. Thank you, Maura. That was a great job going around the NFL. Except now I'm uncomfortable. Now I'm very uncomfortable. That was just awful.
Job.
Hey, so did you see
Hey,
this?
Seattle.
Stop it.
What's up?
We got a deal.
That's very unnecessary.
We got a deal.
Go Hawks.
Oh, God. Ugh.
See, it's worse.
No, the Mike McDaniel one's horrendous. Did you see this? Lyle, did you see baseball has hired 3 World Series correspondents of current players? 2 for MLB Network and 1 for MLB Espanol. You know the 3 players? I think this is great. They're going to be World Series. World Series correspondents. They're going to take over the social channels. They're going to be in there asking questions at media day and that type of stuff. They hired 3 guys to do it. I love this. They're 3 guys, I think, with great personalities.
I think Ozzy Albies did it last year.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, he's supposed to be a great dude. I've heard him interviewed before. Yeah. So for Espanol, it's Junior Caminero, who we know has a ton of flash and personality. And then Lawrence Butler from the A's, who I love, who's really an interesting dude. And Vinny Pasquantino, who's hilarious on social media. And so I'm very excited. Those are the 3 guys that baseball has hired. Here's what Vinny says of it. I'm excited to be here. I'm doing media day today, so if anyone has any questions for players, let me know. I'm going to limit myself to 1 personal question, and it's going to be to ask Shohei why he throws so hard, specifically against me. That's great. This dude seems like an awesome guy.
He's not going to ask. He's not going to ask Shohei about the NBA.
Oh, come on, Lyle. How dare you? We'll tell you a little more about that. Need to know. DJ right after that. Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
Wyman and Bob.
It's going to take a bit for this team, I think, to get past this moment.
Every afternoon at 2.
You know, to be that close. You were just steps away, and you came up short. Some of them sat in that dugout and watched the Jays out there celebrating, and they're going to use that as fuel.
You're never going to be happy unless you win the last game, right?
Yeah, but somebody's always going home disappointed, and hopefully it's the Blue Jays.
Yeah, that'll be easy to root for the Dodgers.
Plus, they've got my favorite non-Mariner, Mookie.
Oh, that's right, Mookie.
Love Mookie.
Only on Seattle Sports and Seattle Sports on YouTube.
Are you frustrated with those trendy weight loss shots and not getting the long-term results you really want? This is Dr. Ryan Coogan with Eastside Weight Loss, and whether you've hit a plateau, can't handle the side effects, or watch the pounds creep back after stopping, there's a better way. Our program has helped over 4,000 people lose up to 10 to 20% of their body weight in just 8 weeks without expensive injections or uncomfortable side effects. Our doctor-developed program costs up to half as much and works up to twice as fast. Ready for real lasting results? Visit eastsideweightlossclinic.com now to schedule your free consultation.
Did he just say Eastside Weight Loss Clinic is half the cost and works twice as fast as weight loss injections? It's true. Eastside Weight Loss Clinic is natural and it works. I was finding that my clothes didn't fit as well, so I jumped on the program. I lost 35 pounds in 60 days. It was very safe and a healthy plan.
Many clients lose 20 to 30 pounds in a month or two, and you can do our program remotely from anywhere you live. Schedule your free consultation at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. That's eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
At O'Neill Plumbing, we've been exclusively plumbers for over 100 years. No corny mascots, no out-of-town owners. Just clean, fast, and professional plumbers out to your home fast. All rooter and all trenchless. O'Neill Plumbing.
Northwest homeowners, when it comes to your roof, you need a name you can trust. Techline Roofing has proudly served the Seattle area for years, delivering exceptional results and lasting security. Choose Techline Roofing. Your trust is our foundation. Trust Techline.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th, new Comcast Business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and auto pay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Headed outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on SeattleSports.com.
It's game time, and Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton are lining up with a roster that's built to dominate the field. The gas-powered RAV4, built to power through every drive, rain or shine. Or switch up the play with the hybrid RAV4, versatile, efficient, and always moving the chains. The Tacoma, tough, dependable, and clutch when it counts. And now, taking the field, the all-new 2026 Toyota Tundra, redesigned, powerful, and built for the big moments. Whether you're in the north or the south, Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton have your winning ride. Visit ToyotaofKirkland.com and ToyotaofRenton.com.
The birth of the American supercar is roaring into LeMay, America's Car Museum, starting October 25th. Curated by racing icon Steve Saleen, this electrifying exhibition showcases the evolution of American speed, style, and engineering, featuring icons like Hennessy, Shelby, Zinger, and more. From raw horsepower to groundbreaking design, this is the ultimate tribute to performance. Don't miss the birth of the American supercar, opening October 25th at LeMay, America's Car Museum. Visit americascarmuseum.org to learn more.
Every time I turn around, my friends at Pure Talk give me one more reason to feel good about switching. This month, for instance, they're supporting Canines for Warriors, a terrific organization that trains rescue dogs and then pairs them up with combat veterans struggling with PTSD. The result? They're saving lives on both ends of the leash. This is why I switched to Pure Talk. I like being in business with an American wireless company who shares my values. Yeah, I appreciate unlimited talk, text, and plenty of 5G data for just $25 a month, and I bet you will too. But I think you'll really appreciate doing business with a company who gives back to the men and women who volunteered to defend our country. Just dial pound 250, say micro. With Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team, you can switch in as little as 10 minutes. Again, dial pound 250, say micro, to switch to an American wireless company who actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Let's see. Mariners brass going to meet with the media just after the show ends, about 45 minutes from now. And that'll be Justin and Jerry and Dan all meeting with the media to offer, I think, some final thoughts on the way the season ended, on what happened, and a lot of the great things that occurred this season, Brock. And I really do keep coming back to that idea of, I think they offered a bridge back for a lot of Mariner fans to just re-engage positively with the team again.
And you had arguably the greatest season ever by a Mariner in Cal Raleigh. It's within that conversation. I know whether you look at WAR, total numbers, or MVP and where he finishes in that. I mean, if he wins it, then I think you can stamp it and say it's the greatest season in the history of a Mariner.
Yeah, and I'm sure there's going to be, if I were in the Mariner organization, I would probably be frustrated that a lot of the conversation Tuesday, Wednesday, even into today, Thursday, is about the way the season ended. I guess I would also say that I think that's a positive thing. It shows that Mariner fans are so engaged and are so hopeful for what the team is capable of that they do want to focus on the one thing that ended up, unfortunately, ending the season, rather than complaining en masse about the entirety of the franchise and the this and the that. It's focused on the baseball, which is a great thing. And to me, a major turn in the storyline or narrative around the Mariners, I see that as being very, very positive. And they have an opportunity to make it even more positive now this offseason. Go out and continue to improve this team. Sign Josh Naylor. There's a lot more work to be done as well. And there is a window that is very likely opening instead of closing. That's what Jordan Schusterman said.
But the pitching is a big part of it, too. I mean, that's the part of the window that we're really talking about. And that's the part of the window, especially when we talked about last season feeling like a missed opportunity. That's where it starts to get a little bit more dicey from a health standpoint. But in terms of the position player core and a lot of what they have in place and what they have coming, and they do have more pitching coming, I feel like this is going to be a longer runway. But it is a little bit delicate in that sense. I definitely understand.
Yep. And if you're going to take over the mantle of the Astros, which you did this year by winning the West, which you did by sweeping them in September, and you're going to do what they did is they fueled their run for their dynastic run, it was adding the Verlanders. It was adding some really critical components, and I think Josh Naylor is the start of that, and some others need to be added and, cultivate your youth. That is awesome. That you are thrilled about, that accelerated through the minors, even onto the major league team last year faster than I think many people thought they could. So going to be an awesome, awesome offseason to talk about.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
We spent a lot of time talking about Sam Darnold today, Brock, and what the future holds for him. Is he an MVP candidate? This is what Evan Cohen said this morning on Unsportsmanlike.
Overreaction or no, Sam Darnold is in the MVP conversation, top 10 in most metrics.
No, I don't think that's an overreaction. I don't believe he's going to win it, but when you're a quarterback of a 5-2 team that's known as a defensive team, and yet you're leading the offense, Jackson Smith and Jigba has been unbelievable at the wide receiver position. Someone has to throw him the ball. Also, does it help him even though I'm not writing this guy off forever as a competent quarterback, does it help him how bad Geno's been for the Raiders? And like, wow, look at this decision making. They made a great move, John Schneider and company there in Seattle. I think he's in the MVP conversation for sure.
Yeah, you win, right? So they're 5-2. They're 10-4, right? If they just did what they've done through 7 games over the next 7, Salk, and they're 10-4, he's going to be right in the midst of that conversation. Because he's going to have to play well. Defense is going to do their thing. He's going to have to continue to distribute and facilitate and not make mistakes, all the things that he's been doing at a high level. And, yeah, you get to 10-4, you'll be in that conversation, and then it will be, can it finish differently than it did a year ago in Minnesota?
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Well, we've been following the story all morning long of what's going on in the NBA with the FBI, and it's really quite the story involving gambling and playing and poker games and the mafia. Terry Rozier and Chauncey Billups are the 2 sort of primary NBA players and now coach who are involved in this, but it is an ugly, ugly story.
I don't know how baseball planes work. Never been on those, but I'm certainly on a lot of football planes, Salk, and around some basketball, and it is a betting culture, man. Like, you get on I remember this in both teams I played on. Like, you get on that plane and they fold a seat down, and by the way, you're kind of also standing at takeoff and on landing, but that's another matter. Yeah. Oh, you got to buckle up. FAA rules. Got to turn your phones off. No, you don't. I've been on all these planes. No, you don't. You don't really have to do that, but that's fine. And guys start playing cards. It's just what they do. And I do the longer, and we talked through it a little bit last need to know. I think you're right. I think for some of these guys, it's getting into that world and then getting into a place. And we've seen it. And we've heard the stories of Phil Mickelson. And that, you get yourself to such a place that you don't and aren't able to.
Then you get a reputation for it,
debts.
and then the people, the gangsters, the mafia, the people with the real, can get their hooks into you, and then you got a real problem. So look, you guys can go research it. We don't have time to go through all of the details of everything that's come out. But it is
I'd like to break it down with Daniel Jeremiah next.
I'm sure he would love that. That is everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour here.
Daniel,
on
are you
the
a good
Brock and
poker
Salk
player?
Show.
You a good poker player?
206.
You a good poker player, Salk?
No, I don't play poker. No,
just
stick to blackjack. 206 says, have you ever thought about the fact that your voice is also cringe, Salk? Yeah, I guess so. I've thought about it. I mean, you've texted us 4 times since 6:09 this morning, so clearly you haven't minded my voice that much. Like, I appreciate you listening.
Should we play that game with Daniel? Should we play that game with DJ?
Can he listen to Mike McDaniel longer?
Mike McDaniel or Russell Wilson? That could be a fun game.
I don't know if I should do that to DJ. You can do that, Brock. I've already have enough of a beef with Joel Klatt. I can't have a beef with DJ as well.
Fair.
And you have a longer term relationship, so maybe you can have that conversation. Daniel Jeremiah gonna join us next. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710, Seattle Sports app.
4 Down Territory. Michael Bumpus answers the top 4 football questions of the day.
What have the first 7 games of the season shown you about the Seahawks?
They're low-key deep. I mean, you got Ty Okada out there making plays.
Breakup.
You have Drake Thomas starting now. You got Josh Jobe, who was third in tackles yesterday. Nick Imawari, who's finding himself. Because guys have been hurt, guys have been able to play.
Catch every 4 Down Territory on the Seattle Sports app.
I saw her texting, coming up to a stop sign, and so I saw the accident coming, and she T-boned us.
In the blink of an eye, Crystal's life changed when she suffered a severe spinal injury.
The pain was something I had never experienced before in my neck. I got massage therapy. I saw a chiropractor. I was prescribed muscle relaxers so I could sleep. I got depressed. Nothing was relieving the pain.
Drugs, sleepless nights, and depression. Sound familiar? I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist. At Sound Pain Solutions, our treatments include high-dose laser combined with spinal decompression and other comprehensive therapies to rehabilitate damaged discs. We use treatments that are non-surgical, FDA-cleared, drug and pain-free.
I was able to get off my pain medicines, and I was able to sleep through the night, and that was what I was desperate for.
To learn if you're a candidate for our treatment, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025 or click soundpainsolutions.com.
From whiplash to herniated discs, there are a few car accident injuries we've all heard of. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains that even the most common injuries differ from one another.
Pre-existing conditions, health history, beginning of treatment. There are hundreds of factors that make every person and every injury unique. While these variables aid medical treatment, the strongest case recoveries must also take them into account.
Could you explain a little bit more?
Our team at Pendergast Law is obsessed with turning over every stone to differentiate each case. This requires thorough investigation, diligent listening, and relentless research. We never pursue cases with a one-size-fits-all approach. We built our success by treating every injury and every case with the individualized attention our clients need and deserve.
Pendergast Law's individualized approach to even the most common injuries makes the difference in case outcomes. It's another reason why I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Guys, fall is here, and so are the all-new styles from Untuck It. We make the world's best Untuck shirts, and this season's new arrivals are some of our best yet. From soft brushed flannels to easy wrinkle-free cotton, every shirt is designed to keep you sharp and comfortable, whether you're layering up for work, weekends, or nights out. Special discounts for first-time customers, so shop now. Get the new arrivals today at untuckit.com and more than 80 stores. Untuck It, shirts designed to be worn, untucked.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-329-2121. That's 800-329-2121.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports. Touchdown! Seahawks! Ken Walker III! Get everything Seahawks at seattlesports.com.
For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto Repair has been the one locals trust for honest pricing, expert service, and guaranteed repairs. This dedication has earned them a Carfax Preferred designation. At Bucky's, every customer gets detailed Carfax updates, timely service reminders, and a full service history, all at your fingertips. With 16 family-owned locations, no appointment needed, and easy financing, Bucky's makes auto care simple. Visit Bucky's.com today and drive with confidence. Bucky's.com.
Looking for a high school that nurtures both the mind and spirit? Archbishop Murphy High School is where academic excellence meets faith-based education. With a 100% graduation rate and a college prep program designed to challenge and inspire, our students are prepared for whatever the future holds. But it's more than just academics. Archbishop Murphy's robust athletics, arts, and co-curricular activities ensure that every student finds their passion and thrives. Archbishop Murphy High School believes in educating the whole person. That's why we offer a vibrant campus life where students grow not only academically, but also spiritually, socially, and physically. Don't just take our word for it. See it for yourself. Schedule a visit and discover how Archbishop Murphy High School can help your students succeed. Visit am-hs.org. IRG Physical and Hand Therapy proudly supports Archbishop Murphy High School, where your story begins. am-hs.org.
With football season comes colder weather, so if you need new windows and doors, don't drop the ball. Steve Rabel here with Keith Dashafee from locally owned Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. So Keith, what's your next big play?
Well, Steve, right now get 40% off qualifying installs or no payments and no interest for 12 months on approved credit.
Schedule a free consultation with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Go to PellaPNW.com. That's PellaPNW.com.
He's Daniel Jeremiah.
I think he's really, really good.
And he's with Brock and Salk every week during the NFL season.
He could win an MVP.
Daniel's really smart. Daniel's probably the best in the business.
It's time for the Daniel Jeremiah Show, presented by Marquee Data.
How about that? A whole open for the Daniel Jeremiah show.
You like that, DJ? You like that?
I'll tell you what, I've known Klatt for a long time, and all I can tell you is AI's come a long way to put that in the formula to get him to say something like that.
Nope, Marquee Data had nothing to do with that, man.
Wow.
Actually, they do a little bit with AI.
Pretty-
How about that?
Pretty impressive.
That was very nice, guys. Before you ask me questions, can I ask you a couple questions?
Yeah.
Because this is serious because I know I'm sure everybody's bummed out the way that it ended in Game 7. But first question, is this the best baseball team that Seattle's ever had?
Talent-wise?
Well, just what they accomplished this year.
What they accomplished, yes. Factually, yes. They had never been to a Game 7 of an ALCS, not even the 116-win Mariner team of 2001.
Yeah, I knew they had that crazy year.
In terms of belovedness, though, just my gut says it's still going to take a while to get over 1995. Not just because this team did go a little farther, but there's the first element of that team. They were the first good Mariner team, and then also the saving of baseball in Seattle, part of it, and getting the stadium built. I still think that's a great question, but this one's going to be right there. And we were just talking about this right before you came on. I do think this team will go a long way to changing some of the conversation around the Mariners, which for the last few years has been a lot of frustration from the fan base. I think this allows the fans to re-engage in a positive way with the team again, and I think that will hopefully be its everlasting legacy that leads to more here over the next couple of years.
Yeah. So I think that's all fascinating. Like one of my favorite things is I'll read books on great teams. I'll always ask questions. If I get a chance to be with a general manager from a team that's just had an incredible season, I think it's fascinating to see, learn from those teams. So I just wrote down a couple things. I was just curious. A lot of times you talk about, and they talk about this with the Dodgers a lot for all the advantages that they have. But Mookie's kind of like been their leader, but him and Freddie are their best workers. So your best players are your best workers. I was curious on this team, like the leadership of that group. Has that culture kind of established itself where the best players are the best workers?
Yeah, that's Julio and Cal, right? I mean, they got the star power. They're both uniquely different than their peers in many ways, and both those guys, absolutely, and especially Cal.
Yeah.
I mean, with what he does physically, the selflessness of it. It's funny, DJ, you go here because on Tuesday, and I tried to set up Mike McDonald as best I could. So my setup rate at 1 to 10. It was decent, right? I mean, I tried. I said, Coach, I'm going to
Did you land the plane?
No. I said, I'm going to take you to some deep waters.
It's hard to land the plane when the runway is as bumpy as this one is.
You need a seaplane?
Yeah.
Yes. So I'm trying to take him to deep waters. I'm setting it up. And I just basically said, because what you asked there, and I think what you and I both love, Daniel, is teams that cultivate a care factor, a unique care factor. Is that kind of what you're digging at a little bit?
That's 100%. That's I've been using that term, care factor. This has kind of been my phrase this year, and asking all kinds of people about scouting. We've talked about, you get background on players, and what do they say? What kind of information do you want to get from those around the players as you build up your scouting report? And I said, to me, you sum it all up, boil it all down. You need players with a high care factor.
Isn't that what you were saying last week, DJ? I mean, essentially, I feel like that's what you were getting at when you said, Little's the tackle and Big's that run. Like, isn't that just all about care factor? If you're undersized but are willing to come up and stick your nose in the fan, then that's a care factor. If you're a big dude running, on defense who's running 25 yards downfield to make a play, that's just effort. That's just care factor.
100,000%, and that speaks louder than anything they can tell you about a player is just watching that and seeing that evidence. And I just think when you look at teams, and I know again, it's like, gosh, didn't end the way you want. That was an incredible season, and there had to be something to that team with why they did what they did. And it seems to be some of the connective tissue there is best players, best workers, the care factor. Like, I'm just fascinated to kind of study those things.
Well, I would add to that, and we can start to transition this into football, but I would add to that the pitching staff in terms of the really hard workers and leaders. Those starting pitchers those guys work really hard. That is Logan's reputation. I've heard quite a bit behind the scenes about Luis Castillo and the amount of work that he puts into it. Obviously, what I think what Brian Wu has done, and mental preparation and that kind of hard work. Yeah, I think that you're absolutely right to bring that up. And Dan Wilson cultivated that culture. It's one of the reasons he was just named, Sporting News Manager of the Year. Congrats to Dan. That just came out a couple of minutes ago. And he did create a culture on this team where they did work really hard and they did get along very well. And he did allow them a lot of the space to lead. And it worked out very well. Hard work.
That's fun. Fun. It's a fun year, man. It's a fun year for a baseball team. And I heard passing on with you guys the other day saying that this is the beginning of something, not the end of something. So that's exciting. Baseball is great. It's not football, but it is great, especially when you have a competitive team like that gave you guys a great summer and into the fall.
Big guys running. Did you see the play Leonard Williams made on the sideline near the end of that game on Monday night? Oh my God.
He's been doing it though. He's been chasing like that the whole year. I felt like I didn't get a chance to listen to the entire broadcast. I watched the game on tape. I saw some of the broadcasts, but I did hear they gave him some love.
A lot
that I felt like hasn't really been there. You know, his name hasn't been mentioned as much as I thought it should be, but it felt like during the broadcast they loved him up.
Can you slow your roll? Okay, he was the 11th graded Seahawk according to PFF Monday night defensively. He had a 61 grade. Can you stop throwing your flowers at Leonard?
Wow.
He's 61 grade DJ. What do you got to say about that?
I love PFF for all the information they provide. I don't know anyone who really looks at the grades. It's just, I feel like they probably feel like they have to do that, but it's not really a valuable thing. So that's a great example. That would be in the trial. That would be probably exhibit, maybe not A, but it would definitely be, B, C, or D.
All right. So as much as we've spent, I think every time you've come on here, we've talked about Leonard Williams, and for good reason. He's leading the way. But we have not talked nearly as much about the veteran player. We've talked about Byron Murphy a little bit. What about the other veteran player on this defensive line who we should be incredibly familiar with? We've been watching him play for what feels like forever, and that's Jaron Reed. He is such a, I don't know what the right, I mean, just hit the number, let's just say complete defensive tackle. I remember years ago, DJ, you're going to laugh at this because I was wrong, but I remember, what did I say, Brock, that Jaron Reed at the time I thought was a more complete defensive tackle than Aaron Donald. Now, I was wrong, and Donald was such a good pass rusher that ultimately it didn't matter. And but the idea behind it was this guy stops the run and gets after the passer in a way that not everyone in the NFL does. And I can't believe he's still doing it all these years later.
It's funny because I just pulled up his numbers because it's one of those things where I kind of look at him as you refer to him as like a glue guy, where you've got your young, exciting players, you've got your star players, and then the teams are kind of held together by those guys in the middle. He doesn't have a ton of production, but he's someone when you watch him, I keep track of the positive plays and the negative plays when you're going through games and, just kind of things that jump out at you. He's just like the steady Eddie, and that kind of reflects itself a little bit in the stat sheet where all he does is stack blocks. He's able to free up his linebackers to go make plays. He can get on the other side of the line of scrimmage, kind of force things to other guys. He's not a paper player. It doesn't necessarily always look great on paper, but man, he's just a good, solid player.
Well, the other conversation each and every week, and it's obvious, is the quarterback. And last week, you did a little twist on Sir Mix-a-Lot's song about butts, and you said your new song was no butts. When it came to Sammy, still no butts?
Look, I'm sure there's a couple plays he'd like to have back in that one. Just gripping the ball a little tighter in the end zone. We'll start there. Yeah. Stingley made a nice play on the pick. I mean, he undercut it, kind of almost baited him a little bit on that. On the pick, but he also I could pull out 5 throws as you could from that game. They were just incredible, high conviction, big time throws. So no, I'm not coming off of him at all from that. That's a miracle though. They turned over 4 times and still won the ball game. So you don't want to make a living doing that.
You know what's remarkable about it? And I was actually we chatted about it with Mike on Tuesday, but it hits me and strikes me right now, a couple days later, DJ, and that is Sam's ability to go back to your connective tissue, to build that in a season like he did in Minnesota last year, right? With both Addison and obviously one of the game's best, Jefferson, and receiver, and to do this in 7 months with JSN. I mean, those throws he's making, those 4 or 5 throws that you're talking about with conviction, he's throwing them open. He's throwing them in the red zone into as tight a window as you're ever going to see. I mean, do you put that on JSN? Do you put that on Sam? Do you put it on both as far as building a connection through 7 months? It looks like they've played together for years.
I don't see how you could split the baby. I mean, I think you look at it and it's like, I give 100% of the credit to Sam for how he's playing. I give 100% of the credit to JSN. I don't know how you could say it's more this person or the other person. That's, it's just been impressive. And when you've got those, I don't call it what you call them, Brock, kind of those over-under throws where you've got an underneath defender and an over-the-top defender. You got to get it up and down. Like, that is an incredibly difficult throw. And it's also understanding the spacing from the receiver standpoint of where he needs to be. So you give that throw a chance. And there's 2 or 3 of those every single game that you watch of Seattle this year. And so, yeah, JSN's playing as well as any wide receiver in the league. And Sam is, he's got no fear. I mean, he's just playing with a lot of confidence and aggressiveness. I'd much rather do that. This is the extreme, right? But if you look at, Fields and then to some degree, the way that Hurts has played, where there's just, I'm not going to turn it over. I'm not going to turn it over. I'm not going to turn it over. Like, that's hard to put up points and be an explosive offense unless you've got a little bit of, not reckless, but aggressive, like selectively aggressive would be the term I would use.
He's reminding me, I didn't ever think I would ever say this, but having played with Marvin Harrison for a couple years, DJ, and we use the Amon-Ra St. Brown because the body type is more similar there. He's thicker legged and everything else. And he's probably not as fast on a 40-yard metric as Marvin was, but their feet never leave the ground. Their change of direction at full speed. And then, I remember my first minicamp with Marvin, and I threw a comeback, and I was like, oh crap, little guy, it's gonna be 5 feet over his head. And then Gumby, he goes up what? Yeah. How did he just catch that and put his feet down? Man, JSN is starting to change the narrative, I think, of the upside, for me at least. I don't know if he has for you.
Yeah, he's living on the outside, winning on the outside, and there's not a route that he can't run. We always knew he was willing to do the work in the middle of the field and running through balls, staying grounded through the catch, all that stuff. And now you're watching him, just weave guys, getting shoulders turned, snapping off routes on the outside, creating a ridiculous amount of separation. I haven't looked at the PFF numbers there. That would be a more meaningful stat, but he was
90.1. He was the highest grade.
Yeah,
you gotta really check that out.
But even just the stats on creating separation when you're outside, I gotta believe he's doing that as well as anybody in the league right now.
You know who I wish was a Seahawk?
Who's that?
Cam Scatabo.
He's fun.
He's really fun. He's exactly what this team could use. If you added that level of personality and running a bit and physicality, all of it, it would be such a great fit with this team and everything else that they're doing. I went back and was just looking at the draft last night because I was like, man, why isn't this guy a Seahawk? We talked about him. He'd be awesome. It'd be really fun. He was drafted at the beginning of the 4th round, as you know. So the last pick that the Seahawks made before that was Jalen Milroe. As you look at it today, would the Seahawks have been better off drafting? And I've been a big Milroe. I love the pick. I'm not crushing them for it. But would they be better off today having drafted Scatabo than Milroe?
I think you could look at where they were in that position room, and they felt pretty good about those 2 guys. So, that kind of comes back to best player available, highest rated. I'd have to go back and see how different I had them stacked up. But that would not have stood out to me at the time. And I think Scatabo's been given tremendous opportunity there that I don't know if he would get all those touches and carries with the backfield that are in Seattle right now. So I would say that was not a way I would go at this point in time. I'm going to let that play out a little bit. But Scatabo is fun. He's kind of, to me, reminds me of somehow Mike Allstott and Rob Gronkowski had a baby. It would be just like a little Scatabo running around there like a Tasmanian devil.
The personality element of it, though, and just what he seems to do for the rest of the team around him. It's amazing.
It's like caveman.
We are 12 days away, I believe, from the NFL trade deadline. It's not like the baseball trade deadline that our Mariners benefited a whole lot. Wouldn't have been where they were without Naylor and Suarez in particular. 12 days to the NFL trade deadline. Do you expect a bunch of action and significant moves?
I think so. I think there's some teams that have already signaled by some moves that they're willing to be active, and I don't know, Cleveland doing what they did with Flacco, and you see some of these other trades. I think there might be some, vet for vet stuff too. I can help you, you can help me type things. But this is a totally different era of GM. There's just a lot more willing and a lot more active, looking at the big picture. I think one of the things that's taken place over the last 5 years that I think has changed and made this way more fun and way more active is that teams have really got into pick swaps. So the whole thing is like, well, I want a player, but I don't want to lose a pick. So now you can justify it by saying, well, maybe I'm sending out a 4, but I'm getting a 6 back. At least I still have my same allotment of draft picks, even though they might be a little bit later on in the draft. But that has made it a lot easier for these moves to get made instead of just player for pick.
All right, so how do you handle it if you're the Seahawks and your secondary is about to get a whole lot healthier? You're going to get Spoon back. You're going to get Love back. You really like what you've gotten so far from the rookie, Eamon Worry. I mean, we could spend a whole while talking about him. He was awesome the last couple of weeks. You got Woolen, you got Job. Like, how does all of that shake out? And specifically, what do you do with Reek? Do you try to trade him at the deadline, or do you say, hey, depth is more important. I want him and Job just in case there's another injury?
I've seen his name bandied about a bunch. People have talked about, teams are in the corner market that he could be had. I always go back to conversations at cut down day every single year around the league. If you talk to every GM, they'll tell you the same thing. We just need one more tackle and one more corner. If we could just find a tackle and a corner, and there's going to be attrition. So to me, if I have any depth on the offensive line or in the secondary, I don't know that I'm willing to deal from that at this point in time. If you got a team that's capable of going on a run, it's, I get where he is, and you got guys coming back, and he hasn't been what you hoped he would be, but I don't know. What are you going to get? You're going to get a 5th or 6th round pick.
What if you could get a guard? What if you could get a starting guard?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know who in the league is going to be willing to do that. That's. Yeah, if there's a starting caliber guard out there, yeah, sure, why not? But I don't know that he's gonna command that type of return.
Yeah, I guess that becomes the challenge, DJ, as well, and it is a baseball perspective. Like, okay, is he more valuable for us the rest of this season? Because they're not going to re-sign him. I don't think there's any world where Reek Woolen is going to be re-signed as a Seattle Seahawk. It's going to be Cross, it's going to be JSN, it's going to be others you're going to take care of before him. And I don't think he's shown the maturity or the kind of guy, care factor that they want. So if there's an opportunity like baseball, he's not coming back here, can we trade him as a rental? But to your point, probably not enough trade value back compared to the depth that you have.
Yeah, I wouldn't think so. But, you find a team out there that suffers a couple injuries this week and you get desperate, and then maybe that changes the math a little bit. But, as it stands right now, I don't know that you're getting much more than that.
Okay, bigger picture. You watch the tape of these Seahawks as you do each and every week on the Daniel Jeremiah Show, presented by my buddy at Marquee Data. So you do it every week. Anybody else pop, other than the just characters that we know? Anything stand out to you? Like, ooh, this guy's kind of intriguing. Because I had an NFL guy text me about the Seahawks, and I'm curious if your eye ever got to this guy.
Well, I'm still an Ernest Jones fan, so watching him buzz around that would be one that I'd. Yeah, it was pretty sick.
That was a pretty athletic play.
I'm trying to think. I'm going through looking at the roster and seeing what other names pop.
Oh, I need your binder, DJ. I need your binder. Do you have your binders handy?
No, I packed up everything because I'm going up to LA. Literally, I'm doing this, knocking out a podcast, and I got to do this Thursday night game. So
I don't have your binders.
Brock just wants to ask you about someone named Drake Thomas, because most people don't know who he is. Okay, and Brock just figured out his first name because he kept calling.
No, I knew Drake, but I was like Drake Rogers, Drake Smith, Drake what?
Why am I blanking on him? Give me, what are the...
Yeah, so, and then I'm like, well, maybe he's Zach Thomas's little cousin. He talked about the
42,
birth child.
42.
Yes.
Yeah.
Bro. He was everywhere.
Did I do him?
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me see. I have my Excel sheet here. What
you
year?
Go.
This year?
Ooh, no. He's been a couple years. I believe he was out of NC State. Unbelievably productive. He has like 29-inch arms. He's got like, just really short Brock Purdy Tyrannosaurus Rex arms. And so I think the length
he was 23. He was a college free agent in 23. He does not ring a bell. I'm going to look real quick. I don't think that
He strikes me as, and Brock, maybe I'm wrong, as one of these sort of modern linebackers that might have been a safety 10 years ago, and now he's a linebacker, because that's what they're looking for, is more of that run around, get into the secondary kind of linebacker. But what's been great is he does tackle pretty darn well for that size. I mean, he's able to stick his nose in there and actually tackles pretty well.
And reading between the lines, by the way, and this was the one cool little nugget that Coach McDonald gave us on Tuesday talking about him. because he was a lot of the talk, and the numbers popped, and he played, and he and Tyrese Knight had been splitting, and not on Monday night. Like, it was his job. And McDonald, if you listen to him, DJ, basically said the scouts just pounded the table for this guy. He can play. Don't look at the height. Don't look at the length. He can play. He can hit. He can get off blocks. He's not – and sure enough, man, he was right there with EJ at the second level, just a game changer on Monday night.
Yeah, I did not. Unfortunately, I went back through my sequence list from that year. So,
Be better, DJ.
He didn't make the 400. He didn't make the – he didn't get picked. Come on.
What does that have to say? Somebody that doesn't make the top 400 could start a Monday Night Football game. Like, honestly, like that's
it happens every week. It happens every week.
Why?
Because guys have fallen through the cracks, and I'm going off of what teams have told me. So in terms of who to watch, so when when names don't come across my desk of you need to watch this guy because you could talk about him when he gets picked, when everybody assumes they're going to be undrafted. That's how that happens, and it's exactly the reason why you mentioned it. There's two types of undrafted players that hit. You get the unbelievable, height, weight, speed, athleticism with no production. So you're betting on the athlete who has no football, history, or you get the incredible football player with none of the height, weight, speed, athleticism. And it's a debate that rages in the draft room every year when you get to the 6th or 7th round. And I've been on teams that have believed in one thing, and I've been on teams that have believed the other. We're taking all traits and we'll coach him up into a football player, or let's just take a football player. He'll find a way to make our team.
Which do you prefer?
And help us out. It depends by the position. If I'm taking corners, I'm always going to bet on the traits and just say, if you're 4.65, that's going to be tough for you to hide that person, and his deficiencies are going to be exposed. If you're an interior offensive lineman with little T-Rex arms, but you're a really good player, they have a chance. If you're an inside linebacker, same thing we're talking about here, you've got a chance. But usually edge rushers, if you got an edge rusher who's got 15 sacks at Montana State, but he's got a slow get off, he's got a 28-inch vertical, like that's congratulations on the Big Sky accolades, but that's not for me. DJ. I'm going to go ahead and go with the traits.
That's hilarious. So corner, you said you're okay. Is corner a traits thing, or wasn't
traits? Corner's traits for me.
You wouldn't like Josh Jobe then. He is not a traits guy, but man, he is a feisty sucker. He gets out there and battles, and the hands maybe aren't ideal, but he is a feisty dude, and I relate to that a little bit.
Though I think he ran well.
Right. He did run good.
Hey, we got to go. You got to go as well. Enjoy the podcast. Enjoy the Thursday night game. We'll talk to you next week.
All right, boys. Take care.
There you go. There's Daniel Jeremiah. Of course, we do that every week with DJ.
Presented by
what now?
Marquee Data.
What now?
Yeah. I'm sending you the Atari shirt. You liked it yesterday.
I know. I liked it. I like the Atari shirt.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Good.
That's good. I like it.
All right.
I'm going to wear it in the shower like Lyle. We got to go. You're out tomorrow. Good luck with the game tonight.
Big game tonight, buddy.
Yeah. I got
4-hour bus ride. How about that?
That's a long time in a bus.
4-hour bus
That's a long time in a bus on I-70. Yikes. Hawk Blogger's going to come by 7:30 tomorrow and do some Blue 88 also, so we'll get some football talk with him. G. Scott's coming in. I think he has some thoughts on your shower video, Lyle, as well. So we'll see where that goes.
I think he's got some thoughts on the gambling thing, and you guys will all get thoughts from Dan and the rest of the boys here.
Yes, exactly. So we'll react to all of that tomorrow. Stick around for Bump and Stacy next. See you tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. Until then, the Hay
Barn.
See you, everybody.
Sean Payton is a bully.
Bump and Stacy.
He went out, tried to bully Russell Wilson on the low.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
I don't care how you feel about Russell Wilson. I think that Sean Payton, he saw an opportunity to take shots at a guy that he felt like wasn't going to say anything back to him. I've heard that he's a decent guy, but in that moment, that was some bully activity right there. Russell, I'm proud of you. Clap back at him and called out some facts, too. So I'm proud of Russell in that moment.
Only on Seattle Sports on 710. Seattle Sports on YouTube and the Seattle Sports app.
At Cressy Door, we have the perfect garage door for you. Come visit our brand new garage door and fireplace showroom and let our experts help you find the perfect garage door. Cressy Door.
At Bible Law Group, we understand when you've got legal problems so biblical, not even an Etsy witch can turn your court case around. With James Bible and his team by your side, don't panic when your ark is lost in divorce or when a whale swallows your defense attorney. At Bible Law Group, we've secured over $40 million in settlements for our clients, and we're ready to fight for you. When your legal problems hit biblical proportions, contact Bible Law Group and let our talented team of lawyers get to work, no matter the problem. Find us at BibleLawGroup.com.
Are your investment dollars working as hard as they should be? You've spent years building your future. Don't let outdated advice put it at risk. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. We're a veteran-owned firm proud to bring a new standard of financial care to the Seattle area. Our nationally recognized advisors are fiduciaries, ethically bound to put your interests first. That's the highest standard of care in the industry. As a privately held company, we answer to you, our valued clients, not shareholders. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a customized plan. From Bellevue to Tacoma, get advice you can count on. It's time to take a fresh look at your financial plan. Call Trajan Wealth, 206-466-3300. That's 206-466-3300. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Stacey Rost here from Seattle Sports. Ladies and gentlemen, this is for you too. Stubborn fat is really hard to get rid of. And then there's all those gimmicky lasers, fat freezing methods, prescriptions. But imagine a simple solution that takes just one day and provides immediate, noticeable results. Introducing ProSculpt. ProSculpt uses air-assisted technology that's safe and gentle, yet powerful, delivering instant fat-reducing and skin-tightening results. Performed by board-certified plastic surgeons while fully awake, ProSculpt contours your body with minimal downtime. It's designed to target problem areas: waistline, face, neck, arms, thighs. ProSculpt gently removes unwanted fat and tightens loose skin with FDA-cleared plasma technology, all in a simple, guaranteed one-day procedure. ProSculpt is one and done. For your free consultation and $250 off, visit ProSculpt.com for powerful permanent fat removal and skin tightening that works for ladies and you men. It's ProSculpt.com.
When it comes to the security of your business, doubts can creep in about who you're trusting to protect it. At Bay Alarm, we got you. For nearly 80 years, we've been putting our customers' minds at ease with our advanced technology and personalized support. Feeling insecure about your current security service? Visit BayAlarm.com today.
Hey, it's John Curley with some great news. If your home's heating or cooling is uneven, noisy, or expensive, listen up. The Quilt Ductless Heat Pump System from Home Comfort Alliance is changing the game. It gives you room control and next-gen efficiency, so you're only heating where you need it. That means real comfort and real savings, and every quilt system qualifies for max tax credits. Trusted for 50 years. Call the comfort people today at HomeComfortAlliance.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love. The birth of the American supercar is roaring into LeMay, America's Car Museum, starting October 25th. Curated by racing icon Steve Saleen, this electrifying exhibition showcases the evolution of American speed, style, and engineering, featuring icons like Hennessy, Shelby, Zinger, and more. From raw horsepower to groundbreaking design, this is the ultimate tribute to performance. Don't miss the birth of the American supercar, opening October 25th at LeMay, America's Car Museum. Visit americascarmuseum.org to learn more.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Cal Raleigh, Julio Rodriguez, and Jorge Polanco are American League Silver Slugger finalists. The Mariners have also been announced as a Team of the Year finalist. Winners will be announced tomorrow at 3 p.m. Breaking news this morning, Blazers head coach Chauncey Billups has been arrested as part of a years-long investigation into illegal sports betting and rigged poker games backed by the mafia. Billups was one of 34 people arrested. The Blazers announced this morning he's been placed on immediate leave.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
This is Bump and Stacy.
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross. Here we go now.
Seahawks are entering a bye week, so we have a little bit of reflection this week. In addition to all of us being able to sit and watch Red Zone, well, you guys maybe can. Most Seahawks fans enjoy watching all of the Seahawks game, which means you miss out on some Red Zone festivities. I'm very, very excited to have a week of watching games, but that also means we have a week of reflecting on what the Seahawks have done so far. And Curtis Rogers pointed something out that was very interesting, which is, Curtis, would you remind me what you found in those 3 past Seahawks seasons?
So I'm looking at what they were in 23, 24, and then here in 25, and very similar to what they've been through 7 weeks. In 23, they were 5-2. Last year, they were 4-3, and they're 5-2 right now.
Okay.
Nice little trend.
Nice little trend, really encouraging.
But the last 2 years, they missed out on the playoffs, and they really slipped up in the middle portion of the season.
So that is where we're starting today. And Bump, I'm going to turn to you to get us started here. What makes this year feel different? Because Curtis is right. You've been 5-2 before, and you didn't get to the playoffs. You've been 4-3, which is pretty solid, and you ended up struggling in a couple phases and not getting to the playoffs.
All right, you're going to have to give me a minute here.
Okay.
So first, you start off with just the quarterbacks, right? Every team starts with the quarterbacks. I do work for CW and ESPN, and on the weekends, the first conversation we're having is about the quarterbacks. Every level, right? So Geno threw 7 last year. I just picked 7 because we've been through 7, right? 7 last year. He was 8 touchdowns, 6 interceptions, 1,900 yards, 69% completion percentage. 2023, 10 touchdowns, 6 interceptions, 1,600 yards, 76% completion percentage. Sam Darnold, 12 for 1,767. Geno completed more passes, had more yards one year, but in both years, Sam Darnold has had more touchdowns, less interceptions. You're getting better quarterback play. He's a bit more efficient. So now let's talk about the offense, where they stand. In 2023, at this point overall, they were 14th. In 24, they were 7th. And right now, they are 10th. In 2024, they had 373 yards per game. Right now, they're 350. They're better rushing, though, and they're better in scoring this year. Last year, all right, let's go to 2023 defense. They were 16th overall. In 24, they were 19th overall. And this year, they are 10th overall. That's the best they've been. They're better against the run, and they're a better scoring defense. So when you start checking those, just the broad boxes, on paper, this is a better football team. They are worse when it comes to passing. They're the worst pass defense in the game right now. And that is, it's surprising to me. Because, or one of the worst, seventh worst. That's surprising to me because you look at the names out there when healthy, and then it's not surprising to me because these guys haven't been out there all at the same time. So what makes me think that going forward that this team can continue to build and not have the drop that we've seen? One, I think leadership is different at the quarterback position. I think Geno wasn't a bad leader, but his approach was a bit abrasive. Didn't seem like he was a rah-rah, bring the guys together type of dude. Not a bad thing. I've seen quarterbacks have success like that. Tom Brady wasn't the most nurturing quarterback of all time, but also he was the GOAT. Sam Darnold's a bit different, more low-key from what we hear. He does bring the guys together off the field. I think that defensively, Mike McDonald has a better idea of who this team is, who they want to be, and he has pieces in place. We're seeing Byron Murphy play better football. Nick Mawaria, rookie, getting contributions there. We can't wait to see J. Love, and that defensive line is one of the best in the game. I put them behind maybe the Broncos. Rams is messing with them too. Offensively, there's a commitment to the run. So this year, they're 8th when it comes to attempts. They average about 28 attempts per game. I thought last year they would be way down there when it comes to attempts. They actually average about 22 attempts per game, but I think it's the sequencing when it comes to running the football. So the thing that makes me believe is that there's an identity on defense, there's an identity on offense, and on offense, they are syncing the plays together a lot more smoothly than last year, whereas last year was like sprint, jog. When this one is like, it's like you're running a 400-meter race, man. You take off of that sprint, you get your stride, you find your pace, and you keep things rolling. So, no, I'm optimistic. I think that overall they're a better football team.
Let's break this up into offense and defense for the rest of the 10 minutes here that we're going to talk about it, because I want to take a little bit of time to explore both these phases. And I'm going to start by saying My belief, like yours, is that this version of the Seahawks, even though a previous version in 2023 started 5-2 as well, is more complete and well-balanced. So start defensively, and we'll go 5 minutes here. You are right in that this is a defense that has struggled against the pass. I think that much of that play has been given up between the 20s. This is actually tied for 6th best in red zone scoring, allowing 50% conversion. That sounds like a lot, but that's, again, one of the better ones. So 47% would make you top 4. 43% would make you top 3 in limiting red zone scoring plays. So they are at 50%, and that's tied for 6th best. They are also one of the top scoring defenses. They are not where Houston is at 14.7, nor necessarily where Denver is at 18.1, but they're limiting opponents to 19.4. So where they're really struggling is allowing explosive pass plays, and most especially allowing opponents to gain yardage after the catch. Entering into that game against Houston, they had allowed the 3rd most yards after catch for opposing offenses. Now, that's something that could become an absolute headache for you when you go in to face San Francisco again, right? You don't have to do that to the end of the year.
Or the Rams. You ain't seen the Rams
or
yet
the
either.
Rams, exactly. Or the Rams. Like, that's going to be a problem for you against those teams, so you got to find a way to tighten it up. And the injuries they've had in the secondary are a massive part of that. Do those stats look exactly the same with Devin Witherspoon and Julian Love out there? I don't think they do. We don't know. We don't know, but I don't think they do. Let's focus on just the defense and what feels different about this group compared to 24, which was still a Mike Macdonald group, and especially 23, which, by the way, 5-2 to start the season. But that following game, which was a week 9, they had an early bye. That following game was that loss to the Ravens.
Yeah.
So doesn't that feel like a different team? Doesn't that feel like a different defense than the one that you're looking at right now?
It does. It feels like a different defense. One, because you have some guys in the box who are healthy this year. Missing Uchenna was big. That's big last year. He's leading the team in sacks right now with 5, and he's on pace to have himself, 10, 11 sacks. We'll see how this goes. Just a projection. So the box being healthy and having the linebackers that you want now, I don't see them going out and trading for a linebacker. I think they like Drake Thomas. He's earned his way to the starting position. I think Tyrese Knight is a solid number 2 at this point. If need be, he can be the one. He finished the game, 8 games in a row to finish last season. Of course, you got Ernest in the middle. I think that you're still waiting to see J. Love and Witherspoon. This team feels different, especially because of the development of that defensive line. Leo is back. He's not going to get 11 sacks this year, but if you watch the way he is influencing runs and passes, it's ridiculous. He is the epitome of my effect on the game isn't going to show up in the box score. You got the development of Byron Murphy, 4.5 sacks, had half a sack last year. You have the acquisition of DeMarcus Lawrence, who's contributing to this as well. It all starts, and we haven't even had a breakout game from Boye Mafe yet. Derek Hall is out with an oblique. The defense is going to lead the charge. And if I had to pick whether a team that was going to outscore you and hope that they win that game or a team that's going to limit you from scoring and try to win that game, I'm going with the team that's going to limit you from scoring, right? Because even a mediocre offense in this game is going to average 17 to 18 points. If your defense is holding teams around 18 to 20 points, you're going to have a chance at the end of the day. And with Sam Darnold and the way that he's been playing minus the last game, and the last game wasn't even that bad. It was just probably his worst game as a Seahawk.
And we'll talk about that a little bit later this hour with kind of an MVP conversation, too.
Yeah, I think that the defense is always going to give you a chance, and I cannot wait to see when everybody is out there.
Let's go to the offense now, final 5 minutes. And this is where I'm going to start with you. I want to talk about scoring per game, and you don't even have to have, specific stats ready, though I'm positive that you do. But I want to ask about what feels more efficient and what feels better and what's standing out to you from the point of view of someone who understands what a coordinator wants to do. Because here's what's really interesting when you look at one stat, a very basic one, points per game. In 2023, through exactly this many weeks, the Seahawks were 8th in points per game. Okay? This was when we were having conversations about, oh, wow, Geno Smith cooking. Look at him continuing to work here. This is kind of nice, right? You 1 year in, still moving on from Russell Wilson. In 2024, through this time, they were 13th in points per game, though it was still roughly the same, about 24 points per game. Right now, they're 5th in points per game, kind of wobbling between 5th and 6th. And it's not like a drastic jump. So this year they're looking at 27 points per game, about a field goal difference. So you could look at it and you could go, offenses were pretty strong to start all 3 of those seasons, like fairly okay. What feels different about this year's, if it does?
It's more balanced, even though I said last year they averaged 22 rushes per game. This year they're averaging 28 rushes per game. It feels like they're up to around 34, and last year it felt like they rushed for like 15, 20. And the reason why it feels that way is because what I mentioned is that the flow and the marriage of the run to the pass is a bit different, a lot different. Last year they were getting to the red zone, converting 57% of the time when it comes to scoring touchdown. This year, 68%. There's a plan when they get into the red zone. Doesn't seem forced. Now, Zach Charbonnet's touchdown, one of those was just forced. It was a cluster, you know what. You're pushing up the A gap. You get a push from Russell, and you're just big boy, and you get in there. But we've seen the play-action boot, A.J. Barner getting a touchdown. The play-action boot, you've seen JSN getting a touchdown. You see Zach Charbonnet in there, Ken Walker in there as well. It's all about once you get into the red zone, when that field shrinks, and there's less ground for this defense to cover, what type of plan do you have? And it seems like they have a plan down there. And they're efficient. I do know that a red zone turnover against the 49ers, was a fumble there, and you were backed up against the Buccaneers, not in the red zone, but a crucial situation. But it still feels like they're more responsible with the football in the red zone. How do you win ball games? You score points. You got to get down there. So overall this year, they're 7th in the NFL when it comes to scoring touchdowns in the red zone. No surprise, Philly is 1 because of that dang tush push, and they're efficient there. So that's the main thing, is that when it's time to score, I have way more confidence than we used to have with this ball club.
I agree. I think also, and now we're kind of in the final couple minutes kind of combining this. Sometimes, you'll be watching a team. It doesn't matter what the team is, any team you choose to watch. In this case, we're talking about the Seahawks, but this applies to anyone. And it feels like there's like 3 or 4 levers that you have to pull to be a championship team. And for some reason, if you pull one lever, scoring, another lever gets unpulled. Oh, suddenly you're horrible defensively. You know what I mean? It just feels like you're never functioning at the same time. People have made this joke for the Mariners, right? Offense, pitching, like whatever it is. It's just like, God, why can't you get all things functioning at the same time? Now that's the answer to that is that happens for most teams most years. Right. Like it is very rare to be this wholly complete team. And for every Super Bowl winner, you can find one flaw with what they were doing. That's just sports. I will say, this year's Seahawks team bump, it feels like those levers, those buttons, most of them are pulled. Most of them are working. There are little things that I would point to and go, I wish your run game was better. I just wish it was better. I wish your pass defense was just a little tighter. You wouldn't allow quite as many yards after completion, right? Like those are after catch. Those are some things that I'm looking at here. But it's much better than in previous seasons when in 2023 you were 30th against the run, but still a really solid offense. It felt like a trade-off that didn't make you feel confident in the team because you knew no matter what that there was something you were struggling with. This year, your offensive line has allowed fewer sacks at this point in the year than they have in the past couple years. That's a lever being pulled. Your top wide receiver has more receiving yards, not just like at this time in the year compared to the previous 2 years, at this time in the year compared to like any other wide receiver the franchise has seen. So I think there's a lot of the right buttons being pushed at the same time here is the best way I can say it.
Yeah, I'm looking up in the our broadcast group yesterday, Moyer dropped a nugget in there, and I think he verified this. Says DK career games with 8+ catches and 100+ yards as a Seahawk 4. All right, 8+ catches, 100+ yards. He's got games over 100. He's got a bunch of those. But the number of receptions, right? You move the chains there. DK was like, I'm going to hit one for 70 yards, and then I hit you with a couple of little guys. JSN, 8 catches, 100+ yards this season. He's got 5 of those already. So not only is JSN
7 games played.
Not only is JSN playing like he's more explosive, he's just more reliable. He can do, I'm going to push it down the field. I got a 61-yard reception. I also can go underneath. I can get this 8-yard reception for a first down. He's doing a little bit of everything. So he's showing his versatility as a wideout. I don't say these stats to knock on DK. I never want to knock on DK because he brings something to the table that 99% of the the wideouts in the league just can't bring to him, that physicality. But JSN is just showing he's a bit more versatile.
Can I ask you a quick question before we end up moving on to headline rewrites? When it comes to JSN in particular, another thing these years had in common, at least in 24, is that you had JSN there. And, he had a breakout sophomore season, and it was really exciting. But even I didn't see this from him.
Mm-hmm.
The potential, sure, but it wasn't what I was necessarily expecting or counting on. Is this more the growth and development of JSN? Or is this about an external factor as well, like a coordinator that's using him differently?
There's a reason why Schneider was okay letting DK and Lockett go. Because Monday through Friday, they're watching what Jason is doing. They're saying, I think he is capable of being a number one receiver. He also has to be put into the right situation. This offense is perfect for JSN and what he brings to the table. So it's not the hot take or the sexy answer, but it's always a combo. You got yourself a quarterback too. Geno was extremely accurate with the football at times. He finished the season with 70% completion percentage, right? He's the most accurate quarterback in franchise history when it comes to that. I also think that Sam Darnold can take some of the same risks that Geno has taken, but not turn the football over, right? We've seen that. He's got 4 interceptions so far. Typically at this time of the year, Geno has had 6 and a bunch of red zone turnovers. So it's all. It's Sam Darnold and him being on the same page. It's Kubiak's offense, and then it's the development of JSN. He said it himself. His third year in high school, he emerged. Third year in college, he emerged. Third year in the NFL, he's the best in the game right now.
Getting to the Mariners in less than 15 right now. Let's get to headline rewrites.
Headline rewrites.
We must make headlines.
The real story behind the headlines in today's news with Bump and Stacy.
Headline number 1, Game 7 was the most-watched ALCS game since 2017, averaging 9 million viewers with a peak of 12 million during the 9th inning. What's the real headline?
And all 12 million couldn't believe Bazardo was coming in during that spot. I assume it had to be around 12 in the 7th as well. Certainly 10.
The worst part about this Bazardo thing is that there was a point during the playoffs where we were praising his name because he pitched, 3-4 games in a row.
Yeah.
He came in and was clutch and was emotional, and we loved it, and we appreciated him for that. With that being said, if I'm in a 4-man scramble in a golf tournament, Stacy, and we need our guy, one of us, to hit the middle of the fairway, I'm looking at the best golfer and saying, I don't care if you've been playing like crap all day.
Yeah.
We need you to hit this fairway for us. That's the way this felt here, is that you just wanted your best guy out there. And if he goes out there and he don't hit the fairway, so be it. He gave us our best shot. Everyone felt like, well, if you followed the Seahawks, the Mariners, and you've watched the playoffs, everyone has felt like Munoz gave you your best shot. If you go down, you go down. So I feel bad for Bazardo because I'm sure he's hearing all this stuff like, oh, why'd you put him in and all this good stuff. But
sure,
it's not about you, Bazardo. It's about the guy who gets paid to finish guys off. We just didn't see him.
Well, and what's interesting is with these managerial decisions, I feel like it's so rarely on the pitcher or that public blame is. Like, I do think most people look at Bazardo and go, man, do you get through the ALDS without this guy giving you long relief? I don't know that you do.
No,
this guy was absolutely key in Game 5, and good for him, as was Castillo. Like, your arm showed up for the ALDS. It's much like it was with Robbie Ray, right? Were people upset with Robbie Ray for leaving something over the middle, or were they upset with Scott Service? They were upset with Scott Service. I don't know. This was a bad pitch, not well executed. I don't know anyone that's mad at Bazardo.
No.
Everyone's mad at the decision.
Yeah.
So, you could even go back to Super Bowl 49. Were people livid at Russell Wilson after that? No. The vast majority of people were mad at Pete Carroll.
Yep.
Headline rewrites.
Headline number 2, the Vikings take on the Chargers on Thursday Night Football. What's the real headline?
Loser of this one might as well pack their bags on claiming a division title. The Chargers, man, 3-0 to start the season. It sure looked like they would knock off the Chiefs and, kind of claim the AFC West, and now they've gone 1 of 3. Are they in danger of going 1 of 4?
Possibly. I never believed the Chiefs would win this division. I never did. You come out that first week, 27-21, you beat the Chiefs. That's what got people going like, oh, snaps, look at this squad, okay?
Yeah.
And you beat up on the Raiders. We don't know enough about the Raiders at this point to figure out who they're going to be, even though I felt like they won't be a playoff team. The Broncos was a solid win. We see who they are now, 23-20. Then you lose to the Giants, the Commanders. You beat up Dolphins. You lose to the Colts. It's one, they're in a tough division, a division that is always going to be Kansas City's for the taking. And then you got the Denver Broncos who are coming around and developing themselves. So Justin Herbert still hasn't really pushed through the threshold of he's just a really talented quarterback. He is one of the elite and can win you some ball games. Maybe he gets there. I don't think he is this year. I still think it's Kansas City's division to lose. For the Vikings, it's just about the quarterback woes. You got 3 different starting quarterbacks this year. JJ hasn't been able to develop because he's been banged up. Carson Wentz, what do you really expect out of him? It's the Vikings are looking at Sam Darnold. They're missing him right now for sure.
Headline rewrites.
Headline number 3, Cal Raleigh, Julio Rodriguez, and Jorge Polanco were all nominated for AL Silver Slugger Awards this morning. What's the real headline?
Was Geno snubbed? Now, this is less a joke and more a real conversation that we were having in the Sports Pit beforehand. I think in a year in which Geno spends the entirety of the season in the American League, I have a hard time thinking a guy that got 49 home runs would not be nominated. So is this just a byproduct of spending time in both leagues and they're not quite sure who to nominate? 49 home runs is a lot.
Yeah, but
in
both
any
of those is on the other side, in the other league.
Okay, so 35 home runs in the National League.
Yeah.
That still would be a top performer.
I think it complicates things. He makes the move. He comes over here. It just complicates. I don't think he was snubbed. I think if he spends the whole season in one league and puts up those numbers, for sure he's going to be in that mix. But I think because he went from one hood to the next hood, they don't know what to do with him.
This can't be the first time, Curtis, I might turn to you for this one. This can't be the first time that someone had a phenomenal year and was moved at the deadline.
Yeah.
Now, Geno did become...
Between leagues?
Yes,
Yeah.
Geno did become the first hitter ever to have 35 or more home runs moved at the deadline. So that is quite a chunk of offensive performance with one team. So that is something. Like maybe in previous seasons, someone was traded across leagues and then had like an unbelievable second half.
Yeah, so there have been a couple instances of this, and the players just kind of ended up getting snubbed for these awards just simply because they didn't really have a league where they spent, the majority of their season in.
Yeah.
A clear example of this is in 2008, CeCe Sabathia was traded from Cleveland to Milwaukee, and in Milwaukee in 17 starts, went 11-2 with a 1.65 ERA, 7 complete games in those 17 starts. Didn't receive a Cy Young vote that year, even though he was definitely the best pitcher in baseball that season. Same with, I think Carlos Beltran was traded from Kansas City to Houston back when the Astros were in the National League. And he was an all-star. He was named an all-star with Kansas City. Gets traded to the National League, doesn't get to participate in the All-Star game because he switched leagues.
Hear me out. Geno Suarez, only in the National League, 5th in home runs this year. That's with everyone in the National League. That's all of their stats. Everyone else who got the full year. 5th in home runs, hitting .248, 896 OPS, 87 RBI. Which would be...
I think he's definitely... if he should be nominated in any league, the National League would be...
I'm just saying, if he would have ended up with the Arizona Diamondbacks, now he would have gotten more than 36 home runs with Arizona.
He would have been the runaway National League Silver Slugger.
That's what I'm saying. But even then, even with only through the end of July, his 36 home runs are still 5th. Still. I think he's a snub, man.
I don't.
You don't?
Complicated things. You just complicated. You made a move. You complicated things.
He was moved.
Yeah, he was moved. It's not his fault.
Yeah, I don't know. All right. Before we close the book on the Mariners season, let's take another look at the final chapter. How does this team keep a controversial decision from haunting them in 2026? That's next with Ryan Rowland-Smith.
Wyman and Bob.
It's going to take a bit for this team, I think, to get past this moment.
Every afternoon at 2.
To be that close. You were just steps away, and you came up short. Some of them sat in that dugout and watched the Jays out there celebrating, and they're going to use that as fuel.
You're never going to be happy unless you win the last game, right?
Yeah, but somebody's always going home disappointed, and hopefully it's the Blue Jays.
Yeah, that'll be easy to root for the Dodgers.
Plus, they've got my favorite non-Mariner, Mookie
Betts.
Betts.
Right, Mookie.
Love Mookie.
Only on Seattle Sports and Seattle Sports on YouTube.
IRG Physical and Hand Therapy doesn't just treat injuries, they elevate athletes. From weekend warriors to elite competitors, IRG Sports Institute clinics are built for performance, blending top-tier physical therapy with advanced sports science and personalized training plans. Hey, Brock Hewitt here with Shannon O'Kelly, physical therapist and owner of IRG Physical and Hand Therapy. Why? Why elevate athletes as well?
Because here at IRG, Brock, our motto is we want you to be your best self, your best physical self, your best mental self, and your best community self. At our new IRG Fremont Sports Institute, we're providing that type of care. We've got the latest equipment, the greatest techniques, the providers there that are excited to get you better, basically bigger, faster, stronger. Doesn't matter if you're a weekend warrior, a recreational athlete, an elite athlete, we will make you to be your best.
You'll work with specialists who understand the grind because they've been there. With access to cutting-edge equipment and recovery techniques, you won't just heal, you'll come back stronger. Visit irgpt.com, irgpt.com.
Front Row Card Show is returning to Tacoma. Join them at the Greater Tacoma Convention Center October 25th and 26th. Baseball, football, basketball, and hockey cards, plus collectibles such as Pokemon, Marvel, Star Wars, and comic books. Beckett, CGC, and JS